Srinivas sir, can you please remove the poster?
Namaste, Sabhaye Namaha, Sabhasadhyo Namaha. I extend a warm welcome to all our speakers, panelists, and all the delegates who have joined us this morning on the second day of the conference on Hatha Yoga, Unravelling Texts and Traditions. As mentioned, this is the second conference in the series of Philosophy and Praxis of Yoga that was started last year by Indic Academy and Indica Yoga. Indica Yoga is a platform that aspires to offer authentic, immersive, and transformative yoga experiences in various forms, including retreats, workshops, courses, etc., in different parts of the world. We have been operating since 2 years, and our focus has been to bring in the scholar practitioner's perspective into the vast field of yoga. So in this background, we have the second conference focusing on primarily on Hatha Yoga, especially even in Hatha Yoga, the form of yoga which is quite popular today, it has its ancient traditions, and we are now looking into two seminal aspects of it, that is the text as well as the tradition. Yesterday, we saw how Hatha Yoga expands itself or draws from various traditions, out of which we looked into Shaivagama, we also looked into the connections with the Vedanta, and today we will be exploring a very important aspect of this relationship with Tantra. The moment we speak about the origins of Hatha Yoga, the first thing that comes to our mind, the first source that we are drawn is towards Tantra. And in order to explore this, we have one of the finest teachers of this field, that is Professor Sthaneshwar Timaslina. Sthaneshwarji, I request you to come on board. Swagatam.
Thank you so much.
Professor Sthaneshwar is joining us from San Diego. He obtained his master's degree in 1991 from Sampurnananda University in Varanasi, India, and taught for several years in Nepal Sanskrit University, Kathmandu. He basically comes from Nepal. He completed his PhD from Martin Luther University in Halle, Germany, with a focus on the history of philosophy of Advaita. His dissertation is published under the title Seeing and Appearance. Before joining San Diego State University in 2005, Timaslina ji taught at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Washington University in St. Louis. His areas of research include classical Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain literature and philosophies with a specific focus on consciousness studies. His book, Consciousness in Indian Philosophy, published by Routledge, is a comparative study of Advaita and Buddhist understandings of the self and consciousness. Professor Timaslina ji also works in the area of Tantric studies, and his recent publications, which include Tantric Visual Culture, a cognitive approach, again published by Routledge, and Language of Images, Visualization and Meaning in Tantras, explore the cognitive and cultural domains of Tantric visualization. Timaslina ji has published over 40 articles, book chapters, and review essays on religion, culture, literature, aesthetics, and philosophy. He teaches courses on Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain religious, philosophical, and literary traditions, and his teaching interests include religion and science, as well as yoga philosophy and practice. His current areas of research include theories of mind, with a particular focus on the cognitive aspects of recognition, memory, imagination, and emotion. So this is a very brief introduction of Professor Sthaneshwar ji. And if I have to add a personal note, my teachers, one of my teachers, Ramchandra Bhatt Kotemane ji, had met him in US perhaps a decade ago, and he was highly impressed. And he was always telling about Sthaneshwar ji, and this is the first time I get to e-meet Sthaneshwar ji on this platform. Swagatam Sthaneshwar ji.
Thank you so much. Sarvebhyo Namaha. What an honor to be here with you. And I apologize if I have been a bit late. So I'm still not good with time, although my current research is time and I'm actually writing a book on the philosophy of time. I'm always confused about time. I thought it is tomorrow and it happens to be today. Talking on Hatha Yoga, let's just go to the topic because we have limited time and so many of you here already have profound knowledge in very many fields, and so I wouldn't want to waste your time. What is there to learn from Tantra? Start from practitioner's perspective about what we hear about Tantra, because Hatha Yoga has been washed off now. When I was 16 and doing yoga in ashrams, living in Sanskrit Gurukula, those were the days my friends would make fun of me. Because there were very few people who would take Hatha Yoga very seriously. And then simply, if you are doing yoga, you are just going to be a yogi, basically. Times have changed. And slowly, even for Tantra, I hope times will change because we still have a huge hesitation when it comes to Tantra. There are many misconceptions regarding Tantra, connecting with black magic or with some sex or something like that. So it's like the real heart of Tantra is still not open to a wider mass. And this is a great topic. Thank you, Vinay Chandraji, for identifying a topic in which we can discuss the relation, the nexus between Hatha Yoga and Tantra. And so people can see a deeper, intricate relation between these two systems. And for that, we can do some textual discourse, as well as first we can go through some references of the anecdotes, which will go quickly to everybody's mind. The tradition goes that the founder of Tantra is Matsyendra Natha. Matsyendra Natha is considered the first guru for the Kali Yuga as far as the Tantras go. So they say that in the Amarnath cave, Shiva and Parvati were in dialogue, and Matsyendra Nath, he manifested in the form of a fish and listened to the whole discourse of Shiva and Shakti, and thus gained immortality. And his first and foremost disciple is Gorakshanath. That is the tradition. So we know that from the Tantra perspective, if Matsyendra Natha's tantric teachings are to be considered the primary, then Kaula Parampara, because any text that we can trace related to Matsyendra Natha are linked with Kula or Kaula. And with Matsyendra, as soon as we hear the Matsyendra Natha, we refer to Kaula Parampara. Immediately, then when we talk of Gorakshanatha, the idea, the concept of Hatha Yoga immediately comes. So when we go even from the teachers' genealogy, what we get is Tantra and Hatha Yoga are closely interlinked. But let's speak from practitioners' perspective. Many students today, particularly in the West, some just want to do yoga for physical exercise, and they don't know its philosophical aspect, its cultural aspects, its dharmic aspects. That is one problem. But another, even a bigger problem is they view Tantra is very different, and so there is a huge resistance there. But then there are other people who are actually doing or practicing, trying Tantra for all kinds of reasons. Even for the genuine practitioners, the blunder they make is in imagining that Hatha Yoga is somehow a separate type of practice and Tantra is completely different type of practice. And what happens is the type of training required before one goes to deeper aspects of visualization, deeper aspects of mantra practice, it's all about prana. And without knowing how to flow, how to allow the movement of prana throughout the body, which is the part of Hatha Yoga, then one is jumping into the unknown territory without even prepared, physically prepared. So what Hatha Yoga does is gives one a physical qualification so that one can go to other higher states of yoga that are prescribed in the tantric text. Just for example, the most standard, the fundamental text for yoga is the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. And if you are a serious scholar of yoga, then you would study Vyasa's commentary. And there is this Yoga Tattva Vaisharadi by Vachaspati Mishra, and Vijnana Bhikshu has written even a commentary upon that. So his own Bhartika, basically. So there is this big lineage of yoga as a philosophy, Raja Yoga, in which you can find, this is basically Ashtanga Yoga. And I'm not kind of elaborating the basics because you all, I don't want to bore you to death. So it's like the first four of the limbs, you can consider aspects of Hatha, whereas the others, then you can consider internal or Raja Yoga. Because many people who are writing a history of Hatha Yoga in the West have completely failed to recognize. They want to see if the book comes with the word Hatha Yoga or not. And this is a very reductive approach of trying to trace the history of Hatha Yoga around 12th or if possible 16th centuries and completely ignoring. What I'm trying to convey is, first of all, reading the originals from Matsyendra Natha. That is what is required, because it comes our own genealogy, parampara we call. You cannot completely separate Matsyendra and Gorakshanatha. And then if you read Matsyendra's yoga, and then you will start seeing deeper connection with the Hatha Yoga materials within themselves. For example, the system of Kundalini, the chakras, visualization of different chakras. So this is not in the Yoga Sutra of Patanjali. Patanjali never mentions Kundalini. Patanjali never mentions these different Swadhisthana or Manipura chakras. Even when he mentions Nabi chakra, Kantakupa, he does not mention those names. So those you can find in the proper chakra, 6 chakra system you can find in Matsyendra's yoga. So the amount of Kundalini discourse and chakra discourse you can derive from the teachings of Matsyendra, you can find in the later Hatha Yoga texts as the chakras and Kundalini. So there is this already an intricate, not just intricate relationship, also almost inseparable to what extent these Kaula tantric texts are purely Hatha Yogic texts and where the lines need to be drawn. But this is not just enough yet. I have to add, we should say the relationship of Hatha Yoga and Tantra and Natha Shastra. Now, this will be mind-blowing because I had to add that. Because, these 108 different karanas and various forms of gestures discussed by Bharata Muni in the Natha Shastra, if you see those 108 karanas, they are precisely yogic asanas. And the date for Bharata Muni will go around 2nd century of the Common Era. So we have to, even for the literature to read Hatha Yoga materials, we have to go at least incorporate these, just because they came within the Natya does not mean that they were originally just for dance, because people have not really started understanding the intricate relationship of culture and philosophy. Because the dance, if it is an aspect of culture, then there is a bigger aspect, that is the philosophy. And so you cannot separate that. So the testimony I can give is the only available authoritative commentary upon the Natha Shastra of Bharata comes from Abhinavagupta, the foremost tantric philosopher. If there was no connection of this dance thing with Tantra, why would Abhinavagupta spend so much time to comment on this voluminous work, which is like years and years of time spending? So to go back again, starting from Bharata's Natha Shastra, and then Patanjali's yoga, and the aspects of Hatha Yoga we can already derive, and then go back to what Matsyendra Natha has taught there, and then the literature of Matsyendra Natha, then we can go slightly outside to read what we can find in at least these 64 agamas or Bhairava agamas that we can precisely say tantric. But it is not just 64 Advaita, non-dual Bhairava agamas. You can find also in the Raudra agamas and Shaiva agamas, like Mrikendra Tantra, all the original agamas necessarily had a yoga pada. The agamas were divided into 4 sections, and then one of the sections is called Jnana pada, or the section on wisdom, and another section is called Yoga pada, the section on yoga. So all the different agamas will come necessarily with one yoga. So if we are thinking of one Patanjalian yoga, once we actually do a proper research and translate and then introduce to the globe for the global welfare, for the humanity, all the 92 agamas of the different varied forms of yoga discussed there, we are waiting for 92 times more of the yogic literature. But that's just the beginning. I'm just talking about how much of wealth is there for us to offer, to educate, to teach the globe from the perspective of yoga. Now, coming from the Bhairava agamas, for example, Rudra Yamala Tantra. If you check, the book was published from Sampurnananda University, the Uttara Tantra. I'm talking about there are multiple versions and not all the Rudra Yamala is available now. But if you think just of the Uttara Tantra from Rudra Yamala, you are going to find so many asanas, even in terms of physical asanas, that are not even catalogued anywhere. So these are so many different asanas, this Rudra Yamala Uttara Tantra discusses, that many people think it's just a book on yoga. And the whole book, we think the 6 chakra meditation practice, you just have a little bit of chart here and then it's done. It's the book, voluminous book, the 1000-page long book is entirely about Kundalini and the chakra, 6 chakras, meditation on 6 chakras. So it comes in a preface, like the early chapters. These yoga asanas are discussed in the early chapters. Moving beyond this, we have to also incorporate, because there are some texts that are not necessarily tantric or hatha yoga, but they are yogic and they overlap in the tantric content and also yoga content, and then they overlap Vedanta. I missed the Vedanta conversation. They overlap Vedanta. For example, Yoga Vasishta. You can check academia, and if you like, you may read my paper on the Bhushunda, the yoga of Bhushunda. There's this character, Bhushunda, and having a conversation with Vasishta. And in that, what is happening is Bhushunda is discussing various forms of pranic exercises, 16 different types of pranayamas, and they are not discussed anywhere else. But this is not just a only source to discuss those varied forms of pranayama. Like I can give you the example of Natha Tantra, for example. All the 8 limbs of yoga are defined differently and practiced differently. Swachanda Tantra, for example, you can explore. And then later Tantra works, like even the works of Abhinavagupta, for example. So I am sometimes I get so excited. We have so much. Sometimes it makes me even sad that we have not been able to systematize and have a proper forum to offer it to the globe. And also, hurtful thing is these ideas, these philosophies, these teachings have been appropriated and misappropriated and culturally hijacked. And although I'm teaching here in the West, you should know all I work is in the field of Hindu philosophy. And comparatively, sometimes I use Western models to discuss because my audience is in the West primarily. Recognizing the urge to have a outside of school conversation on these ideas. Last year, I also started Vimarsha Foundation, and my first choice was to discuss on the Yoga Vasishtha because of its intricate relationship with Vedanta, Yoga, Tantra. And this year, currently, we are having this conversation on the Tripura Rahasya because it brings a lot of deeper aspects of, again, the intricacy between Tantra and Vedanta. So these are, Vedanta is also should be read as a form of yoga, but going back again, it's not really a Hatha Yoga, of course, because it requires the deepest aspect of meditation, and contemplation, basically, in Vedanta. But in Hatha, there is something to do, and people like to do something. And Tantras are always in elaborate form, teaching people to do something. Yogini Hridaya, Bhamekeshwar Mata, just for example, varied form like of mandalas and the rituals involved. And always people think this is just elaborate rituals of that, rituals of this. Every ritual has a yoga aspect, a deeper, not just deeper visualization, deeper channeling of prana. And in each of the mandala, there is always some difference in how the pranas are supposed to be retained, because the visualization of mandala in the body and retaining those structures within the body by constantly visualizing, gazing upon those images inside, by retaining the prana in different centers of the body, opening new channels and connecting new, in modern language, they call like creating new neural synapses, Constantly, we are creating our own mandala inside the body. And that is, we are creating our own new neural synapses within the body. And this is something so evident that, in some of these experiments, I myself have been surprised with the modern scientific tools, that how simple visualization and the shift in thoughts can also be detected in this MRI and some, even the heart rate, like cardio monitoring and brainwave monitoring that I have opened myself to go through when my friends ask me to be a lab rat, basically. But it is fun, actually, because it also confirms objectively that, yes, we are in the right track and it is a good thing to do, although I don't need any of those validation for myself. So to sum up, I don't want to keep on discussing much, and I know it's a limited time also, and the topic is boundless because there is so much we can discuss. To come back, from the really early tantras, like the Kubjika Mata, for example, if you relate to Kubjika Mata or read Manthana Bhairava Tantra, which is Mark Ryzkowski did a phenomenal job in translating and editing the book in multiple volumes, you are going to find varied forms of pranic exercises. Why is that necessary? Because mantra, the speech, is always linked with the prana, breath. Not just bang and mana, it's just a prana. The pranic connection with the speech is immediate. And without mantras, there is no tantra. Tantra as a whole system, we cannot practice if we don't even have the mantras. And without the proper channeling of the prana, without really understanding the flow of prana in different centers, we cannot even entertain the mantras. And sometimes, actually, if you do not know the prana udaya, like the basic text you can start from is a Shiva Swarodaya. It's translated in Hindi, translated in English. You can find it everywhere, I'm sure. So Shiva Swarodaya, you will know that how the Udaya, the rise of different prana, is so essential for the practice of Tantra, for the practice of mantra. It is necessary for the articulation, uchara, of the mantra to correlate with the particular location, position of Kundalini. And it is necessary for even to correspond to visualization, specific images visualized, and they have to be matched, they have to be linked. And it is necessary for even the rituals that are performed outside, but without understanding the antaha, like inner pranic relation to the external mandala, then there is no actual practice happening. So when this type of correspondence with the body inside through the channels of the mandala outside visualized, when one understands this intricacy, then one is actually practicing the one knows the system. And when one fails to understand the intricacy, then there are going to be problems. And you know that we hear so many things about tantra practice, and it is not completely unfounded, because if people randomly pick up nowadays, you know, people honestly, I'm not even making up. People pick up mantras and all these vidyas in Google and say, okay, it does not work. I have been practicing 3 years and nothing happened. And then how did you learn? And then they say, oh, this mantra I got in Google, I just followed everything. You are so lucky nothing happened. It's honestly, that's what I tell them. You are so lucky nothing happened, because really bad things could have happened because you didn't go to a proper teacher. And Google is not a teacher, you know. You can have a lot of information there, but that doesn't mean that it is the teacher for you. So it's not, that is where the lived tradition, you know, that is something many of my students here do not understand, the value of a lived tradition, the value of guru, that amount of value we put in our tradition to a lived master who has experienced these things and who can teach us directly, and who himself comes from the genealogy of teachers, not like randomly. I got this, I was sitting on a mountain and I got all the revelations. I don't want to talk about that, but that was not meant. That was not what it was meant when we talked about tradition. It was not some miracle to happen. It is about the insights. It's about the experiences distilled through generations and generations and explored, experimented by so many sages and rishis and yogis and munis. And that is what the yoga tradition is. That's also what the tantra is. There's a deeper relation in every aspect of tantric text you can explore. And I would, instead of going through this monologue, I think it's better that we just open for a conversation, and that will be, I think, a better use of our time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sthaneshwarji. You have opened up a fascinating box for all of us, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions that would follow. We could have actually continued to listen to you for a much longer period, I think.
I'm fine with it, but if questions come, then I'll be little more, I'll take a liberty to, go in that, because it's a new audience for me. And if I see the questions, I think that will help me relate more closely.
So our friends will be keying in their questions in the Q&A box. Meanwhile, I'll start with a couple of questions that I have on my mind. Mm-hmm. We had a speaker yesterday who was presenting this idea. He's just started to work on this thesis that the concept of chakra was not so intrinsic to the Indian thought, but his idea is that it might have come from China, there was already a system that was ready to absorb it, and therefore Hatha systems at some point they took it up fully and absorbed into the system here. So this is his emerging thesis, still in a very early stage. But depending on the kind of study that you would have undergone and the explorations that you have of the Tantra texts, do you see the concepts of the chakras and the related systems and concepts appearing much earlier here as well?
I have no doubt that China has also profound insights to share in this manner. And I was teaching my students some Taoist manuals of yoga practice, actually. I do not recollect the text name at the moment, but it's an anthology of different Taoist masters in translation, because I can't read Chinese. And one thing that shocked me in this discussion from the Taoist text was the use of Sanskrit terminology. I'm not the author did not know this is published from Hawaii, University of Hawaii Press, Taoist Yoga or something. We can check, and I can make the text title available, because I didn't want somebody to say I just kind of made up this thing. I'm speaking as a scholar. This is a scholarly publication I'm talking about. And I was personally shocked that if you have, like, how many Chinese words you encounter when you read Yoga Sutra or Hatha Yoga Pradipika or any of the texts. So I'm teaching here the Chinese text, all the different excerpts from all the big masters who are teaching yoga, meditation, different chakras, different visualizations from the Taoist perspective. And there is substantial amount of, countable number of Sanskrit terminology I noticed. But I am not a scholar besides beyond this point, I cannot say that therefore it is other way around. But at least we have to, as a scholar, we have to be very open-minded. And then, because historically tantric texts were written around 7th century or afterward, and you cannot start tracing the history of Tantra based on the Tantra text and then see that is the chakra. You have to open up for the chakra type conversation in earlier Indic literature, like Ashtachakra, Navadvara, Dehinampur, Ayodhya. Yeah, I'm talking about the Vedas, So you have to read the Rig Veda, you have to read Atharva Veda, and then we will have a more honest type of assessment. Why people, mostly this is a Western kind of construction that, Tantras and Vedas are completely opposite.
Correct.
Like coming from two different civilizations, as if, And so most scholars who study Tantra are hesitant to discuss Veda and other way around. And so this type of animosity between the Vedic and Tantric applies more in the Smarta world, like a Smriti type of a code, but does not. If you read the Vedic text themselves, Vedic mysticism, and then read the Tantric mysticism, Tantric text themselves, you'll find much more closeness than maybe even with the Smarta tradition, Smriti texts, to the Vedas. Because all these Smarta codes, I don't think are necessarily central to the Vedic. That's my position. I'm placing there. So therefore, Veda and Tantra, in my reading, are closer than even Smriti and Vedas. But something happened, because all these, anyway, most predominantly, Agamas came in the Shaiva Shakta background. And we know, to tell you the truth, we are also sectarian when it comes to what text we read and what we avoid. Like there is so much of philosophy in the Trika system and Pratyavijna system, and then very few darshanikas, very few philosophers even actually critique when critiquing, not just reading, forget about reading. They do not even want to criticize. They are just completely left out, untouchable. So this is a treatment that is kind of sort of giving all these wild fantasies about Tantra being completely outside, number one, and then maybe for the type of wonderful concepts like chakras, you need to come from China. And I'm sure that many things do come from China. So why not chakras? I have no objection to that, but I think that we should be open-minded first of all, because when I see someone with the diabetes, first of all, did your mom have diabetes, your dad had, your grandfather, before asking, like it's very least likely if your wife had a diabetes, and then there is a sort of a transmission. So we have to read the genetic history. So the same thing for cultures cultures are organic, and then they keep changing. They keep changing, and they do not stay the same. But there are always some aspects like genetic, some inheritance, they are carried. So we have to first analyze in the background of the Vedas, and we do not find, but we find profoundly in the Chinese. So then we have to accept that. But we also have to accept that there is so much of Sanskrit philosophical knowledge borrowed from Indian civilization to China. So if China can learn, I'm sure India can learn too. So no problem there. But at least the evidence presented is not satisfactory to me. I have heard of that thesis. It's not a new thesis, by the way. That thesis has been around for a while and has never gained too much traction.
Thank you for that, Professor. This question is about the discourses and the narratives which you also mentioned. See, when you were speaking about Hatha and Tantra, you also easily flowed into Natya Shastra. Like the disciplinary contours, they are not strict. One flows into the other. And this is how generally an Eastern mind works. But in the West, like with the experience of both the worlds, you can see how one system is positioned against the other. Like you were referring to just now, there's also this whole idea that Tantra was anti-Brahminical or anti-Vedic, and Hatha Yoga emerged from it. So it does not borrow from this tradition. So this kind of conflict-oriented studies is what we find in the modern scholarship. And I mean, if any thoughts and comments on why does the scholarship take this line of thinking? Is it purely based on the textual reading, or is it a lack of the cultural context and familiarity? Your thoughts on these?
There are two types of presuppositions working here. One is the deeper philosophical presupposition, and the other is cultural political presupposition. The philosophical presupposition is a dialectical idea that every idea has to fight against another idea, and they come in dialogue, and they have this one gets nullified or some kind of thesis, and then you have antithesis for that idea, and then this is a Hegelian model, and it has been very much standard for philosophical thinking in the West. That is how broadly Western philosophical thinking works. So that is a philosophical reasoning behind the thinking in this negating type of thesis and its negation, that model. The second I have idea is about cultural imperialism of the West, that the West wants to read these ideas as eternally fighting. There is no connection between these. So it becomes easy to, bracket each of them and box them to define them, and then project their own ideas, inject their own theses and arguments. So they can own, basically, they can have these cultural artifacts under their control. So, like how they say Tantra originated in Harappa culture and these are the Aryans. And so these are two different civilizations, so the Vedic Aryans and the Harappan Tantrics, like fighting. And so that gives them this whole, there is this like, I hate to bring any political thing because it's number one, we end up repeating the same thing. But number two, we end up hurting ourselves too. And I don't like to do that. I like to talk about ideas only, but there is that we can't ignore this, buffalo inside, not the elephant, but at least a buffalo inside the room. We can't completely ignore that. So that these are the things I believe are functioning against us.
Mm. Thank you very much, Thaneshwarji, for that clarity. We also have with us Professor Nagaraj Patoriji, who is the director of Indic Academy, under the banner of which all these activities are unfolding. He's one of the finest scholars, both with the traditional as well as modern scholarship. So I also request him to join this conversation and offer his comments and questions at the moment.
Thank you, Vinay Chandraji. I have been waiting to have darshan of Staneshwarji all the while, and now I am today blessed to have his darshan. Not only darshan, even I heard him. Such a great amount of resonance in ideas from Staneshwarji. And to your question to Staneshwarji regarding why they do this, one of my observations is that this is coming from what is called as a rationalist arrogance or scientist arrogance, which from the beginning of Renaissance, from the beginning of the origins of science, from the beginning of Enlightenment age, the approach has been that the whole world around is superstitious. The whole world around is having some irrational beliefs. And all academics is about to emancipate them from those superstitions and belief systems and all that. They found Europe to be full of Christianity and that religious belief. And they, from rationality, from reason, they wanted to emancipate people from faith. And when they come to the other parts of the world also, they always think this: oh, these people are unnecessarily antiquating it. I will bring it down. I will bring it closer. I will make it recent. They are unnecessarily thinking that they are all connected. I'll show this to them that they are all not connected. They are all different. So whatever you think in a traditional system, they want to blow it up and explode and create sensation and say, this is my paper. This is my new finding. You see, I blew. And that blowing tendency all the time, that some revelation, great. So I'm blowing your beliefs out. That is the tendency they have. Not only your, even within their academia, within the university system, every older paper has to be blown up. Earlier paper has to be exploded. So you said it is recent, I'll make it older. You said it is older, I'll make it recent. You said there are connections, I'll remove the connections. If you said there are no connections, I'll show the connections. Always this kind of, that's how they survive in the university system. So they have to do it. That is their business. But for us, this is tradition. We are living it. So let us live it the way we live it, and let them live the way they live in the university.
So coming back to the other questions, Thaneshwarji, the word Hatha itself is defined in two ways. One, the very literal translation, that is by application of force, the practice which is done with the application of force or with the application of will. On the other side, the esoteric meaning of the combination of Ha and Tha, the lunar and the solar, the apana and the prana. So both these meanings they're quite popular. So coming from the tantric studies and looking through the text, do you have any other view on this, or is it defined in any of these texts in any other way? Your thoughts on that?
When I was discussing yoga, my whole presupposition was hatha is hatat. The simple, instead of ha is the sun and the ta is the moon, that type of genealogy, and you can't even find ha as the sun or whatever, the moon, in any other text than that very particular Yoga Pradipika text, that or Geranda Samhita. You are going to get that in very later text on hatha, but hatha as a terminology is used much earlier. So I've not paid attention to explore if there are other meanings, and if it is possible, but I would not even buy into that type of genealogy, but that doesn't do any harm, because it just narrows down the scope of yoga by means of defining hatha in that ingenious way. The author is showing the primacy of prana. And where does the primacy of prana begin in the Hindu text? Not just the Upanishads. Now, immediately we have to go discuss, this Brahma Sutra, chapter, I think, Ditya Adhyaya Chaturtha Pada. I may have to check. So the whole pada is on prana only. The whole discourse is on prana. So think of the amount of discourse on Upanishads that Badarayana thought of writing a whole pada while discussing Brahman, just related to prana only. So so prana's primacy is there in much earlier text, and Raicha Prana, so we can think of a Prashna Upanishad, for example. So these are I'm like content. When we are content oriented, we become less concerned about a particular book, because if we are interested in that concept, when I'm reading a concept, for example, if I want to understand prana, I'm open to understand prana from wherever it is possible. So I will not limit myself to Geranda Samhita only, for example, to understand prana, because my understanding is of the concept, not a particular person or a particular time or a particular book. And that's yet again, like Professor Paturi said, is that when they limit their own study to only this book, and then you are not willing to go beyond that book to trace any connection. And therefore, of course, my type of thinking is chaotically complicated for in the popular Western standard, because I'm trying to trace, talking about prana, not just like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, but just going to, earliest of the text, where the prana, even Hamsa, those kind of conversation, Hamsa Suchi Pasuranta Sadhoda. So I'm open to bring into discourse from the earliest available reference into the conversation, because those people, like again talking about cultural genetics, they were inheriting those ideas, and so even if not the exact copy of them, but they have some semblance of these ideas in the later text, we can't completely drop off the earlier. So therefore, I'm just not giving. I have not paid attention to how many different ways, but I'm simply understanding hatha as hatha, and then but when you open for prana, then you can open to any other text. That also I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanishwar.
So much Stanishwarji is bringing prana. I'm very glad. Here, one distinction that all of us have to make is between the general idea of prana, and there is another prana which is called as Mukhya prana. And this Mukhya prana is what in Upanishads and in some of the mantras in Samhita themselves has been adored as equivalent of Brahman. It has been made synonymous with Brahman. So that Mukhya Prana and the Prana at a different level are to be distinguished. And then yesterday there was this discussion about chakras and Kundalini and the Chinese ideas. I was also trying to say that it is this Mukhya Prana which is parallel to Kundalini. Which is in the form of a dormant inner Shariraka reality, embodied reality, and where you can have a control. Upanishads have ways to do that. Some glimpses, Upanishads do not cover the whole thing, but some glimpses of how Mukhya Prana is controlled. And actually, my father used to tell me that in the name of Madhvacharya, Madhva itself in Rigveda means Mukhya Prana. In one of the mantras, the word Madhva has been used in the sense of Mukhya Prana. And you can see that in Madhva tradition, you have the primacy of Prana. Jivottama is Prana himself, Mukhya Prana himself. Jivottama is Vayu, Jivottama is Hanuma, Jivottama is Bhima, and Jivottama comes in the form of Madhvacharya, they performed that again. So these things, that's the way Staneshwarji does. We cannot stop with Tantra. You have Madhvacharya, you have Madhva tradition. Mukhya Prana is such an important tradition, and Prana everywhere. The whole thing has got to do with Prana only there also. So, and when you do that, they say, no, Madhvacharya has to fight with Shankaracharya, right? So, I'll create that fight. So, no Prana, no Mukhya Prana, no Upanishads. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Partaviji. Going back to Staneshwarji, see, in the Tantra sadhana, in the Tantra tradition, there's so much of importance given to sounds, the bija mantras, and all these. And Sanskrit also has this focus on the correct pronunciation, on the correctness and the perfection of sounding. So, coming to this question, like, do you think a spoken Sanskrit or using of Sanskrit words more in a very conscious manner, it also contributes towards some sort of sadhana? What are your thoughts and comments?
Of course, I'm a ardent Sanskrit follower, and my whole life has been on studying philosophical elements from Sanskrit. So one might immediately think that I am already saying what I believe, faith kind of confession. But this is the reason that the logic there is when we are in my own case, when you think of a Vedic time and everybody is speaking in Sanskrit, and that's a different story. In our normal life, when we have so many other languages that we are using, and then I'm immediately dropped into the Sanskrit speaking environment. And then when I'm speaking in any other language, I don't need to worry too much about correctness. Like, my English is not flawless. I'm making mistakes, and maybe there are run-on sentences, and then my accent is not good. But immediately when you think of speaking Sanskrit, your attention goes to correct articulation for everybody. So that gives you already alertness in speech. Every word coming out of mouth, we evaluate whether I'm correctly speaking or not. Even when we make some mistake, we immediately tap into those mistakes. So that is already a yoga. Bhartrihari, a 5th century grammarian philosopher, does identify this grammar as a Shabda Purva Yoga, means Shabda Yoga. Why is he calling this a yoga? Because this Vats, the whole conversation on mantra is the conversation on the Vats, the states, different levels of the Vats, the speech. And if we go to the finest level of speech, Vats, then we get to Pashyanti, this self-seeing consciousness. Anadi nidhanam brahma, shabda tattvam yadaksharam, vivartatertha bhavena, prakriya jagato yataha, ekameva yadam natam bhinnam shakti vyapasriyat, Aprithaktvepi shaktibhya prithaktve neva vartate. Bhartrihari lays the foundation for this Vak Yoga. Actually, Vagisha Shastri, one of my teachers from Banaras, he developed this elaborate model of, teaching yoga through these phonetics. And so it is understanding the different articulation of different phonemes and reframing our tongue in, palate. And sometimes it is mean when we say to the Westerners that you have to correctly articulate it because their body is formed already, the palates, there are like some vocal cords, they are already built in a different way. And like I pronounce thick, like, my retroflex is very strong when I'm speaking English words. So they have this soft palate for that. And so it's physically difficult. Some of my students have done phenomenal job actually to build into their system of how to exactly articulate Sanskrit words correctly. But I can only say how much of attention. What is yoga? Yoga is attention. Where do you put your attention? To your speech. Because what is your speech? Your thoughts. Because thoughts come out as a speech. When you pay attention to your speech and correct your speech, you are paying attention to thought and correcting your thought. That is the highest form of yoga in all accounts. So therefore, yeah, of course, I can see direct correlation of Sanskrit with the yoga. Thank you.
Thank you, Thaneshwarji, for that wonderful response. I hope and I'm sure there will be many students who would be inspired to take up Sanskrit studies more here afterwards. Just coming back to a couple of questions on the sadhana aspect. We have some of our friends who have been asking, what are the books that you would recommend for a beginner into the to understand the Tantra tradition? And also, are there any ashrams or places where that Guru Shishya Parampara is very active, where they can go learn, be part of that, such kind of an experience?
This is the question of the day. I do not know how to answer because you have to, first of all, I do not believe that people should just open a book and start reading. You can get the introduction to Tantra, like read, for example, Mahamahopadhyaya Gopinath Kaviraji, my Guru's Guru, or Pandit Brajwallabh Dwivedi, my Guruji, Hemendra Chakravarti, my Guruji, Lakshman Swami Lakshmanju, many of his works. So you can start, introduce yourself to that. I do not recommend practicing by even, getting the best books out there. You have to go to a teacher who himself is a practitioner of these things. And there are many types of tantras. You need to know what particular type you are looking. Therefore, it is good to have a general introduction. But for all those people born in this Indic culture, I can say you don't need to get a book called Tantra to practice it. Just Devi Mahatmya, Saptasati, Durga Saptasati, Chandi. That is the first book for any level of higher Tantra to practice. Like when I tell my students, if you want to study Tantra, then just spend 1 whole year, practicing Navarna mantra and then Saptasati, do the sadhana, and they think that I just am trying to, avoid them, not teach them. But because they have this fanciful idea of Vidya, Mahavidya, it's all cooked up things, cooked up ideas. You have to, there is this indological outcome. We are all, product of modern renaissance of India itself is an indological product. What we are doing is ignoring what is alive and trying to go to something chopped off in a remote history placed in like 10th century, 5th century, and then the most earliest is the best, pristine. And so these are all indological fantasies. So you as a practitioner should go to people who are actually doing Saptasati and do. So as far as keeping the tradition alive, I myself have struggled because, I went to Benares to study this tradition, and whatever my Guruji, my last Guruji, Ramji Malviya, also died 2 months ago. So I honestly am a total orphan. My father also died last year, and my Guruji, Ramji Malviya, who was in Benares, also passed away. So these gurus are a little different than modern day gurus because they were not like a missionary type. It's very difficult to learn from traditional gurus, but still, I think you should explore those traditional pandits, traditional practitioners than this modern gimmick and glamour. I know that the times have changed. Family traditions are at crisis. Our children are not necessarily, trying to learn these things that we have been practicing. So we have to bring these things to institutional form. That is why I went back to Nepal and started the Department for Tantra Studies. That department is still running. My students are still teaching there. But the problem is, Nepal is a very limited place. I could not do a lot by being there. So I have recently started this Vimarsha Foundation. We don't have big anything. I'm just alone, basically, but I'm offering free lectures through Vimarsha Foundation. And my idea is to whatever can be disseminated, should be taught to the audience that is willing to learn in a more traditional way, rather than just this grade-oriented education. I can introduce to Tantra philosophy to my college students and they can be surprised, but then that is as far as it goes. There is no, for me, the crisis I feel like Shankara Chaitanya Bharati, none of my gurus, the great masters from Benares. I'm sorry, somebody might say, no, there are better teachers today, then I stand corrected, but I just do not see. I know there are some scholars who are non-practitioners, and those things didn't exist like 2 generations ago. We have created this type of scholarship, even in India, who clearly say that I study Tantra, but I don't practice these things, So this already, people are very reluctant to engage culturally. And so this is the need of the day. We have to, this is partly we are to blame because we have looked down upon this whole Agama heritage, at the cost of other smarta kind of things. But times have changed. If I tell my students, you go drink, I don't care. I don't drink, and then so they are gonna more likely listen to me than you are doing pataka, mahapataka by drinking, So it's being very inapplicable in modern society. So tantric ethos are very liberal. So we may be able to educate our society based on tantric ethos than trying to teach them in a very thorough smarta ethos. So we need to work more, but my rest of my life, I'll try to create this Vimarsha as an open platform, online platform for anybody from anywhere in the world to join and learn.
Thaneshwarji, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. We are really tempted to get back to you with a request for this course on Tantric Ethos. In fact, from Indica Yoga, we are offering various courses, at least one new course every month. And we may want you to consider this platform to offer your courses here. What we had today is just an appetizer, and we look for a full course meal.
Thank you so much for having me here, and good night from San Diego. I'm just heading towards 10 o'clock p.m. and it's about time for me to go sleep.
Good night.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
So with this, we move on to our next speaker. We have a very senior scholar who has joined us this morning, Dr. Muthulakshmi Ramchandran. Namaste, ma.
Namaste.
Dr. Muthulakshmi ji is the Honorary Research Associate at KSRI, that is Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute in Chennai, one of the finest institutions which is engaged in the work of manuscript studies, publication, research into yoga. We'll be learning more about this institution shortly. She holds a doctorate from the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai. She has presented many papers related to yoga in many international and national conferences. At present, she is involved in doing a critical edition of Hatha Yoga text called Hatha Sanketa Chandrika. Hatha Sanketa Chandrika is a very voluminous text and one of the important texts of the Hatha Yoga tradition. So she is currently working on that project. And today she will be speaking on a text called Yoga Sangraha with the focus on some of the salient features that are present in that particular text. Over to you, Dr. Muthulakshmi ji.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk in this platform. I am very thankful to KSRI, all my directors, Dr. V. Kameshwari, Dr. K.S. Balasubramaniam, Dr. T.V. Vasudeva, and I am very thankful to this Indica Yoga people. I am very glad to present this paper in this platform. Now I start. Anyana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Kurave Namaha. Sadashiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmad Acharya Paryantam Vande Guru Parampara. Actually, humans always urge to get away from the perennial sufferings. Ancient rishis visualize substratum, underlying principle, which is free from conditioning. Vedas reveal to great rishis the clear view of ultimate principle. Upanishads, the end part of Vedas, stressed the ultimate goal of human as liberation. Many systems of philosophy emerged to analyze the means for liberation. Of them, 6 systems are very important: Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Purva Mimamsa, and Uttara Mimamsa. Sankhya and Yoga are most ancient schools.
Excuse me, ma'am, your PPT is not shared. Please share your screen, ma'am.
Is it shared now?
Yes, ma'am, but make it full screen, ma'am. Go to view and make it full screen, ma'am.
I can't wait. I can't.
Okay, ma'am, just proceed, ma'am.
Okay. Because full screen, I'm not able to go there. Anyway. Yoga is considered to be the practical aspects of Sankhya system. The founder of classical yoga is Patanjali. Yoga Sutra of Patanjali is the foundation for later yoga texts. Many texts on Hatha Yoga and Raja Yoga, namely Yoga Yajna Valkya, Goraksha Samhita, Shiva Samhita are very popular. But this text, Yoga Sangraha of unknown author, has been critically edited by Dr. Balasubramanian, Dr. T.V. Vasudeva, and myself. And we are shortly going to publish this critical edition. We have been collating 3 manuscripts. And this text discusses known concepts and practices. It contains 185 verses. It introduces unique concepts and practices also. This paper discusses some salient features in this text. Yoga Sangraha says, Sushumna, the best nadi, is fixed in the center of the body. Having hollow inside, it raises up like a bamboo stalk. The mouth of it is fixed well in the moola, having the appearance of a slit bamboo. This description is not found in the popular text of yoga. There are 7 nadis. They emerge from the center of the body around the Manipura chakra, and this is a very unique description. Actually, Pingala, Sushumna, Usha, Alangusha, Astijikva, Gandhari, and Ida are those 7 nadis. Bali, Raka, and Sankusini. This particular text is discussing these 3 nadis. And these 3 nadis move downwards from the Kanda, situated near intestines, that is Pakvashya. Bali, which is responsible for the discharge of excretion, is situated behind them. The nadi Raka, staying in front, as mentioned above, is responsible for the release of urine. Another nadi, Sankusini, appears in its front. She gives the essence of food in the form of Shukla, semen, at the nadi Raka. And this is a unique concept. Samana, along with fire, takes the other part of the essence upwards and distributes it suitable among all the parts of the body. Usually, Samana is said to reside in the navel region and help in the digestion of food. The idea given in this text is unique. Now, Hamsa Mantra. By the joining of prana and apana, breathing takes place in living beings. The syllable ha with the dot is produced from the prana at the throat. Because of the pull of apana, the sound sa is produced there. Thus, the jiva always mutters hamsa, hamsa during breathing. And this concept is not found in popular texts on Hatha Yoga. There are 5 more vayus like Naga, Kurma, etc. pervading the whole body, performing menial functions in the dhatus, essential ingredients of the body. This is not found in any other popular text on yoga. Dhananjaya, it is one of the 10 vayus. Dhananjaya causes swelling in the body and it does not leave the body even after death. Yoga Yajnavalkya opines that Dhananjaya causes swelling in the body, while most of the other texts say that Dhananjaya does not leave the body even after one's death. But Yoga Sangraha is the only text which attributes both the functions to Dhananjaya. Now, this text gives a definition for Manaha, Manas, Bodha, Buddhi and Chitta. In the desire to know, this is or this is not, the twofold state of jiva towards it is manas, mind. The knowledge that this is known as bodha, knowledge. When the knower is certain about this, that state of knowledge is known as buddhi, which is intellect. The complete faith in this ascertainment is as chitta, mind. This is a new concept. Now, this text deals with swapna. I mean, it talks about 4 avasthas in a very peculiar manner. When the jiva leaves the gross body, organs and heart, enters the Manipura chakra slowly, then that state is called a dream. Jiva, after leaving the heart lotus, and when the Manipura is not yet far, by the delusion of external objects or due to the impressions formed in the waking state, or by the thread of confluence of multitude of actions in the future, or due to the delusion of internal organs, the vision in the dream is like the vision of universe in waking state. When the jiva travels downwards from Manipura, abandoning all the impressions and reaches Swadhisthana and rests there happily, then this state is said to be Sushupti, deep sleep state, by knowledge of truth. In the 4th state, that is Turiya Avastha, the jiva settles in Kundalini at the Mooladhara. In the deep sleep state and in the 4th state, the prana and apana are together. Thus, this particular text gives a description of all the 4 avasthas in a peculiar manner. Now, Shama and Dhamma are the first 2 limbs of that Ashtanga Yoga according to this author. And Shama means refraining from prohibited actions by external organs. Dhamma is refraining from prohibited actions by internal organs. And you know, Shama and Dhamma are parts of Shad Sampati and Sadhana Chatushtaya. Smearing holy ash all over the body, one should practice Nadi Shuddhi, contemplating on the mystic syllable of fire, Ram, in the Mooladhara, contracting the anus, performing Kumbhaka at Manipura chakra, and meditating upon the 2 gods, fire and air, along with the respective syllables Ram and Yam. One should rotate the air in the navel region in clockwise direction. Then one should also do the same in the opposite direction. All the impurities are cleansed by the performance of this rotation as ordained according to Yoga Sangrama. Kechari Bandha. One should smear the tongue with oil, stretch it and bring it out by both hands. One should cut the root of the tongue a little by little using Vrihi Patra. By this, the tongue will get stretched. Usage of Vrihi Patra is a unique concept. After dharana, yogi should keep the other 8 vayus in prana and apana, enliven them slowly and gradually, place prana in apana and bring it to the center of the body. From there, along with the fire there, lead to the chakra above Mooladhara, namely Swadhisthana. Along with the fire existing there, lead to Manipura. Along with the fire in that region, that is all the 3 fires with the air, draw it slowly up to the heart. Contemplate on the fire region, the deity Rudra as ordained, that it has the limbs expanding like that of one's own body. One should imagine that the expansion of fire image emerge out of these fires and pervade everywhere, the whole body. Meditate upon the effulgent fire surrounding the whole body. Through this, all defects of the body are burnt by the fire immediately. Now, Yoga Sangraha, when giving the definition of Samadhi, it is something different. See, the state of immersion in the bliss of the oneness of Jivatma and Paramatma of the one who is verily in Brahman is called Samadhi according to this text. They speak about the oneness of Jivatma and Paramatma in other texts, but the state of immersion in the bliss, that part is not found anywhere, according to my knowledge. Raja Yoga. Now, according to Yoga Sangraha, there are only 3 limbs in Raja Yoga. They are Shama, Dhamma, and Samadhi. Shama, Dhamma, Samadhi, I have discussed earlier, and this is a new concept that is not found in other texts. Yoga Sangraha says one should see Brahman in everything, whether sleeping or residing in a place, standing or roaming or remaining in water or space, propelled by one's own self or by others, in whatever is known through mind or sense organs, whether of the past or present, treating censure and praise equally. Raja Yoga is suitable for all varnas, ashramas, heenas, patitas, mixtures, and women. This Raja Yoga is the purifier and giver of various siddhis. This Yoga Sangraha actually ends the text with how a yogi approaching death should be. The yogi approaching death should remain in the state of samadhi. He will not astray from the path of yoga by not engaging himself in any external activities. By remaining in samadhi, he merges with the Supreme Brahman in a short time. Thus, the text ends. Now, I conclude that this text will be very useful for the persons who are practicing Hatha Yoga, and I am very thankful to the Indica Yoga for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muthulakshmi ji, for giving us this overview of this text, which has many important points, and especially it connects very well with some of the discussions brought in by Professor Madhusudan Pennaji yesterday, especially how Hatha and Vedanta systems, there is a fine synthesis that emerged over a period of time, and I think this is one such text which manifests this aspect in a beautiful manner. Paturi ji, can I request you for your comments and questions, if any? Sir, your voice is muted.
Okay. Amma, your presentation was very well done, excellently done. Actually, I want to learn how you bring those pictures and how you create those visualizations so well at this age. Actually, people think that at this age, people are not so savvy with all these things, but that was wonderfully done. And it was the youngsters also have to learn how to be brief about only the salient features, the unique points of the text, and really many unique points that you brought out from this text are probably from the experience of the author himself. Because you mentioned that it is an anonymous author, we are not able to know the author. We are when we have such a problem with the text, dating chronology of the text also lands into a problem. So we may not be able to exactly pinpointedly mention, bring out the date of the book. But the way the text refers to earlier concepts, we can only say mention about the sequence of the text, from after which text probably this text has come into existence. This appears to be some around 17th century text, because it is mentioning many concepts that are found in the 15th and 16th century texts also. So but definitely this is a unique contribution by the author. That is also an example of how even Hatha Yoga tradition, the authors were not just repeating or compiling ideas. Every new author was bringing out some or the other new idea. Some or the other unique ways of approaching yoga practice. And it was such a variegated tradition that there is no hard and fast rule that it has to be only this way. There are basic principles are the same, the common principles, but the details of practice are so variegated. So that was wonderful, Amma. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muthulakshmi ji. We move on to our next presentation. We have another senior scholar joining us, Dr. S. Annapurna ji. Welcome, madam. Dr. S. Annapurna ji holds a doctorate in Sanskrit, that is on Mimamsa Shastra from University of Madras. Presently, she is a research associate at KSRI, the same institute from where Dr. Muthu ji had come. And she also teaches Sanskrit in the Sacred Heart Matriculation Higher Secondary School in Chennai. So she will be speaking on a particular text, that is Yoga Bija of Gorakshanatha, and also other texts. She'll be giving us an analysis. Over to Dr. Annapurna.
Namaste, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank KSRI and Dr. Balasubramaniam giving me an opportunity to present paper in the conference. Brahmanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatidam Gaganasadusam Tattwamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatidam Trigunarayidam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yoga Bija is by the Gorakshanatha, and the name, as the name suggests, Yoga Bija is a text containing the tenets of yogic philosophy. It explains Natha Yoga and is a rare text. Has been composed as a single consolidated unit with two identical parts. The first part establishes the primacy of yoga and yoga over jnana. The second part discusses yoga philosophy and applications of yogic practices. The author constructs his doctrine through a dialogue between Goddess Parvati and Lord Shiva, wherein Parvati puts forth progressive probing questions which are answered by Lord Shiva, extolling philosophy of yoga and its efficacy. Yoga Bija threw light on the primacy of yoga over jnana, but asserts the need for both the reach state of kaivalya. Yoga hinam katham jnanam mokshapadam bhavatiswari. Yogo api jnana hinastu nakshamo moksha karmani. The author interpretations of yoga, including one posture, Vajrasana, explains pranayama and its variants, as well as the threefold bandhas, in detail and discusses about nadis, Mahayoga, Siddhis, and the state of Jivan Mukta are seen in the later parts of the text. Mahayoga constitutes the fourfold classification of yoga as Mantra Yoga, Hatha Yoga, Laya Yoga, and Raja Yoga. Mantro Hato Layo Raja Yogastad Bhumika Kramat Eka Eva Chaturdhoyam Mahayogo Abhidiyate. There is also an interesting discussion on Kakamata and Markatamata being the kinds of approach leading to liberation. In the path of liberation, Sarve Jivaha Sukhair Dukhair Maya Jalen Veshtitaha Tesha Muktihi Katam Deva Kripaya Vada Shankara. The same idea is given in Sankhya Karika of Ishwara Krishna. Dukkhatraya Vidhanat Jignasa Tad Abhaghatake Ketau. Lord Maheshwara is solicited to suggest the best path that would lead on the liberation. Baddha yena vimuchyate Natha marga mataparam. Nana margestu dushprapam kevalam paramam padam. Siddhi margena labhyeta na anyata sivabhushitam. It is very difficult to reach the exalted state of Kaivalya through different paths, and Natha Marga is only path that removes the entrapment from the ordeals of life. अनेक संख्याभिः तर्क व्याकरणादिभिः पतिता शास्त्र जालेषु प्रज्ञया अतो विमोहितः अनिर्वाच्यं पदं वक्तुं शक्यते न सुरैरपि स्वात्मा प्रकाश रूपं तत्किं शास्त्रेण प्रकाशते. The wise gets deluded by traps in logic, grammar and other scriptures, whereas the state of Kaivalya is flawless, stainless, serene, transcendent, self-evident, omniscient, and is unstained. The same ideas are given in Viveka Chudamani, the Vedantic Prakarana Grantha, in which Vadantu Shastrani, Yajantu Devan, Kurvantu Karmani, Bhavantu Devataha, Bhajantu Devataha, Atmaikya Bodhena, Vinapi, Muktir na Siddhyati, Brahma Satantaruapi. The Kathopanishad describes the same self-illuminations of Brahman as Natatra Suryo Bhati, Chandra Tarakam, Nema Vidyate, Utoya Magnihi, Tameva Bhantam Anubhati, Sarvam Tasya Bhasa, Sarvamidam Jagat. While talking about the nature of yogi, Sarirena Jitaha, Sarve Shariram Yogivir Jitam, Achintayan Shaktiman Yogi, Nana Rupani Dharayet, Samharecha Punasthani, Svechaya Vijitendriyaha, Yata Akasastata Degaha, Akasadapi Nirmalaha, Sukshmat Sukshmataro, Degaha, Stulat Stulo, Jadat Jadaha. The yogic body is similar to the Akasha and is pure than Akasha. It is subtler than the subtlest, grosser than the grossest, more inert than other inert objects. While explaining the pranayama, the author's words are very lucid. Upayam tam avijñāya yoga marge pravartate khandajñānena tenaiva jayate kleshabhak naraha yo ajitva pavanam mohat yogam icchati yoginaha so apakvam kumbham alukya sagaram tartam icchati. One who embarks on the path of yoga without having firm idea and with an incomplete knowledge will become afflicted. Practice of yoga out of delusion without controlling the breath is akin to embarking a voyage across the ocean seated on a water pot. Even Hatha Yoga Pratipika wants that prana can be tamed only gradually, else it will kill the practitioner. Yatha simho gajo vyagro bhavet pasyaha tataiva bhavito sevito vayuhu anyata hanti sadhakam The conquest of earth is possible only with the grace of assistance of an apt guru, which is in effect is an accomplishment of control over mind through prana. Guru prasadantam marudeva sadhyate tenaiva chittam bhavanena sadhitam sayeva yogi say jitendriyaha sukhi mooda na jananti kutarkavadinaha. Mundakopanishad reveals a similar situation. Nayamatma balahinena labhyo nacha prasadat tapasova apyalingat etair upayair yatate yastu vidvam taseva atma visate brahmadhyama. Regarding asanas, in Ashtanga Yoga, Maharishi Patanjali has summarized the practical part of yoga as 8-limbed Ashtanga in Siddha, Sadhana Pada and Vibhuti Pada in his Yoga Sutra as Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhayo, Ashta, Angani. Yoga Sutra defines asana as Stiram Sukham Asanam, but Yoga Bija does not describe any asana in detail like other Hatha Yoga texts, but adds that by meditation on the infinite, the posture becomes firm and steady. Yoga Bija mentions only Vajrasana, but does not describe the steps involved therein. Vajrasana gato nityam, masardhantu samabhyaset. In another occasion, it states that the yogi should sit in Vajrasana posture and activate Kundalini. Vajrasana sthito yogi chalayitva tu kundalim. The same verse appears in Hatha Yoga Pradipika also. In the process of awakening the Kundalini, Yoga Bija suggests that a practitioner should kindle power to strengthen and arouse the eightfold coiled Kundalini by constricting the navel. Nirudhya Marutam Gadham Sakti Charana Yuktitaha Ashtada Kundali Bhutam Rujum Kartum Tu Kundalim Nabher Akunchanam Kuryat Kundalin Chalayet Tataha. In the Yoga Yajnavalkya describes the position of Kundalini as above the navel chakra. Tasyordham Kundali Sthanam Nabher Siryagatordvataha Ashta Prakriti Rupasa Ashtada Kundalini Krita. Well, coming to the nadis, Yoga Bija does not throw light on the nadis, but only summarizes about their impact on a couple of verses. Other yogic texts like Hatha Yoga Pradipika and Hatha Ratnavali state that there are 72,000 nadis in this body. Siva Samhita states that there are 350,000 nadis, and also that the crisscross the body through its length and breadth, and they are the vehicles of sensation and regulate motor functions. Yoga Bija describes that in the wherever there exist 21 nadis located in Sushma. They are Sushumna. They are like pearls attained in a string. Vajradande tu Sambhuta. Manayas Chaika Vimsatiki. Sushumnayam Sthitaha Sarve Sutre Manikana Iva. Coming to Bandhas, with the fourfold Kumbhaka well established, the threefold bandhas should be performed by the aspirant to get control over prana. The three bandhas are Mula, Uddiyana, Jalandhara, and their characteristics are explained. Prathamato Mula Bandhastu, Dvitiyastu, Uddiyanakaha, Jalandharaha, Tritiyastu, Lakshanam, Kathayamyakam. The verses and the steps contained therein are almost in Yoga Sutra Darshana, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Hatha Ratnavali, Yoga Tattvopanishad, and Shaiva Samhita. At the conclusion, I would like to say that Yoga Bija, as an ancient text, had been source of inspiration for many other texts, yogic texts. It is really an astonishing fact that with as little as 200 verses. Yoga Bija has been able to counter jnana and expound in brief the principles of yogic concepts in a fluent literary style. I thank Indic Academy for giving me the opportunity to present the paper in the international conference. Thank you, sir.
Namaste, Annapurna ji.
Namaste, sir.
The papers from Kuppaswamy Shastri Research Institute all are bringing one or the other wonderful Hatha Yoga text to the fore. And as Vinay Chandra ji was mentioning, more and more we have a look at these texts, more and more we are getting the impression that the amalgamation between jnana and yoga, Vedanta and yoga, grew enormously during a certain period of Indian history for some reason. And probably that was also spreading at the ground level among practitioners. And these books have come from those practitioners only. Every one of these books probably has come from the practitioners, and probably the diversity of presentations in all these books probably is because of one's own amalgamation, one's own process of amalgamation, method of amalgamation, and these are documentations of their actual practices, it appears so, the way we look at these texts. And if there are questions from the audience with regard to this, we probably may take up questions. There seem to be no questions there.
We have a question regarding to what period does this text belong to?
It is the 11,129, sir.
Oh.
Maybe.
Okay.
Because the Mughal period and the rulers of the period at that time was given, not the date exactly of Gorakshanatha, because there are so many Gorakshanathas formed in the yoga period and in the NCC. So actually this book does not, NCC does not give the name of Gorakshanathas Bija Ganesa. Okay. It is taken from some other commentary book, and the date is been fixed.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir.
With this we move on to our next scholar, a young promising scholar, Gaurav. Welcome.
Namaste, Vinay.
Shri Gaurav Kadlag is a junior research fellow doing his PhD at the Department of Indian Philosophy. We saw his teacher, master presenting yesterday, that is Professor Madhusudan Pennaji, and today we have Shri Gaurav Kadlag. He's pursuing his PhD at Kavikula Guru Kalidas Sanskrit University in Nagpur. And in his free time, he also teaches yoga to his students, both using the traditional as well as the modern approaches. And he will be presenting on a particular text called Yoga Chintamani, where he's collecting manuscripts from different sources, and he'll be presenting his work, the work that he's doing for his PhD here in this conference. Over to you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Vinay Chandraji. Let me start my session by offering prayer to Maharishi Patanjali. Yogena chittasya padena vacham malam sharirasya cha vaidyakena yopa karuttam pravaram muninam patanjalim pranjaliranatosmi. Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it's starting.
Okay. Yes. It's not having a full screen mode.
No, I think The panels are blocking it. Maybe you want to change it into a full screen mode.
Okay.
You might have to reduce the zoom panels.
Okay. Let me do that.
You know, just go back and make it full screen from the view. That's enough. You can go back to your earlier screen with the slides, and then just make it full screen. That's all. That's enough. We seem to have lost Gaurav Catalog because of some network problem. Meanwhile, we can take up some questions connected to the previous presentations, or we may discuss.
Sorry, sir, for the inconvenience. Actually, my laptop was locked. I don't know, unfortunately, but let me share my screen again.
Yes, your screen has appeared.
Yes. So, is it visible, sir? Shall I make it?
It is very much visible. Just go to slideshow, make it from the beginning. That's all. You're set.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It's perfect. Yeah. Thank you. I'm extremely sorry for the inconvenience. So, as Dr. Vinay Chandra sir said that it is my PhD topic. I have been working on this topic since last 3 years. As a critical edition, I'm doing the textual criticism of this text. Today, I'm going to present a paper on a survey of available manuscript, which I have used and which I have searched for my PhD research. So before that, let me introduce you with the text. Yoga Chintamani is an encyclopedic compendium of yoga text. It is written by Shivananda Saraswati, probably between the 15th and 17th century AD. The time is not confirmed and more research is required on this field. But as long as I know that I have the manuscript from the earliest manuscript, the oldest manuscript I have with me is of earliest 17th century. So the timing by P.K. Gode and other scholars have also been attributed to 15th to 17th century. Okay, so it is a unique compilation of quotations from around 90 other works, including but not limited to Shrutis like Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Shvetashvatara Upanishad, Chandogya Upanishad, and many other Upanishads have been quoted by Shivananda Saraswati. From Smritis like Bhagavad Gita, there are many quotes from Bhagavad Gita also. Puranas like Skanda Puran, Shiva Puran, and many less known Puranas like Vishnu Dharma Puran, Vishnu Dharmottar Puran, Java, and like these Puranas have also been quoted in this text. Then there are Hatha Yoga texts. It is very interesting to know that many of the texts from yesterday we have discussed here, like Yoga Bija, then another text was Amrit Siddhi. These texts have also been extensively quoted by this Yoga Chintamani, by Shivananda Saraswati in Yoga Chintamani. Then Patanjali Sutra also has an important place in this text, and their commentaries are also there. Two commentaries have been extensively quoted, like first is Vyasa Bhashya and another is a Rajmartanda. Okay, so the text is divided into the 4 chapters and has 3,500 verses. So this is a very voluminous text, and that's why it is not possible, unfortunately, to cover all the text in this short amount of time. But I will give you the gist of all these chapters. So the first, all these chapters are based on the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, like Ashtanga Yoga. So you can see that the first chapter is based on the definitions of yoga and its various types. The second chapter is do's and don'ts, Kritya Kritya Nirnaya. What should be done by yoga practitioner, what should not be done. Then Shatakarmas are discussed, then Mudras are discussed, Yama Niyamas and Asanas. Okay, so in the second chapter, the many limbs of the Bahiranga Yoga have been discussed. Then in the third chapter, Pranayama and Pratyahara have been extensively discussed. And in the fourth chapter, Dharana, Dhyan and Samadhi have been discussed. So this is a short picture of this text. So the identity of the author Shivananda Saraswati has not been very clear yet, because we don't know much about him. But he is definitely not an academic scholar. He was an ascetic saint, and he belongs to the ascetic lineage. And particularly, he belongs to the Advaita tradition, because the influence of Advaita tradition can be clearly seen in his text. Okay, and in his Mangalacharan also, he has clearly said that Shri Vyasamyati Shankara Bhavagurum, Shri Vyasamyati Shankara Bhavagurum, Shri Ramachandram Gurum, Sandrananda Padam Bhujam Sakalan, Natvahi Yogeshwaram. So from this verse, we can clearly understand that the Shivananda Saraswati clearly hails from the Advaita background. Okay. So the more research is required to clear the identity. There are I found some manuscripts attributed to Shivananda Saraswati. It is a part of more research that if he is the same Shivananda Saraswati or not. So today there would be a question that what is the relevance of my today's presentation to the theme of this conference, that is Hatha Yoga. Though this text is not completely dedicated to the Hatha Yoga, but many quotations, like I said, are from Hatha Yoga text. Okay, but I want to discuss here that the history and the propagation of the yoga, particularly the Hatha Yoga, it should be studied from the manuscripts. And I can see that, I feel that I may be wrong, but I feel that not many young scholars are interested in the manuscripts. That is because they don't know how to gather those manuscripts and how to find those manuscripts. It is very tedious work, as per my experience. Okay, so I have pointed out these objectives so that from my presentation, the people who are interested in the Hatha Yoga text, its textual criticism and critical edition, and its propagation, it might be useful, and it will be definitely useful, I think so. And more students will be interested to do the critical edition or the textual criticism simply in the field of Hatha Yoga text. Okay, so the first objective is to assess the availability of Yoga Chintamani manuscripts, cataloged and uncatalogued. Yes, there are cataloged information of Yoga Chintamani manuscripts and uncatalogued also. I will go to that point later on. And second objective is to classify the available manuscript into the certain categories, so we can make it sure that this manuscript belongs particular to this group. To assess the current geographical spread of Yoga Chintamani manuscripts. There has been a discussion from yesterday that a particular Tantra tradition has been related to the Buddhist Tantra tradition or not, or the Gorakshanath is also related to the Buddhist tradition or not. The geographical spread of any manuscript or the geographical spread of any tradition, we can certainly say that after studying it, we can certainly say that if there was such an influence over this text or these traditions. So geographical spread of manuscripts, its study is also important. So one of my objectives is to assess the current geographical spread. Now, in the colophons of many manuscripts, it has not been clearly mentioned that whether this manuscript is written at this place. In very few manuscripts in the colophons, it has been written that it is written at this place and at different place. But probably the manuscripts which are stored at the custodians are gathered from that local area. So that's why we can say that the geographical spread of particular manuscript is this or not. So the next objective is to assess the influence of languages and scripts on the Yoga Chintamani manuscripts. So it is also important to assess the influence of languages and scripts so that we can understand the popularity of the text. Okay. To assess the efficacy of Namami's web catalog or database, this is a very new thing. Namami has been that is National Mission for Manuscripts. It comes under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and they have been really working good. But there are some flaws, and I will be discussing those things later on. So the Yoga Chintamani first, I would not say it is an unpublished text, but I would not say that it is a completely means the publication is not existing right now, because the first Yoga Chintamani, which was edited by Sri Haridasa Sharmana, which was published by Calcutta Oriental Press. The Calcutta Oriental Press has been discontinued, and there are no books or the volumes are available in the market. In fact, I got this text, or we can say that the scan of the text from the National Library of India, where this is a very rare published text. Okay, its date is unknown. It is not printed on that print, but it may be around 1930 AD. Then in the New Catalogus Catalogorum, volume 22, which was published by University of Madras, the detail about the Yoga Chintamani manuscripts has been given. Okay, so in 1953, P.K. Gode has extensively given information about Yoga Chintamani in his text, in his article, Yoga Chintamani of Shivananda Saraswati, an encyclopedic compendium of yoga text and its critical analysis. It is a part of studies in Indian literary history. Then recently, Dr. Jason Bridge from Source University, I am very glad to present in such a platform where he is also contributing. I'm very glad he has been very helpful to me if I got any problem. So he in his PhD thesis, the Amanaska King of All Yogas, he has written some section on Yoga Chintamani manuscripts. Okay, so this at these places Yoga Chintamani has been mentioned. Then what is the methodology? What methodology I used to find out those manuscripts and don't categorize them? So first I searched for the Yoga Chintamani manuscripts with the title. That I did not go for the subject, and then first I searched for the Yoga Chintamani manuscripts, and then I filtered out the manuscript related to other subjects. I will also explain which are the manuscript related to other subjects, and then I categorized the Yoga Chintamani manuscripts of a yoga subject. There are many texts with the same title, and this has been the problem. Many presenters have already discussed that there are many parallel texts also available with the same title. So there might be confusion. So I categorized them on the basis of subject, and then I noted down the manuscript title, author, script, language, folios, its extent, whether it is complete or not complete, then accession number and remarks. I will not be discussing in more details. I just gave you the methodology which I have followed. So the resources I used, first of all, is the descriptive catalog of yoga manuscripts published by Kapil Dham Yoga Research Institute. It was published in 2005, and it has not been updated since then. There was a first volume of this catalog also, but after that they published this updated catalog. But as per my findings, there are also some lacunas, or some manuscripts are missing from that catalog. But it's okay. It is very helpful for the researchers. Second is a web catalog of National Mission for Manuscripts. I observed that not many scholars are using this catalog, and this is a very useful and this is resourceful catalog. Though there are many flaws, I will discuss them. And then I use many OPECs. I'm just discussing some of them, like OPEC of Deccan College Library, Pune, then web catalog of Nepali German Manuscript Conservation Project. So these catalogs, these resources but the first two resources I extensively used. The limitation of this study is New Catalogus Catalogorum has not been referred. The reason behind it, it's my experience. I may be wrong, but the New Catalogus Catalogorum is rarely available. It is not so easily available few initial volumes are available on archives.org, like public servers. But this particular volume, I did not find this particular volume. But there was a online there was an online new catalogs catalogorum. But even in that also the abbreviation have not been explained. So there is a problem that I do not know which abbreviation stands for which institute. And even after referring with this catalogorum, your problem will not end there, because you will have to find those catalogs which have been mentioned in this new catalogorum. So particularly, I do not prefer to refer it. So coming to the categories, I categorize the Yoga Chintamani manuscript. Before that, I extensively searched these manuscripts over the catalog of National Manuscript Mission. So I found out that there are two major categories of Yoga Chintamani manuscripts. First is Ayurveda, and majority of the texts are attributed to the Harshakirti, who is also known as Harshakirti Suri, who belongs to the Jaina tradition. So these manuscripts are also very popular. Then many Ayurveda texts are attributed to the Narsimha, Praninatha, Avasti, Pandit Ram Sevak, Nagadev, Dhanvantari, and Ganesh. So I segregated these and I separated out. So I got some manuscripts which are related to yoga and which are not related, which of whom identity I don't know. So I separated out those manuscripts. So in yoga also there are two major categories. First is a manuscript of Shivananda Saraswati, and second is attributed to the Godavar Mishra. There are two manuscripts of Godavar Mishra, and there has been a discussion that the Shivananda Saraswati text took an inspiration from Godavar Mishra and then constructed this text, but that is another part. So after categorizing these into the subject of yoga, I got these statistics. So I chose 79 manuscripts with the Yoga Chintamani title, out of which these two first, if you can see the first box, the Yoga Chintamani manuscript of Godavar Mishra, there were two manuscripts, out of which one manuscript is already popular and it has been referred by many scholars, which is deposited at Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute. But another one manuscript I found from this National Mission for Manuscripts catalog, and it is in the personal custody. In my personal finding, that I found out that that the manuscripts are deposited at the personal custodies also and in institutional custodies also. So many manuscripts are in the personal custody. Okay, so second is the Yoga Chintamani manuscripts of the Shivananda Saraswati. So there are 49 manuscripts I found, out of which 20 manuscripts are in complete condition. There are 17 manuscripts are in incomplete condition, and the extent of 12 manuscript is not known. In the catalogs or in those databases, it has not been mentioned, the extent. Okay, then the third category is on the commentaries on Yoga Chintamani. So there are I found 5 commentaries on Yoga Chintamani, out of which one is wrongly attributed to the Shivananda Saraswati. Actually, it is a commentary on another. It is a text called as the Yoga Chintamani, and that is attributed to Shivananda Saraswati. But it is not. Another 4 manuscripts are with the commentaries, in which one manuscript is very interesting, that it is deposited in the Nepal National Archives of Nepal, and it has a commentary in the Nepali language. So it is very interesting that these spread, the spread of Yoga Chintamani is up to Nepal, and a commentary also happened in that Nepali language. Okay, so and I also found out there are 23 manuscripts with the unknown identity. They might be of Ayurveda manuscript, or they might be other manuscripts, but I did not find any clue about them that these manuscripts are particularly related to yoga.
Gaurav,
yes?
You may have to go a little faster, please.
Yes, sir. I'm at the end. So geographical spread in India, the manuscripts are spread at Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh. 1 manuscript are deposited at there. At Rajasthan, 2 manuscripts are there. At Gujarat, 3 manuscripts are there. At West Bengal, 3 manuscripts are there, and 1 published text is there. At Maharashtra, 10 manuscripts are there, and at Uttar Pradesh, there are 12 manuscripts. Majority of manuscripts are at Uttar Pradesh. So total 34 manuscripts are there. And then the geographical spread out of India, there are 12 manuscripts in Nepal, 1 manuscript in current day Pakistan, that is Punjab University Library, and one manuscript at United Kingdom, Cambridge University, and one at Germany, that is Tübingen University. So there are total 15 manuscripts out of India, and the manuscript except Hyderabad, Cambridge, and Tübingen, all other manuscripts belong to the northern side of Indian subcontinent. This is very interesting. That I will now conclude with a short summary. I observed that the Yoga Chintamani of Shivananda Saraswati was a popular text because, as we know, that it is spread all across the Indian subcontinent, and except two manuscripts in the Nepali language, all other manuscripts are in Sanskrit language. Okay, so and again, except one manuscript in Nevari script, all other manuscripts are written in Devanagari script. So it is clearly, we can see that there is an influence of North Indian scripts and Sanskrit language over the manuscripts. There is no evidence of manuscript with southern language or script. So I did not find any manuscript with the scripts of southern part. 23 manuscripts have been found which are not recorded in Kevaladham's catalog. One manuscript of Godavar Mishra as YCM means Yoga Chintamani has also came into the light. So I found out these 23 manuscripts which are not otherwise recorded by the catalog. And my last finding is the Namami's online catalog is very helpful to search the manuscript, though it has some flaws, but it is working. I'm thankful to the Indic Academy, Professor Nagaraj Paturi, Dr. Vinay Chandra, and other people, to other dignitaries to that they give me chance to talk on such a big platform. I'm really thankful to them. Namaste.
Thank you, Gaurav, for presenting the work involved in publishing any text. It really highlights the kind of efforts that the scholars put in and why we are so grateful to all these scholars who dedicate their lives in the textual research. So thank you very much. Maybe as a quick question, I'll ask you this. If you can quickly summarize the content you elaborately explained the kind of work, manuscript related survey that you are doing, but any quick comments on the unique elements, aspects of the content of that text?
Yes, sir. As from yesterday, we have been discussing the amalgamation of the different traditions of in India of yogic traditions. This has been extensively seen in this text. Like there has been Shivananda's text, and then he belongs to the Advaita tradition, and clearly he mentions, or he in his text we can clearly see that he has an Advaita background. Okay, so and he has been mentioning, he has been supporting his quotations with the Patanjali's quotations. So Patanjali is Advaita tradition. So there is no there is no conflict between our shastras. So this can be easily seen, and I'm happy to say that from yesterday we have been discussing about the Tantra text, Agama text, then Advaita text, and then many different texts. So all these texts, like yesterday also Matanga Parameshwar Tantra also has been discussed in the last presentation. The quotations from Matanga Parameshwar Tantra has also been there. So this Shivananda Saraswati no doubt was a very renowned scholar, and he has minutely quoted, like if you see there are 3,500 verses. That is a huge text. That is a very voluminous text. And another some peculiarities, some features of this text are many texts which are not right now available with us or not cataloged, like Yoga Bhaskara. This text has been thought to be lost, and this text has been quoted by Shivananda Saraswati. So many unpopular texts, many texts which thought to be lost have been quoted by Shivananda Saraswati. So this could be Shivananda's text could be the fault line for all this text. And I would like to mention here that Brahmananda's Jyotsna also has mentioned this Yoga Chintamani in it. So it was a popular text at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. Over to Patuliji.
Yeah, that was Gauravji. You have gone into manuscript research very deeply, and you presented the amount of work that is involved, and it is a survey of the manuscripts that are available. We hope ultimately you will be coming out with a very good critical edition from all the texts and all the pedigree of the texts you make, and a very good critical edition is brought out about this text. Again, repeatedly what is coming out is that Vedanta and yoga amalgamation is documented in all these works all through. And this is just a digression from what you are doing, but related to this relationship between Vedanta, Upanishads, and yoga that we were discussing. I would have loved Dr. Elst to be present at this point when I am making these observations, because it is related to the discussion of chakras coming from some other place or from the Upanishads. Yesterday I was mentioning this Yatan Chaika Chakradayasya Nadyaha from Kathopanishad. Then the whole day I was thinking about this, and I went back to Kathopanishad and I saw the earlier verse also talking about Yada Sarve Pratibhidyante Hridayasyeha Grantayaha. This is again this Bhedana, Pratibhedana, Grantayaha. All these are again in the chakra based yoga practice. All the chakra based yoga practice is talking about Bhedana, and there is a Granthi. These are all Granthis, and the Bhedana of Granthi is mentioned. And you have the Padma analogy, Padma image, Padma visualization of the Hridaya chakra. So these are all evidences from Upanishads that the ideas of Padma-like visualization of what are now called as chakras is there, and Bhedana is there, Granthi idea is also there, right at the time of Katha Upanishad itself. And Chandogya also talks about this. And in Prashna Upanishad, we have a mention of a Vyana moving in these nadis also. So I think as Spanishwarji was mentioning, we have to be a little more cautious and honest in doing this research. There is absolutely no objection to bringing things from China, accepting borrowing things from China, but they were not brought into some empty space here is my contention. So for that I wanted to bring one more evidence from Katha Upanishad about Vedana and Granthis also. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
May I add just one word? May I add just one word?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, Professor Kananji, yes.
Yeah. There is also a reference in Taittiriya to what is presently called Lambika Yoga. Antarena taluke yoyam stana ivavalambate, and so on. This reference is also there. And just now Patariji referred to Padmakosha Pratikasham Hridayan Chapyadhomukham, etc. So that reference is also there. There is a reference to the Puritat also in the Upanishads. I think there are quite a few references. Only the terminology has developed a little later. And therefore, even for example, for the Trigunas of Sankhya also, we do not get the same names as Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. But on the other hand, we have Tejas, Up, and Anna as the correlated concepts, and which ultimately lead to the same issues and analysis. And therefore, we must, in fact, the very word yoga itself occurs in the oldest of texts in Rig Veda and in Yajurveda and so on. And therefore, I do not think there is a need to say that this is necessarily an importation from China or elsewhere. Thank you.
Just adding to...
No, I'm just, in the interest of time, I don't want this discussion at this moment. We can take it up again later. So thank you, Gaurav, and thank you, Professor Paturi, and thank you, Professor Kannan. I now move on to our next presenter, Srimati V. Preeti. Namaste, Preeti ji. Srimati V. Preeti ji is currently working as the Assistant Professor at the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai. And earlier, she has worked as an assistant professor in Kumararani Meena Muttaya College of Arts and Science. She has been working in the field of Sanskrit and manuscript studies and related studies for a long time and has varied interests. Some of her papers actually represent these. She has presented on modes of addresses in Sanskrit literature, Tamil works rendered into Sanskrit, games and pastimes in ancient India, Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy in Sanskrit literature, esoteric principles of Bala Mukundashtaka, and architecture in Mahabharata. So all these are various research papers that she has published and presented. She has done her PhD under the guidance of Dr. V. Kameshwari, who is the director of the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, and has submitted her PhD thesis in the area of Alankara, in the area of Sahitya. So now I request Preeti ji to continue with her presentation.
Namaskaram. I'm Preeti, and can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
I'm Preeti, and I'm going to talk about Goraksha Shataka, a unique text on Hatha Yoga. Goraksha Shataka is an important Hatha Yoga text of Natha Sampradaya. Hatha Yoga deals with the various techniques to preserve the body in good health by removing the ailments in the body and by regulating the bodily function. Yoga Shikopanishad splits the word Hatha into Ha and Tha, the former signifying the sun and the latter the moon. The sun and the moon, when unified, can elevate the yogi to the higher planes of yoga. Hakare tu suryaha syat thakarendu ruchyate surya chandra masoraikyam hata ityabhidiyate. The Goraksha Shataka gives the essential instruction for the practice of yoga. The name Shataka itself points out that this work contains 100 verses. This work is authored by Gorakshanatha, pupil of Matsyendranatha, a leading exponent of the Natha Sampradaya. His date is tentatively fixed as 10th century AD. The goal of human life is to be liberated from the cycle of birth and death or self-realization. Goraksha Shataka begins stating that to realize this goal, one has to practice the Shadanga Yoga, namely asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Asanam, prana samyamaha, pratyaharo atha dharana, dhyanam samadhi retani, yogangani bhavanti shat. These 6 limbs shall be dealt with in order here. Asanas. Asana is a posture for contemplation. A posture is necessary to keep the body motionless. Body's unchecked restlessness disturb the mind and scatter the energy of the will. Goraksha Shataka verses 5 and 6 states that Lord Maheshwara created 84 asanas for all the creatures, each asana representing 1 lakh creatures. Each asana is supposed to control certain muscles and nerves of the body. They are also useful as therapeutic measures for certain disease conditions. Asanebhyaha samastebhyo dvayameva vishishyate ekam siddhasanam proktam dvitiyam kamalasam. Siddhasana. In Siddhasana, one should place the left heel in the perineal space and press firmly and place the right heel above the pubes, making the spine erect. Remain motionless with the organs under control and looking between the eyebrows. This is Siddhasana, which breaks open the door of liberation. Etan moksha kavata bheda janakam Siddhasanam prochite. Next is Padmasana. One should place the right heel at the root of the left thigh and the left heel at the root of the right, crossing the hands behind the back and taking hold of the great toes, the right toe with the right hand and the left toe with the left, placing the chin firmly on the chest, one should look fixedly at the tip of the nose. This is commonly known as Badha Padmasana, which destroy all diseases. Etat vyadhi vikarahani yaminam padmasanam prochite. Next is pranayama. Goraksha describes the importance of pranayama as follows. When the breath is unsteady, everything is unsteady. But when the breath is still, all else is still and the yogi becomes motionless. So one should control the breath. Chale vate chalam sarvam nishchale nishchalam bhavet yogi sthanutvam apnoti tato vayum nibadhyate. Here, prana roughly means vayu residing in the body and ayana means it's restraint. Gorakshanatha describes two types of pranayama, Chandranga Abhyasa and Suryanga Abhyasa. In the former, one should sit in the Padmasana and inhale prana through Ida and keep the breath for some time, then exhale through Pingala by meditating on the orb of the moon. In the latter, one should inhale through Pingala and one should fill the lungs, then retaining the breath for some time. One should exhale again by Ida, having meditated on the orb of the sun situated at the Nabhi. I have given the verses here. Pranayama in 12 matras with Pranava has three parts, Rechaka, Puraka and Kumbhaka. As the matras get increased, the results also vary. Rechaka Purakaschaiva Kumbhakaha Pranavatmakaha Pranayamo Bhavetredha Matra Dvadasha Samyutaha. Next is Pratyahara. Gorakshanatha is very specific while defining Pratyahara. To him, Pratyahara means withholding of the nectar. The nectar flowing from the moon situated at the palate base is drawn to the navel by the sun. Chandranga mritamayim dharam pratyaharati bhaskaraha tat pratyaharanam tasya pratyaharaha cha uchyate. In this text, the navel is portrayed as the burning sun, while the base of the palate is described as the moon full of nectar. The navel sun is up, the palate moon is down. This action is known as Viparita Karani, which should be learned from the preceptor. Says, Urdhvanabhi radhastalu urdhva bhanu radhaha shashi karanam viparitakyam guru vaktrena labhyate. This is a special terminology added by Gorakshanatha. Next is Dharana. Dharana is something that is practiced by the steadiness of the mind. Gorakshanatha explains how to do dharana on 5 elements separately and the benefits of it. From verses 69 to 74, Gorakshanatha gives details about the dharana on the 5 elements, its parts of the body, in which the elements have to be concentrated upon, time duration, the specific akshara allotted to it, devata and its benefits. For easy understanding, they are presented here in the tabular form. The first one is Prithvi, earth element, which is situated in the heart. One who meditates, the time duration will be 5 ghatikas, which is 2 hours. The Akshara, Lakara and the deity is Brahma. The benefit will be one who meditate on this Prithvi, the heart, can move without obstruction and can conquer the earth. The next is Apa, water element. The location is throat and the time duration is 5 ghatikas. The Akshara characterized is Vakara and the deity associated with is Vishnu, and one can digest even the worst poison. The third one is Agni, fire element, which is situated in the palate region. One can concentrate on this for 5 ghatikas. The Akshara is Repa and Devata is Rudra. By doing this, one can control over the fire. The fourth one is Vayu, air element, which is situated between the 2 eyebrows. Akshara will be Yakara and the Devata Ishvara. One who meditate on this for 5 ghatikas can fly in the sky. The last one is Akasha, space, the part of the body is Brahmarandra and the time duration is 5 Ghatikas. The Akshara associated is Hakara and the Devata is Sadashiva. One who concentrate on this for 5 Ghatikas, that is 2 hours, can breaks open the door of the liberation. Goraksha also adds the 5 dharanas on the bhutas, bestow the power of stambhana, solidifying, dravana, liquefying, dahana, burning, brahmana, swirling, and shoshana, drying and absorbing. The yogi performing the 5 dharanas, which are difficult to be mastered, is absolved from all sins. Stambhani, dhavani chaiva, dahani, brahmani tatha, shoshani cha bhavatyevam bhutanam pancha dharanaha. Next is dhyana. In the opinion of Gorakshanatha, all kinds of thoughts reside in the heart of the yogi, but when his mind is fixed only on the Atma, it is called dhyana. Sarvam chinta samavarti yogino hridi vartate yattatve nishchitam chetas tattu dhyanam prachakshate. He further adds that the dhyana is of 2 types, namely saguna, qualified and distinguished with color, form and feature, and nirguna, the absolute without any attributes. Vidha bhavati tadhyanam sagunam nirgunam tatha sagunam varna bhedena nirgunam kevalam viduhu. The author says that the student obtain mastery over the chakras Adhara, Swadhisthana, Manipuraka, Anahata, Vishuddha, Agnya and Sahasrara by meditating upon them as identical with the Atma. The author elaborates thus: one who meditates on the first chakra Adhara and the second Swadhisthana chakra with the concentration fixed on the tip of the nose is freed from the sin. Manipuraka chakra has the power to stir up the world. One who meditates on this chakra with full concentration can get the supremacy. Anahata chakra unfolds the lotus located in the heart. One who meditates on this becomes one with Brahman. Vishuddha chakra is situated in the throat. The yogi who meditates on this is identified with Brahman. A yogi who meditates on the deity who resides in the Agnya chakra in the center of the eyebrows can become full of bliss. The one who meditates in the Sahasrara on the absolute and peaceful Shiva is freed from suffering. Here I have given the verses for each chakra. Then, after detailing all these, Gorakshanatha specifies that as long as the 5 tanmatras, namely hearing, touch, sight, taste, and smell persist in the respective sense organs, the ear, skin, eyes, tongue, and nose, so long it is called meditation. Thereafter begins the samadhi. Shabdakyaha pancha yamatra yavat karnadishu smritaha tavadeva smritam dhyanam tat samadhi rataha para. Samadhi. Samadhi is defined by Gorakshanatha as the state when prana is stilled and the mind is absorbed. Yada samkshiyate prano manasam cha viliyate tada samasaikatvam samadhi rabhidiyate. He further adds that a yogi who does not feel the smell, flavor, form, touch and sound, nor recognize himself or others, not devoted by time, not affected by any action, and is conquered by anyone, has attained samadhi. Na gandham, na rasam rupam, na sparsham, na cha niswanam, atmanam, na param veti, na yogi yuktaha samadhina, khadadye, na cha kalena, badhyate, na cha karmana. Next, the author Gorakshanatha concludes this text, saying that knowers of Brahman know that he is constant, pure, steady, and of the nature of intelligence and bliss. In the highest space of a knower of yoga attains non-duality through the Mukti Sopana, which is veritable fire to the terrible forest in the form of samsara. Nirmalam Nishchalam Nityam Nishkriyam Nirgunam Mahat Vyoma Vijnanamanandam Brahma Krama Vido Viduhu Bhava Bhayavane Vannir Mukti Sopana Margataha Advayatvam Brajen Nityam Yoga Vitparame Pade. Next, Chakra, Nadhi, Vayu, Mudra and Bandhas. Interestingly, Gorakshanatha adds information on all these features of Hatha Yoga after he has discussed the asanas and before stating the explanation of pranayama. However, information on chakras are also found in different places on the text. Information culled out from the various shlokas on the chakras from the text, verses from 10 to 15 and 60 to 63 are given in the tabular column. Here I have given the tabular column. I have given the name of the chakras, its location and number of petals, the deity and the letters inscribed in the petals.
Pritiji, we may want you to go a little faster.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Next is Nadhi. Nadhi carry prana, life force, energy. In the physical body, the nadis are channels carrying air, nutrients, blood, and other bodily fluids around. In the subtle and the casual body, the nadis are channels for the so-called cosmic, vital, seminal, mental, and intellectual energies, and are important for sensations, consciousness, and the spiritual era. The nadis are described in a unique way in the text. Goraksha says that there is a bulbous root, kandha, below the navel and above the reproductive organ, which issues the 72,000 nadis. Out of these 72 are important as they serve as channels of prana. Among them, mainly 10 are remarkable. I have given the verses here. Ida, Pingala and Sushumna are the three most important nadis, and the other being Gandhari, Hastidvaja, Pusha, Yashaswini, Alampusha, Puhu and Shankhini. These are the 10 nadis located in with their terminals, and each occupies the parts of, I have given the picture here for the nadi where it is located. Ida situated in the left region, Pingala in the right, Sushumna in the mid region, while Gandhari reaches the left eye and Hastidvaja reaches the right, and Pusha reaches the right ear. Yashaswini reaches the left ear, Alampusha in the mouth, Puhu in the region above the reproductive organ, Shankini in the Mooladhara. I have given the verses for that. Since the three important nadis, Ida, Pingala and Sushumna carry the prana continually, they are described as having for their deities the moon, sun and Agni respectively. Next is Vayus. Goraksha gives the names of the Vayus and their actions briefly. The main Vayus are Prana, Apana, Samana, Udhana, Vyana, Naga, Kurma, Krikara, Devadatta and Dhananjaya. Among these, first five are pranas and the others take the form of Jiva, life, and move in the thousands of nadis. Next is Mudras and Bandha. In this text, the Mudras and Mahamudra and Kechari Mudra are described by Gorakshanatha in a subtle manner. The Mahamudra is described thus: one should place and press his left heel continually in the yoni. The right leg should be outstretched and held with both the hands. Chin should be placed on the chest. One who is doing this Mahamudra gets the power to destroy all his sins. Esha Pataka Nashini Sumahati Mudra and Rinam Pruchite. In Kechari Mudra, one should turn his tongue back into the cavity in the skull, the nasopharynx, and the eyes are fixed firmly between the eyebrows. Next is Mahabandhas. Next, the author describes the Udyana, Jalandhara and Moolabandhas. Above the male genital organ, below the navel is the region of Udyana. The Udyana Bandha controls this region. Jalandhara Bandha is characterized by the contraction of the throat and performed in such a way that the nectar does not fall in the fire situated in the Nabhi Mandala and Vayu does not go the wrong way. In Moolabandha, pressing the yoni with the heel, one should contract the rectum and draw the apana upwards. I have given the picture here for the three important bandhas. Thus, Goraksha ends this discussion abruptly and moves on to explain the concept of pranayama. Now I'm going to conclude my paper. Mind control being the central objective of yoga, all the 6 techniques, namely asanas, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi, along with the shatchakras, vayus, mudras, and bandhas are explained in this text. This text finally concludes that by complete control of the physical organs, mental steadiness, and reversal of the flow of mental activity, the mind loses itself in the highest self, which leads to self-realization. In just 100 verses, the text Goraksha Shataka described the salient features of Hatha Yoga leading to Raja Yoga. Thank you.
Thank you, Srimati Preeti ji, for this elaborate introduction into one of the main texts of Hatha Yoga, that is Goraksha Shatakam. And I'm afraid in the interest of time, we won't be able to take up any questions. But I would request the participants, if they have their questions, they can kindly key in the questions in the Q&A box, and Preeti ji will be there to respond to your questions. And with this, we proceed to our next session. We have with us Dr. Jason Birch, who is part of a very big research project that is taking on the Hatha Yoga project. And I now request Dr. Jairamanji to introduce Dr. Jason Birch and moderate this session. Over to you, Dr. Jairamanji. Dr. Jairaman is the Director of Research at Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, and he's also the co-curator of this conference.
Namaste. Good morning to one and all in India, and good afternoon, good evening, and good night. So for participants from various parts of the country, and I heartily welcome Dr. Jason Birch for this presentation. Welcome you, sir. Thank you for joining this conference from Australia, all the way from Australia. And just when we thought and wrote to Dr. Birch, he right away immediately accepted and to present or deliver this invited lecture. So Dr. Jason Birch is DPhil Oxon is a senior research fellow for the Light on Hatha Yoga project hosted at SOAS University of London and the University of Marburg. He is also a visiting researcher on the Sushruta project at the University of Alberta. Dr. Jason Birch has published articles in academic journals and critically edited and translated 6 texts on Hatha Yoga for the Hatha Yoga project between 2015 to 2020. And he has taught master's courses and Sanskrita reading classes at SOAS and given seminars on the history of yoga for MA programs at the University of Foscari in Venice, Wong Kwang University in South Korea, and Loyola Marymount University, Los Angeles. He is a founding member of the Center of Yoga Studies, SOAS, and the Journal of Yoga Studies, and combines his practical experience of yoga with academic knowledge of its history to teach online courses with Jacqueline Hargreaves on the luminescent. So, sir, Dr. Jason Birch is here, and the title of the talk is, as mentioned as part of the introduction, the Hatha Yoga project. It's a very big project on Hatha Yoga in contemporary times. And so Dr. Birch will be shedding light on the Hatha Yoga project, its objectives, its contributions, and way forward. And so Swagatam, welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation, Jairaman. I would also like to thank the organizers of Indica Yoga for this event. And I'd also like to thank Sri Dharan and Janaki Raman. I have very fond memories of participating in a conference or a workshop of theirs in the south of France a couple of years ago. So I'm very glad to be participating in this event. So if I can share my screen, as I'll do now, Okay, I'll take you through a rough introduction to the project that Jayaraman mentioned. So it was called the Hatha Yoga Project. It went for 5 years. It's now finished. It started at the end of 2015 and it ended at the end of 2020. The project has been extended 6 months in terms of the deadline, in terms of the outputs that we're supposed to produce. So we haven't published everything that we've written, where because of the pandemic and delays in publishing and so forth, we have an extension. So I hope you'll see a lot of the books and articles that are currently in the pipeline being published more towards the end of this year. Although we also have published quite a few articles over the last 5 years. It was funded by the European Research Council. This was the year after the European Union endorsed the International Yoga Day that had been proposed, I think, in 2013 or 14. And then since then, we've seen more institutional funding for the research on yoga, which I in Europe and other countries, and I think this is a very good thing. It was hosted at SOAS, the School of Oriental and African Studies at London University. And the aim of the project was to chart the historical development of Hatha Yoga using philology and ethnography. So philology being the study of texts, some of which have been presented and summarized in this conference itself. And ethnography being the study of going to India, conducting interviews, talking to people about the practice of yoga. My role in the project was more based on the textual study, but the principal investigator of the project, who really had experience with both philology and ethnography, was Dr. James Mallinson, who is a lecturer at SOAS, University of London, and he, of course, also is a mahant in the Ramanandi sect, and has a guru in that sect, and for I think the last 20 years has been traveling to India. So he was very aware of the yoga practice that ascetics have been doing, that some of them do. And so one of the aims of the project was to interview many of these ascetics and to document their experiences with some of the physical yoga techniques of Hatha Yoga. We also collaborated with the École Française in Pondicherry, where we read many of the texts with the pundits working there, as well as the director, Professor Dominic Goodall. And one of the researchers at the École Française, Dr. Vishwanath Gupta, whom you see there on the right, also worked for our project as well, and he was working mainly on the South Indian manuscripts. He was very familiar with the South Indian scripts, Granta, Telugu, and so forth. And Gupta and myself traveled around to many of the libraries in South India, searching for the manuscripts of the particular texts that we were working on. In South India, it was mainly palm leaf manuscripts that we had. In North India, it was mainly paper, Devanagari manuscripts. We managed to collect, I think, in the course of the 5 years, several hundred copies of different manuscripts, and we had various people from all over India helping us with that. So we were very fortunate to have so much support and so much help from the Indian libraries themselves. Our ethnographer, Dr. Daniela Bevilacqua, whom you see there on the right, was focused more on the ethnography. She was the one who was interviewing ascetics about their yoga practice, and if you're familiar with there's a website, the Hatha Yoga Project website, gives some details of the publications that we've produced, and also academia.edu. If you look up our profile on these sites, you'll have access to the material that we've published so far. The initial questions that we had with the project some of them were very basic, very rudimentary, you might say, such as when did Hatha Yoga emerge as a distinct system of yoga? Based on the textual evidence that we have, it seems that texts start to teach a system of Hatha Yoga around the beginning of the second millennium. This is around the 10th and 11th century, and of course these texts are closely connected to siddhas, some of the siddhas that have been mentioned in this conference by other speakers, Matsyendra, Virupaksha, Gorakshanatha, and so forth. We wanted to ask who practiced early Hatha Yoga and what were its main techniques and goals. Also, we were interested in the relationship that Hatha Yoga has with Raja Yoga and whether this relationship changed over time. The doctoral thesis that I completed at Oxford University focused on a Raja Yoga text called Amanaskar, and it just teaches Raja Yoga. It doesn't mention Hatha Yoga at all. In fact, it's quite critical of some of the techniques of Hatha Yoga. It says they're, such as pranayama, it says they're very difficult and painful to achieve, and that all one needs to do is practice Shambhavi Mudra and achieve samadhi using that technique, and there's no need for physical yoga. This is quite an early text, probably the 11th century, and it seems that after the 11th century, the texts that we have teaching Hatha Yoga always mention Raja Yoga as the goal of Hatha Yoga. So we were very interested in how this relationship developed over time and how it changed, and I'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on. We also wanted to ask, how did Hatha Yoga evolve after it was codified by Svatmarama in the Hatha Pradipika? So the Hatha Pradipika is a very well-known text. It was throughout the world. It was there were many printed editions produced in the late 19th and early 20th century, and this text, I think, which P.K. Gaudet and Christian Bouy in particular, the French scholar, have dated to around the 15th century. This text is an anthology of earlier works that provides a very neat structure to the practice of Hatha Yoga, and of course the 4th chapter is on Raja Yoga, the goal of Hatha. But actually there's not so much known about what happened after the 15th century, and so one of the aims that we had in the project was to look at more recent texts as well, not just the early texts that predate the 15th century, and these included, as I'll mention, texts such as the one mentioned earlier, Shivananda Sarasvati's Yoga Chintamani, as well as other works that we've dated, the Hatha Sanketa Chandrika by Sundaradeva to around the 17th and 18th century. And the reason that we wanted to look at these more recent texts was to see whether Hatha Yoga as it was presented and interpreted had changed at all from the version that we see in Svatmarama's Hatha Pradipika. We also wanted to know whether Hatha Yoga influenced other systems of yoga. It seems that after the 15th century, it's a very widely cited in various genres of Sanskrit literature. And I think it's fair to say that we start to see its techniques creeping into other systems of yoga that don't call themselves Hatha Yoga, such as discussions on Ashtanga Yoga, this system of 8 auxiliaries. Often when pranayama is taught in texts that don't necessarily mention Hatha Yoga, they will start to suddenly talk about the bandhas and so forth, these internal locks, Jalandhara bandha, Uddiyana bandha, and Mula bandha that are mentioned in the earlier Hatha Yoga texts. So it seems that probably after the 15th century that some of these key physical practices that define Hatha Yoga became more widely accepted and start to define the practice, particularly of pranayama, but also asana, as I'll discuss later in the talk, in various compendiums and compilations on yoga. We also asked, has the codification of its practice and theory diverged in different regions of India since the Hatha Pradipika? And this is based on research that we've done that focuses on various texts written in the 17th and 18th century in Rajasthan, as opposed to works such as Shivananda's Yoga Chintamani, which we know was composed in Varanasi, as well as the Yukta Bhavadeva by Bhavadeva Mishra, and various scholarly compendiums that start to bring together more erudite works, Upanishads, as Gaurav mentioned in his talk, Dharma Shastras and so forth, together with the physical practices of Hatha Yoga. It seems that in the Northeast, at around the 17th and 18th century, there was a more philosophical discussion, a more involving the Upanishads and Patanjali's yoga around or combined with the teachings and practices of Hatha Yoga. Whereas in the northwest, in Rajasthan, the texts that we see being produced there in the 18th century tend to focus more just on the practice, and we see a stronger divergence between the practice of tapasya, these very extreme forms of physical mortification and practice, with Hatha Yoga in the northeast. And I'll talk more about that as well. So these were the 10 texts that the project focused on, beginning with what we think are the earliest works, the Amrita Siddhi and the Amarauga Prabodha, although I now call this text the Amarauga because the earliest recension we have of the work, the colophons of it, refer to it as just the Amarauga. And we chose other texts that are related to these works, mainly through intertextual borrowing. It's very clear with this corpus, particularly the texts that predate the 15th century, that many of the verses that are used to describe various techniques, whether it's mudra or bandha or whatever, tend to be borrowed from one source to another. And it's possible, if one looks at the way that the verses are used and integrated differently into each text, it's possible to sort of trace a rough chronology, as we've done here, the Amrita Siddhi being a very early work because we have probably a Nepalese manuscript, although it could be Tibetan because it also has a Tibetan transcript and translation, with the Newari script used for the Sanskrit, that dates to the late 11th century. It's a dated manuscript, so it's clear that the Amrita Siddhi was very, very early work, and that this text, which was probably written in South India, was eventually taken as far as Tibet, so it had this huge range, and today we see manuscripts of the Amrita Siddhi all around India. And it's also very clear that the yoga of the Amrita Siddhi, as I'll discuss more, was borrowed by the Amarauga, which is a Shaiva work, and this the Amarauga basically took the physical practices of the Amrita Siddhi and called them Hatha Yoga. The word Hatha Yoga doesn't appear in the Amrita Siddhi, but it certainly does in the Amarauga, and it integrated Hatha Yoga with three other yogas, mantra, laya, and Raja Yoga. And the idea was that one practices mantra, laya, or Hatha Yoga in order to achieve Raja Yoga. So the Amarauga is the earliest work that we have teaching this sort of Hatha Raja Yoga system. The Amrita Siddhi is just a source text, you might say, for the physical practices that are called Hatha Yoga in the Amarauga. With the other texts that you see, again, the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra teaches the same four types of yoga that are in the Amarauga. This is mantra, laya, hatha, and Raja Yoga. The Yoga Bija, as was mentioned earlier in the conference, also teaches these four yogas. The Yoga Taravali just teaches Hatha and Raja Yoga, so we see a slightly different system there. Instead of four yogas, just this twofold system of Hatha and Raja, and this seems to have been perhaps the blueprint, if you like, for the layout of the Hatha Pradipika, which just teaches Hatha and being the first three chapters and Raja Yoga being the fourth. And then, as I mentioned, we also wanted to look at more recent works, the Yoga Chintamani of Shivananda Sarasvati being quite a learned, scholarly work. The Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, very interesting work written by Sundaradeva, a Vaidya, living in Varanasi, probably in the late 17th century. And the Hatha Vyasa Padati is a work that is very interesting for the type of asana practice that it teaches. It teaches these moving postures, as I'll talk about in 6 different sequences. So we wanted to get a range of material across the century so that we could start to see how Hatha Yoga changed over time. So our research was building on the work of various scholars. I'll just mention a couple of the most important. Dr. M.L. Gorote, who was with the Kaivalya Dharma Yoga Institute, and then before starting up his own Yoga Institute in Lonavla in the 90s. His work was really fundamental for for publishing and bringing to light many of the yoga texts that we're aware of on Hatha Yoga, published after or written or composed after the 15th century, such as the Hatha Ratnavali, the Hatha Tattva Kaumudi, the Yukta Bhavadeva, the Yoga Pradipika. So his work was very, very important to us, and we've tried to build upon this corpus, if you like, of yoga texts composed around the 17th and 18th century, and discuss Hatha Yoga at length. Also, a very important precursor to our work is that of Professor Christian Bouy and his book in French on yoga and the Yoga Upanishads. So Christian Bouy was mainly interested in the Upanishads, and later in his career, he came to notice that the Yoga Upanishads, which are part of this sort of large corpus of 108 Upanishads, probably composed in the first half of the 18th century in South India, he noticed that the Upanishads that refer mainly to yoga were actually texts that had incorporated, sometimes on a very large scale, some of the earlier yoga texts that we have been working on, such as the Yoga Bija, the Goraksha Shataka, the Vivekamartanda, the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, and so forth. Some of the Yoga Upanishads borrow sometimes the entire text, in other cases large passages from these earlier works, add a new introduction and conclusion, and then present the material as a Yoga Upanishad. And it's clear that the direction of borrowing is going from these earlier yoga texts to the Upanishads, because often the Upanishads change the material in all sorts of unusual ways that doesn't necessarily make it so cohesive. But Christian Bouy's work was very important for our understanding of this early corpus in particular. The chronology that we have, of course, the texts that we're dealing with did not emerge in isolation. We're very aware of the religious traditions that preceded them and surrounded them. In fact, we know, of course, through this collaboration between the Amrita Siddhi, which is a Buddhist Vajrayana work in its earliest manifestation in this very early manuscript, there are lots of references to Buddhist terminology, and some of it unique to Vajrayana, such as this system of 4 moments and 4 voids and 4 blisses. That of course changed when the Amrita Siddhi was later copied and disseminated more widely in India. A lot of that terminology was written out, but according to this early version, it's undoubtedly a Buddhist work, and the Amarauga, which borrows from it, is undoubtedly a Shaiva work. So the earliest forms of Hatha Yoga that we have through the textual material are obviously a collaboration between Vajrayana and Shaiva tantric traditions, but nonetheless we also have Vaishnava texts contributing to this textual corpus. The Dattatreya Yoga Shastra is a text that was probably written for Vaishnava yogis. The Vasishta Samhita and the Yoga Yajnavalkya have a very strong Vaishnava frame to them, and they of course teach material that was incorporated into the Hatha Pradipika. Also, the compilations and compendiums that I've mentioned, such as the Yoga Chintamani, the Yukthabhavadeva, and the Hatha Sanketa Chandrika that were composed after the Hatha Pradipika, are bringing together the material from the Puranas, the Mahabharata, and so forth, Patanjali's Yoga Shastra, with the Hatha Pradipika, the Yoga Bija, and earlier texts on Hatha Yoga. So it's basically, I think, after the 15th century that we start to get compilations bringing and harmonizing this material into a more coherent discourse on yoga, which of course flowed through to the 20th century, where we see various gurus teaching physical yoga with Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, various Upanishads, and Puranic material. So because time is short, I'd like to discuss only a couple of the texts that I've worked on. I haven't worked on all 10 of the texts. I've worked on 6 of them. And so I'd like to work on the Amarauga, and seeing that the Amrita Siddhi and the Yoga Bija and the Goraksha Shataka and so forth have already been discussed in the conference, I thought I'd choose the Amarauga, which hasn't been mentioned. And this is an early work that we think dates to the 12th to the 13th century. It was published by Kalyani Malik in 1954 in her book called the Nat Yogins, I think it is, and it has 4 or 5 different texts connected to Goraksha Natha, the Siddha Siddhanta Padati, the Amarauga Prabodha, and so forth. Now, the version of the Amarauga published by Kalyani Malik is actually much longer than the earlier version that we found in 2 other manuscripts. So the Amarauga Prabodha is a long recension consisting of 75 verses, but we came across 2 manuscripts, one in Chennai and one in Tirupati, that have a much shorter version of the text, only 45 verses. And it's quite clear when you compare the 2 versions of the text, the shorter one with the longer one, that material was added to the longer version, to the shorter version, to create the longer version. And some of the added material is not always so easy to understand. It's just sort of been inserted at various places. And so the original structure of the Amarauga becomes distorted in that process. So initially, when we started the project, because we were only aware of the long version as published in 1954 by Kalyani Malik, we thought it was that the Amarauga Prabodha was a more recent text, because some of the verses added to it derive from the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, the Amanaskar, and actually some of the verses are also cited from other works. So it was clearly a compilation. Now, the short version, the Amarauga, that we found in 2 manuscripts, doesn't have these other verses. It doesn't have the verses from the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra or the Amanaskar. It doesn't have the verses cited from other works. So it's clear that originally, when this text was written, it was an original composition, and its practice, which I'll describe in a minute, is a very rudimentary form that of practicing basically just 3 mudras, that over time, again over the course of centuries, becomes elaborated upon. So by the time the Hatha Pradipika is written in the 15th century, this basic set of 3 mudras suddenly becomes a collection of 10. And the verses, at least 20 verses from this Amarauga, are borrowed in the section on mudra in the Hatha Pradipika, the 3rd chapter. So the Amarauga is undoubtedly a Shaiva text. It mentions Shiva in various places. It has a visualization practice on Shiva. The Raja Yoga, which is the goal of this system, is defined in terms of Shiva's linga. It's the linga into which the whole universe dissolves. And the text is attributed in some of the colophons to Goraksha Natha. So it's clearly coming from that Shaiva Siddha tradition. As I mentioned, it teaches 3 mudras. These are Mahamudra, Mahabandha, Mahaveda. And also the first of these, Mahamudra, wakens Kundalini, it also involves piercing granthis, knots, which are situated in Sushumna, the central channel. And the goal of Hatha Yoga, along with Mantra and Laya Yoga, is to achieve Raja Yoga, which is basically a state of samadhi. It's defined as chittavritti rahita, free of mental activity, basically. The manuscripts that we have for the Amaraga are all in South India under actually, sorry, the blue dots have moved upwards, so that should be Chennai, Tirupati, and I think the last one there should be Mysore. We found manuscripts of this work. And we think it is a South Indian text. All of the manuscripts are in Grantha, and there's evidence that one of the Siddhas mentioned at the beginning, Siddha Buddha, is associated with Kadri, which is, of course, the northern, today in Mangalore, the northern part of Kerala. And so it's quite likely that this text was composed perhaps in the 12th century in South India. Now, the physical practice that it teaches, as I mentioned, it starts with Mahamudra, and Mahamudra is done in this position with one leg extended and the other leg, the knee, is bent and the heel is placed against the perineum. The yogi takes a breath in and then applies the chin lock. So this is Mahamudra. Now, in this system, it's clear that the physical position for Mahamudra is the same as Mahabandha. In fact, the Amrita Siddhi explicitly states that the yogin assumes the position of Mahamudra for Mahabandha. The difference between the two is that in Mahamudra, it's only the throat lock, this Kanta Bandha, that is applied. In the position of Mahabandha, it's not only the throat lock, which is done at the end of the inhalation, but during the kumbhaka, when the breath is held, Mula Bandha, this root lock where the anus is squeezed or gripped, is also applied. Now, the reason, so this differs, of course, to the Hatha Pradipika, as well as, I think, some other texts that teach these mudras, such as the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, where Mahabandha is done in a cross-legged position. So we're clearly seeing perhaps a slightly different interpretation of Mahabandha in this work. Now, Mahamudra awakens Kundalini. It's one can assume that Kundalini is asleep before the practice starts, and her mouth is probably over the central channel. So by awakening her, this allows the central channel to become unblocked. And then it's through Mahabandha that the yogin can start to move prana into Sushumna. So this is how Mahamudra and Mahabandha work. It's then through Mahaveda, the third mudra, that the yogin can start to push the prana forcefully up through the central channel to pierce these granthis, these knots that are blocking the central channel. Now, the way that's done is through this position, Mahaveda, which is different again to what we see in the Hatha Pradipika. It appears to be a sort of a squatting position with the knees wide, so it's described as having the legs the same, the toes point down and the heels are up, and the heels are supposed to press against the perineum. Now, what this image is not showing you is the position of the hands. The hands are supposed to be placed on the ground in front of the yogin, and the idea is that the yogin lifts the torso up and down so that the heels basically strike the perineum as the yogin is moving up and down, and this causes the prana to shoot up through the central channel, piercing the three knots that are blocking it. And it's when prana and kundalini goes into the head above the eyebrows. Rudra's knot is the third knot, the highest knot, that Raja Yoga is achieved, and Shiva and Shakti unite, according to verses in the text. So I wanted to, rather than read verses about the practice itself, I just wanted to give you the concluding section on what this practice of the three mudras, the three seals, does. So etat traya maha guhyam, it says these three seals, which have been described before verse 31 that you see here, it says, are a great secret. Jara mrityu vinashanam, they destroy old age and death. Vahni vriddhi karan chaiva, they cause the body's fire to increase. Animadi guna pradam, they bestow siddhis such as anima, the power to make oneself very tiny. So for the sake of time, I'll just read you the rest of the translation. When the three are practiced 8 times, every 3 hours, every day, they always bring about a store of merit and destroy an ocean of sins. So this is a practice that's going 24 hours every 3 hours, obviously for an intensive period of time every day until the yogin achieves Raja Yoga. So it's obviously a practice that one has to do in an isolated place, as many of the texts say, dedicate oneself to it completely, have no other distractions, and just practice it to these intervals throughout the day. And it says, only for those who have received good instruction should a little of the practice be done at first. So I think this is an important point, that at the beginning the yogin, through the help of the guru, just starts to practice a little bit and then builds up to the practice that's mentioned before, doing it 8 times every 3 hours every day, ultimately one would assume until Raja Yoga, the state of samadhi, is achieved. And then it says also in the beginning, the yogi should avoid frequenting fire, women and roads. So obviously lifestyle and regimen are very important for this practice, and the yogin has to discipline himself, his whole way of life, while doing this intensive practice. So that's what I think is perhaps the earliest physical practice of Hatha Yoga that we have. And over the centuries that gets added to, particularly in the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, more mudras are added, Khechari mudra, Vadroli mudra, Viparita Karani as has been mentioned. But it seems that some of the other texts give us a bit more information about who was practicing it, such as this verse from the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, whether a Brahmin, an ascetic, a Buddhist, a Jain, a skull bearer, that's a Kapalika, or a materialist, a Charavaka. The wise man who is endowed with faith in the practice, Shraddha, and constantly devoted to the practice of Hatha Yoga will attain complete success. So it's quite likely at this early time that Hatha Yoga was an auxiliary practice that people from various religions could adopt. And perhaps the reason that they would be interested in practicing it was because it promised Jivan Mukti, liberation in life. So they could perhaps, observe their religious observances and practice this yoga and achieve siddhi, various powers, as well as liberation in one lifetime. I think it's also quite likely that this practice of this physical practice slowly became more popular over time, so that the very basic practice that we see in the Amarauga, more and more techniques were added to it to cater for a larger audience as it developed. And if you read the Hatha Pradipika, of course, you'll see that there are many different types of kumbhaka, asana, and as I mentioned, there's 10 types of mudra. Now, in the early texts that I mentioned before the Hatha Pradipika, there are not many asanas taught. We get a mention of 84 lakh postures, and we also get, as was mentioned in the talk on the Goraksha Shataka, we get this idea that Shiva taught 84 of those 84 lakh. But then the texts usually go on to say that there's only 1 or 2 postures needed for the practice of Hatha Yoga, and that's usually Padmasana or Siddhasana. I would say it's not until we get to the Hatha Pradipika that more non-seated and seated asanas begin to be incorporated. And of course, it's in the Hatha Pradipika that asana becomes an anga, an auxiliary of Hatha Yoga, whereas in the Amarauga, asana is not really mentioned as an anga. Now, in terms of how Hatha Yoga was combined with Raja Yoga and mantra and Laya Yoga, it seems that the thinking behind this depended on the type of student. So in the Amarauga Prabodha and the Shiva Samhita, we get these four types of yoga being equated with four types of student. Mantra yoga is for the student with alpa buddhi, the least capability, whereas the most gifted, the most intelligent and capable student in this system is said to go straight to Raja Yoga. And the students in between who are average and capable get allocated Laya and Hatha Yoga. So it seems it was based on the different attributes of the student. Householders were incorporated, were included, of course, in this. In the Shiva Samhita, householders seem to be among the best practitioners. In the Amarauga Prabodha, they're considered to be a weak or average practitioner. So there was obviously some interpretation as to how these students were categorized. But nonetheless, it's probably the guru who would look at the capabilities of the student and allocate one of these yogas. In the Yoga Bija, we get a different system where it seems that these yogas are sequences to achieving Raja Yoga. So everyone starts with Mantra Yoga, and it's Mantra Yoga that leads to Hatha Yoga. One practices Hatha Yoga, and then that leads to Laya Yoga. This is Chitta Laya in this context, dissolution of the mind. And then it's through practicing Laya Yoga that one achieves Raja Yoga. It's more of a sequential type of practice of these four yogas. And then in the Yoga Taravali and the Hatha Pradipika, we just seem to have Hatha and Raja Yoga, and one assumes that everyone has to practice Hatha in order to achieve Raja. And as the Hatha Pradipika says, without Hatha Yoga, there is no Raja Yoga, and without Raja Yoga, Hatha Yoga is pointless. So this seems to be more of a twofold system. So a lot of the earlier works that we're aware of that I've mentioned, they all contain verses that were borrowed by Svat Marama to produce the Hatha Pradipika. They were often borrowed word for word, and in other cases they were sometimes slightly changed. But nonetheless, I think it's quite clear, as various scholars have noted, that the Hatha Pradipika is an anthology, basically, of these earlier works. And it seems that he brought the teachings of these earlier texts together in a system where Hatha is the sole means to Raja Yoga, that asana is an anga, it's the first auxiliary for Hatha Yoga, and it included both seated poses like Padmasana and Siddhasana, and non-seated asanas, as I'll mention. Also, Svat Marama incorporated the Shatkama and dietary advice. The Shatkama are these, as you know, therapeutic practices that are for people who have excess kapha or medas, fat. And of course, this prevents them from practicing pranayama. So they should, in those circumstances, practice the Shatkama, and then they're capable of practicing pranayama. The Hatha Pradipika is the earliest textual evidence that we have for this sixfold system called the Shatkama. And in the chapter on pranayama, we have, of course, 8 kumbhakas. These are the breath retentions. We see 4 kumbhakas taught in an earlier work called the Goraksha Shataka, and Svat Marama obviously took 4 kumbhakas from elsewhere to get this system of 8. And the way they're integrated with Raja Yoga, or the 4th chapter on Samadhi, is that the 8 are done deliberately with inhalation and exhalation, and they're called Sahita Kumbhaka, and that leads to Kevala. And it seems that this Sahita Kevala is the bridge between the physical practice of holding the breath with bandhas and the meditative practice of being in Raja Yoga with no thinking, breathing, or physical movement.
Sir, this is Jayaraman. Can we have a thing for question and answer? Can we move that so that?
Okay, so I'll finish with this slide. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so of course the 3rd chapter is the 10 Hatha Yogic mudras, which I've discussed. These include, of course, the 3 from the Amarauga, the Mahamudra, Mahabandha, Mahaveda, and then others like Khechari and Bhadrali are added. And then the 4th chapter is entirely on Raja Yoga. And here we have particular mudras that are connected or closely associated with Raja Yoga. such as Shambhavi Mudra, and a form of Khechari, which is just focusing on the point between the eyebrows, as well as this practice of Nada Anusandhana, the focusing the mind on the Nada, the internal resonance that's caused through the practice of yoga. So this is the format that that the earlier works that I've mentioned seem to have seemed to have contributed to. And I would say after the 15th century, it's this structure for Hatha Yoga with asana, pranayama, mudra, and Raja Yoga that then becomes very widely accepted. And in the compendiums that we see, such as Shivananda Sarasvati's Yoga Chintamani, the Hatha Sanketa Chandrika, and so forth, this is often the starting point for their discussions of Hatha Yoga. So thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thanks a lot, sir, on such a massive project. Yeah, 1 hour time is actually, we also commenced a bit late, but still it was a wonderful presentation. It's a very good learning experience, educative for us. So lots of questions and come to me when I listen to it to understanding Hatha Yoga. I will of course bring a few questions from the participants. Before that, I'll place a question. You had, of course, in one of your research papers written about the meaning of the term Hatha. You had analyzed the meaning of the term Hatha. So is there a change or after the end of this project in the 5 years? So is there a change in the meaning, or you stay with that idea of Hatha, the force, and then later the prana, apana, sanyoga? So is there a change in that based on this project?
I think there is. It is still a very interesting question to consider. Of course, the force of Hatha is not so clearly defined in the earlier works, such as the Amarauga. In fact, apart from the term Hatha Yoga, we don't see Hatha or other terms that mean force, bala, and so forth used explicitly. We do in other texts, the Vivekamartanda, the Goraksha Shatika, but there we can only infer that the force seems to refer to the effect that the practice is having on the internal energies, such as prana and apana, forcing apana to go upward, forcing kundalini to awaken because she's normally asleep, and so forth. It's actually with the Yoga Bija that we get this definition of ha and ta, but it's quite interesting that during we managed to collect 25 manuscripts of the Yoga Bija, and we again found an earlier recension of the work that clearly shows that verses were added to this text at a later time. And in fact, I think we found 3 recensions of the Yoga Bija. And in the earliest recension of the Yoga Bija, the Hatha definition is not there. In fact, Hatha Yoga is defined differently. It's defined as forcefully consuming the Mahabhutas, the gross elements in the body. And it's only in the more recent recensions, probably in South India or North India, that we get this Hatha definition. So it's a clearly more recent, or as far as it was codified, as far as it was written down, the evidence is more recent. And I have a feeling that the earlier references were to forcefully manipulating internal energies and to forcefully consuming the gross elements of the body, earth, fire, water, and so forth, through the fire of yoga. And then it's the scholarly compendiums, such as Shivananda's Yoga Chintamani, Sundaradeva, and so forth, that really pick up on the Hatha definition and use that. Of course, Brahmananda's Jyotsna is another text that right at the beginning talks about this definition, and they quote the Yoga Bija, often one of these more recent recensions, and I think that's why it became such a popular definition, particularly also in the early 20th century.
Thank you, sir. And one more question is, among the texts that you took up for study for the project, Yoga Yajnavalkya Samhita, because in the Encyclopedia of Indian Philosophy on the Yoga volume, I think Gerald James Larson includes Yoga Yajnavalkya Samhita as a Hatha text. So whereas, so you don't consider, or in this project was Yoga Yajnavalkya Samhita not considered a Hatha text? I understand that the term Hatha does not appear in the text.
I think it is a very important text for the history of Hatha Yoga, and we would have included it, but of course there's already a critical edition of it done by Divanji in the 20th century, which records I think 20 or so readings, and we use that in 20 or so manuscripts, and we use that, and we think it was it's quite adequate. In terms of the relationship between the Yoga Yajnavalkya and Hatha Yoga, of course, as you mentioned, it doesn't use the term Hatha Yoga, but nonetheless, Fatmarama took verses from the Yoga Yajnavalkya for the Hatha Pradipika, so he clearly saw it as a work that was relevant to his understanding and presentation of Hatha Yoga. So it's very important. Also, the Dattatreya Yoga Shastra, in mentioning, it also teaches a system of Ashtanga Yoga that it combines with the 10 mudras of Hatha Yoga, and it attributes the Ashtanga system to Yajnavalkya, and that's probably very similar to the Ashtanga system in the Yoga Yajnavalkya, and the 10 mudras it attributes to Kapila.
Thank you very much. I have so many more questions, but I will directly connect with you, looking into the time constraints of the conference. So Nagarajji, would you have some comments? Nagaraj Paturuji?
Yeah, only one just a quick comment or question to Dr. Bridge. In the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned ethnography also as one of your methodologies. Ethnography as one of your methodologies, and you were mentioning philological texts and significance of philology in your method. But during the course of presentation, there was not much about the ethnographical work, except Daniela's slide where she was sitting with the yogi and doing some kind of amount of ethnography there. As a person professionally bent upon ethnography, fieldwork and all that, I was very curious about how much of your project work already has been ethnographical and fieldwork based.
Yes, I focused more on the textual achievements of the project, because that was really my contribution to the project. I didn't do so much ethnography with the ascetics. In fact, most of the ethnography that I was involved with was more in Mysore, talking to particularly the royal family, the Maharani, who happened to have a manuscript of one of the texts that we were working on, and it's clear that this text was very important for the Mysore tradition, and it was just fascinating to hear her, her understanding of yoga. We read some of the texts together. She could read the Sanskrit very well, and she told me the history of her father and grandfather and how they practiced yoga and supported the practice of it at the Mysore Palace. So that was mainly that was the main ethnography that I did myself, and it was my wife and I sort of used that to create one of the film reconstructions that will eventually be an output for the project, where we tried to bring to life the asana practice of this particular text in Mysore, to show a non-specialist audience what it might have looked like in the 18th century when the text was composed. And many of the asanas are unique to the text and haven't necessarily made it into modern yoga. So I think it will have many new postures and movements that practitioners and scholars may not necessarily be familiar with. But with Daniela's work, of course, the interaction that we had with her and James Mallinson was also doing ethnography with the sadhus that he knew. That really came together in the workshops that we had, where we would share our findings, read texts together, and of course Daniela would share her data on what various practitioners had said that could shed light on some of the more obscure practices that we were reading about. For instance, to give one example, one of the texts that we have mentions Ganesh Kriya. It doesn't really describe it; it just mentions the name. And Daniela had spoken to an ascetic who was practicing this technique, and so that the information that she had actually fitted the context of the reference in the text we were reading. So that in many respects, the ethnography helps us to understand some of the more obscure contexts, and also it can show us how the practices have changed, because something that is understood, some particular practice that may be understood today to be done a certain way may be described quite differently in an older text. And of course we see this particularly with asanas, where asanas can have often the same name but different shapes from one text to another. And so the ethnography was also very important in that respect.
Thank you very much. As an ethnography person, I'm very glad that you included that, but my hunch is that should be a greater portion of the project than the textual one. Thank you very much.
I agree completely, and that's another important point, that one can't necessarily read modern interpretations into the older texts, because, as I say, they could be, the practices can be quite different, and the types of yoga can be understood differently as well. So that's also very important. You have to be very judicious in how the ethnography is used to interpret texts. It's a good point.
Dr. Jason, Vinay Chandra here. The Hatha Yoga project was a long-term project, like over 5 years, and it was sustained and very intense. Now at the completion, what are the few insights, fresh insights you would say that based out of this project? Yes, these are our findings. If you have to list them as 1 to 5 or something like that.
I would say through the project, we've come to understand that the earliest texts we're aware of are the Amrita Siddhi and the Amarauga, and that these two texts are very closely related, and that they may have been produced in a community that was transitioning from Buddhism to Shaivism, as of course has been researched by various scholars at around the time of the 10th and 11th century in South India. We know that through our research that I think we've found earlier recensions of texts, such as the Yoga Bija. So a lot of the printed texts that we started the project with, we now realize don't necessarily contain what might be the most cohesive form. And so I think a lot of our editions will produce new versions of the texts, and of course in the apparatus we'll have all of the readings available, so scholars will be able to see for themselves what versions there are, and decide for themselves which readings they think are the best. Of course, we've tried to edit the texts ourselves and translate them, and we hope to publish them later in the year with English translations. I think another important discovery actually was around some of the material evidence. James Mallinson, Daniela Bevilacqua discovered some of the asanas that we see described in yoga texts depicted on the Mahudi gate of Dubai in Dubai that actually correspond quite closely in many respects. The 84 siddhas are depicted in various positions, and it's quite likely that some of them are practicing Hatha yogic postures. This was an interesting find for us in order to understand, because that's quite early, that gate. It was built in the 13th century, and many of those postures that we have are not mentioned until the 16th and 17th century texts that we've been working on.
So sorry to intervene, just a sub question. Like we see Mark Singleton's thesis, where the idea is that there are many postures. They were integrated in the modern period, in the colonial period. So did this alter with this finding, or they are two different things?
I think the integration of large numbers of asanas occurred before colonialism into Hatha Yoga. I think it occurred maybe as early as the 15th, 16th century. In fact, if I can just share my screen, I was going to discuss this and show you a table that we have here of the early texts. As I mentioned, not many of them teach many asanas, the Vasishta Samhita being perhaps the most at 10, and then we get the Hatha Pradipika. But you can see with the Hatha Yoga Samhita, the Yoga Chintamani, the Hatha Ratnavali, and so forth, the Yoga Pradipika, we start to get up to many more postures, the Yogasana Mala with 108, the Yogasana being 108, and then the Hatha Abhyasa Paddhati at 112. So I think this process of teaching large numbers of asanas definitely happened before the 18th century.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And
Just
I have one question.
Yes.
I have one question. I wanted,
Yes,
I wanted his view on tracing the path of yoga by Stuart Ray's Sarabaka. Have you had a chance to look at his work? And if so, what's your opinion?
I looked at the chapters on Hatha Yoga because he asked me to proofread those before it was published. And because of that, I haven't actually read the published version. But it seemed like it's a very wide overview of yoga. It has, yoga in the Upanishads, Patanjali's yoga, Hatha Raja Yoga. So it's a good overview for, as far as I could tell, for particularly undergraduate students who might be doing a yoga course and want a broader view. He tried to incorporate the most recent research, so it's fairly up to date. I mean, I suppose maybe 1 or 2 years behind in that regard.
What is you think that kind of a broadening of the term yoga to incorporate this Jain? He incorporates Buddhists and Jain, and he calls it the history of philosophy of Indian mind-body discipline. And like you rightly pointed out, he sort of expands it, makes it very expansive. But when you do that, is that not diluting it in a manner of speaking? Because
yes, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of detail that he's had to leave out because his book is more of a general overview of 2,000 years of history. So, of course, one can't incorporate everything when writing such a broad overview, which is why I personally prefer to write academic articles where I can focus on one text or even focus on a few verses and write very intricately about that, and then maybe make some observations about the broader history. But I think there's a market, particularly among practitioners, who want a more general understanding of the history and not so much detail. So actually many of my articles are not so appealing to yoga practitioners because they're very dense and intricate, whereas I think Stuart's book will in some ways be more accessible, but as you say, it won't have the level of detail that a more learned person would be aware of.
I mean it more in terms of an appropriation by broadening it. You see, when we use the word yoga and then incorporate more outside the Vedic culture and incorporate other views of thought, when they themselves don't use that term and we use that term and then include them, somewhere I find that a form of appropriation, cultural appropriation.
Well, I think yoga has permeated every religion and level of Indian society. It's been an enormous cultural movement over the years. I think that's why it was developed to such an elaborate and sophisticated degree, as we see in the yoga texts that I've discussed today. So it is important ultimately to take a more sort of bird's eye view of the history and to see the way yoga permeated different religions and was adapted and reinterpreted. I think ultimately that is very important.
Yeah, sure. I'm just about the usage of the word yoga and then expanding it. That's the limited point.
Dr. Jason, just the last question. Is this project leading to many other projects because of the findings, because something interesting that you might have found?
Yes, well, it's led to the Hatha Pradipika project, which started in January this year. It's a collaboration between SOAS, the University of London, and University in Germany. And it aims to produce, basically, we're hoping to look at different recensions of the Hatha Pradipika, the 10-chapter recension, the 6-chapter recension in Rajasthan, as well as other manuscripts, some of the old manuscripts that are available that date back to the late 15th and early 16th century, to get an understanding of how this text changed and was transmitted over the centuries. And we also hope to produce probably 2 or 3 different editions as well as translations of the work. And this is a 3-year project that is very difficult at the moment to pursue properly, because with the travel restrictions, I mean, I'm in Australia and actually there's a travel ban at the moment between Australia and India, Australia and Europe. And also, of course, travel areas within India are restricted with travel. It's very difficult for us to collect manuscripts for that project at the moment, but perhaps if the pandemic situation improves over the year, we might be able to collect more material and pursue, hopefully achieve something by the end of the project.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jason Birch, for all the time and sharing your study, research, and experience. We look forward to interacting with you over during the next coming years. So thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you very much. And I look forward to further correspondence and collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Vinay Chandra.
Thank you, Jairam. May I now request Professor Nagaraj Paturiji to kindly moderate and lead the next session.
Now we move on to a talk by Dr. K.S. Balasubramanian, Deputy Director of Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute. Dr. K.S. Balasubramanian. He is the Deputy Director of Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute. He holds 2 PhDs in Sanskrit, both in yoga, PhD Hatha Yoga and PhD Raja Yoga. He has more than 35 years of teaching and guiding research scholars across the globe. He participated in and presided over many national and international seminars, including in Italy, Switzerland, Germany, France, etc. Critically edited, translated many texts on yoga and other subjects. He published many research articles, reviews, research journals, magazines. He has received many awards and associated with prestigious foundations for 40 years. He is a tall figure, particularly in the yoga research area. He has been guiding students from India and abroad in the area of yoga manuscript. And we are very proud as the Indic Academy to be associated with the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute and with the work of Dr. K.S. in particular. We are going to soon have a very good project and Advaita with K.S. Balasubramanian and others in Kuppuswamy Shastri. Over to Balasubramanian.
Namaste to all of you. I hope I am audible.
And there's some disturbance. Koti, can you just see? Nagaraj garu, can you just mute yourself?
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I should thank Professor Nagaraj Patori for his kind words, and I thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to participate in this yoga conference. Like last year, this year also, a large number of scholars, almost half of the participants in this conference are from the Kuppuswamy Sastry Research Institute. And originally, I was about to present a paper on Yoga Pragbidheyani, the prerequisites into yoga, especially from the viewpoint of Hatha Chandrika of Sundaradeva. But since I wrote the paper in Sanskrit and I could not reproduce it in English in time, so I was requested by the organizers to talk about the contribution of the Kuppuswamy Sastry Research Institute for yogic studies, and I'm very happy for that. Thanks to Sri Vinay Chandra for this opportunity. I would talk about certain areas: research, publications, and then the projects, and finally classes, and then I will conclude. So when it comes to research, there are two types of research which used to be carried out in Kuppuswamy Sastry Research Institute. One is the traditional type of research, where many traditional scholars, starting from Agnihotram Tatachar, R. Srivat Sangachar, and the great scholars have done a lot of research. And modern research, Professor Raghavan and Dr. Janaki used to be the leading luminaries who guided so many foreign scholars from different parts of the world. So, in the traditional way of research, the first PhD or Vidyavaridhi offered by the Rashtriya Sanskrit Samsthan, New Delhi, was done by me on the encyclopedic text Hatha Chandrika of Sundaradeva. Much was said about it, not in depth though, but anyway, we are bringing out a critical edition of it thanks to Indic Academy. So this was done under the guidance of Dr. Janaki, because I was keen on doing research in yoga and some professors did not encourage me to do so. It was Dr. Janaki who acceded to my request, and she chose this text. And of course, it is a very voluminous text. Anyway, I was able to complete the text, and it gives a lot of information on different aspects of yoga. So that was on Vidyavaridhi dissertation, for which I was given the degree by the Rashtriya Sanskrit Samsthan. Coming back to the PhD at the University of Madras, Yoga Yajnavalkya was the subject matter of my PhD under Dr. Kameshwari. And certainly, I won't call it a text on Hatha Yoga, though the ingredients of Hatha Yoga, for example, asanas, there are 8 asanas are there, different methods of pranayama are there. But this text is unique because it talks of Varnashrama system, and the Yajnavalkya is very strict disciplinarian when it comes to the practice of certain things. For example, he says, Vaishyanam dharmayuktanam stri shudranam tapasvinam prana samyamane gargi mantram pranava varjitam. So these people should not utter pranava during pranayama. To such an extent, he was a very strict disciplinarian. So this text differs from many earlier texts as well as the later texts. So it was a unique text, Yoga Yajnavalkya. It talks of so many things. And this was published as a book by Karnataka State Historical Society, Dharwad. And then yogic elements in Pancha Mahakavyas. That was done by Dr. R. Muthulakshmi. I was thinking of inquiring the yogic elements in the Mahakavyas. I did some work with regard to Bharavis Kirartarjuniya and later Naishadiya Charita. But as a thesis, I wanted somebody to take up, and Dr. Muthulakshmi, whom we saw today morning, she did an excellent work, collecting all the information on different systems of yoga from these Pancha Mahakavyas, Kalidasa's Raghuvamsa, Kumarasambhava, Bharavi's Kirata Arjuniya, and then Magha, Shishupalavada, and finally Naishadhiya Charita or Naishada of Sri Harsha, and a lot of materials from unknown yogic practices were also collected and were presented in the form of a thesis, and this thesis was very highly commended by the examiners, and with a remark that this presentation on hitherto unknown field is praiseworthy. That was her thesis, and which was subsequently published. And then we did a Shiva Samhita critical study by Dr. Archana, and the Shiva Samhita text is also unique. It contains 5 patalas, more than 500 verses, and it contains the principles of Advaita and Sankhya also, apart from Shakta elements, Shaiva, and then Hatha Yoga, Mantra Yoga, Raja Yoga. There are some unique aspects as regard to the Shiva Samhita is concerned. All these things are brought out in the form of this thesis, and it is ready for publication. And then came Dr. Anuradha, whom we heard yesterday, Amrita Siddhi Yoga of Virupaksha Natha or Siddha. Dr. Anuradha Sivakumar made a critical edition of this manuscript, and also a critical study in Sanskrit with a detailed introduction and illustrations. That is a very good aspect of this thesis. So this should be translated in English and also published. And presently there is a PhD going on by Mrs. Lavanya, and that is on Yoga Vasishta, one aspect of Yoga Vasishta. And coming to the MPhil dissertations, we have plenty of MPhil dissertations in yoga. Amanaska Yoga of Gorakshanatha formed the subject matter of MPhil dissertation by Dr. V. Premalata. This is an excellent text where many aspects of mind, how to gain mastery over the mind, they are all described. And the text describes Purva and Uttara Taraka, which are unknown hitherto. And later on, this idea was borrowed in the minor Upanishad, namely Advaya Taraka Upanishad. All these things, and this is an excellent text for practicing psychologists also. And all these have been so wonderfully brought out in this dissertation. Then came Goraksha Samhita. A critical study of this was written entirely in Sanskrit under my guidance by Mrs. Vibha from Jodhpur. She came all the way from Jodhpur to study this text under me. And this text consists of 202 verses. And this is though short, but informative details on Ajapa is given. One of the earliest texts to talk on Ajapa. And yesterday Dr. Ganeshan was mentioning about the concept of Jiva and Brahman or God. This text of Goraksha talks about Jiva in a wonderful way. This text, as well as Yoga Yajnavalkya, opine that the Jiva rests in the Nabi region and Punya Papa Prayojitaha, so Prachoditaha. This self is guided by Punya and Papa, which is quite against the concept of Advaita Vedanta or Vedanta for that matter. And then this text also talks about Nadis, Dasa Nadis, because there was a lot of discussion on Nadis. Dr. Vidyuta is going to give a lot of details about Nadis. And Prashna Upanishad is the text which talks of 72 crore 72 lakh 72,000 Nadis. Apart from the other Upanishads like Brihadaranyaka and Chandogya, which talks of 101 Nadis, as Dr. Nagaraj Patori mentioned yesterday. But Prashna Upanishad gives another interpretation. And Shiva Samhita talks of 3.5 lakhs, Sardhalakshatrayam Nadyaha. So what is a Nadi? There are many Paryaya Padas for Nadi. Actually, there are 16 Paryaya Padas for the term Nadi, like Snayu, Dhamani, Shira, even in Amaragosha, Nadi tu Dhamani Shira, it says. But these have been used in Ayurvedic texts, and the Goraksha Samhita uses a beautiful, and also this Yoga Yajnavalkya, Pranavahini, that is the term used for referring to the Nadis in this text. And then Yogapada of Matanga Parameshwara, Dr. Ganeshan talked about this text. This was done by K. Nagarajan under my guidance. Generally, Shaiva and Vaishnava agamas are divided into 4 sections: Charyapada, Kriyapada, Yogapada, and Vidyapada. Though not all the agamas contain all the 4 padas, and some of the Shaiva agamas contain all the 8 limbs, but some contain only Shadanga or 6 limbs. Dr. Ganeshan talked about it yesterday. And Matanga Parameshwara Yogapada was taken for study by K. Nagarajan. And then Yogapada of Mrigendra Agama. That was also the subject matter of ample dissertation by S. Margabandhu. And Mrigendra Agama is an ancient Saiva agamic text. It offers a few interesting yogic techniques not found in Yoga Sutra of Patanjali and also other yogic Hatha yogic texts. But when we talk of Hatha Yoga, when we talk of pranayama or asana, we forget to include 2 important things. One is the contribution of the agamas, which are much, much earlier, where more number of asanas are given. And number 2, the contribution of the ancient Tamils, Tirumular, and also Avayar. So these and other Siddhas, 18 primary Siddhas, starting from Agastya himself. Adinatha is supposed to be Lord Shiva, and then Agastya comes as the first Guru, or Shiva is the first Guru. And then from Agastya, we have got 18 Siddhas, and there are 18 other Siddhas also. They have all contributed so much for yoga, and much has to be done in this direction. And then Varaha Upanishad, Dr. Anuradha did her MPhil. This is one of the minor Upanishads categorized as Yoga Upanishad. It describes quite a few new technical terms. For example, yesterday she was talking of Chatushpatha. This term is used in Amrita Siddhi Yoga also, but it is not explained there. Varaha Upanishad says where Sushumna, Ida, Pingala and Kuhu meet, that is known as Chatushpatha. So like this, there are some technical points given in the Varaha Upanishad. It also talks about the position of nadis, prana, etc. And the illustrations given by Dr. Anuradha enhances the value of the dissertation. Then comes the Shandilya Upanishad. It was taken as a subject matter for MPhil by Mrs. Mrinalini. This Yoga Upanishad contains many prose passages too, but it closely follows Yoga Yajnavalkya. Though it differs in some areas, it offers new information, but mostly it has taken material from Yoga Yajnavalkya like Darshana Upanishad. And then Yoga Bija of Gorakshanatha was done by K. Nagarajan. It is a unique text by the legendary yogi and mystic Gorakshanatha, and the available publication with English translation by Avasti contains a lot of mistakes, both Sanskrit and English, and it is it explains very unique practices. And 2 parts which are very unique is mentioned by this text are the Kaka Marga, the crow path, and the Markata Marga, the monkey path. Yoga Kundalini Upanishad by Mrs. Maithili, one of the Yoga Upanishads. It contains some interesting details on the arousal of Kundalini and a unique mantra which is supposed to be efficacious in achieving the success in the process. The mantra posed some problem. Anyway, we were able to overcome it, and this is one among the Yoga Upanishads, and it offers some interesting details on pranava and also yogic practices. Now I move on to the publications. The following 4 Yoga Upanishads have already been published by our research institute: Advayataraka Upanishad, Amritanada Upanishad, Darshana Upanishad, and Dhyana Bindu Upanishad. All these texts have been published with Devanagari text, Roman transliteration, translation, and detailed notes. And then some of these publications which are going to be published in this year is Yoga Sangraha and also Shiva Svarodaya, which is a unique text. And apart from these things, we have also published as individuals some of the texts on yoga, namely myself have published Yoga, Vedanta and Sahajamar, which was released in 2017. And then Yoga Yajnavalkya, as I told you, was published by Karnataka State Historical Society. Amanaska Yoga, a critical study of Dr. Pemalata, has been published. And then Muthu Lakshmi's Yogic Element in Panchamahakavyas has been published by Parimal Publications, New Delhi. And then we have also published a lot of research articles in our journal, namely Journal of Oriental Research, for so many years. And our academic staff have also been publishing articles on yoga in journals and other books brought out by other organizations also. We intend to collect all these articles pertaining to yoga and bring it out as a separate book. And then I move on to the projects. The KSRI has also been working on many academic projects, some of which are on yoga, especially dealing with Hatha Yoga. They are: 1. Encyclopedic Dictionary of Yoga. This is a mammoth project containing information on different aspects of yoga from known, less known, and unknown sources. Also, invaluable information has been collected from ancient Tamil literature. I am proud to mention that apart from the other available encyclopedic texts, but this one will be unique in the sense that we are going to include a lot of terminologies from Tamil literature and then Buddhism, Jainism, and so on. And there will be a separate section for the original works on yoga, which will be added to this text of Encyclopedic Dictionary of Yoga. And this is to make the scholars and public aware of the rich contribution of our ancients to yoga. Then Goraksha Samhita of Gorakshanatha. This is a work by the legendary Saint Goraksha consisting of 202 verses divided into 2 sections. A critical introduction with English translation, Roman translation notes will be published by our institute. It will be brought out in the year 2022. Yoga Sangraha of anonymous author. That is, the author is unknown. It contains about 200 verses. The special characteristic features of this text was already discussed by Dr. Muthulakshmi herself. But it talks in a different way about the positions of nadis as well as consciousness, different levels of consciousness. This is very interesting. This author also discusses unique features on the Ayurvedic principles. That is also very important as far as this text is concerned. And manuscripts from GOML Chennai, Pondicherry, and Adyar have been collated. And the critical notes with English translation and Roman transliteration, everything has been done. Only introduction part is pending. And this book will be brought out in this year, 2021. Shiva Swarodaya, one of the major texts on the less known branch of Swara science of yoga. It is in the form of Shiva Parvati dialogue. It consists of around 400 verses, and the present publication will be with Roman transliteration, English translation and notes, and also appendix. And this is a very interesting text, including Chaya, Purusha Lakshana, prognostication, and all such things. And Hatha Sangheta Chandrika of Sundaradeva, something was said about this text. This is encyclopedic in nature. This is a very important text in the field of Hatha Yoga by Sundaradeva, who moved from most probably Andhra Pradesh, because he himself says in the Kalapan, Dakshinatya Dvijavarya, Kashyapa Gotrotpanna. So he talks about himself, his father, his guru, and he says Kashista. So he remained in Kashi. And some reference was given about Yoga Bhaskara today morning. He also refers to Yoga Bhaskara. That was by Kavindracharya. I did some work on that, but the text is not available. Kavindracharya Saraswati's work. And the Kavindracharya was instrumental in removing the jizya tax by the Emperor Shah Jahan on Hindus. So this manuscript is available. 2 manuscripts are in Banaras, and one in Jodhpur, one in Kolkata, one in Chennai. Mysore manuscript is not cannot be used. Therefore, we are going to collect all these manuscripts, and we are going to bring out a critical edition of this particular text. And if time permits, we will add a critical introduction of more than 250 pages. And Dr. Muthulakshmi of the Kupuswami Sastry Research Institute, who is presently working on this project, helped by Dr. Anuradha and Maithili, and then under my overseeing. And this project is being funded by Indic Academy under DP Santanam Chair. Then Varaha Upanishad. This is also one of the minor Upanishads that deals exclusively on yoga. It contains useful information on Hatha Yoga and Raja Yoga. The text with Roman English translation, text with Devanagari, Roman transliteration, English translation, and illustration will be published. This is also funded by Indic Academy under DP Santanam Chair. And Yoga Kundalini Upanishad. Again, it is funded by Indic Academy, the under DP Santanam chair. This work has been done, is being done. It will be ready by this year by Mrs. Maithili. This, as I told you, is also a small text but very interesting text. And apart from the above, we are also working on Swarodaya Science for Human Health by Dr. K. Vidyuta. This project is being funded by Indic Academy again, and Dr. Vidyuta is working on this. It gives an introduction to what is meant by Swara and the term Swarodaya, how this is helpful in determining human health and death. So this branch is also not worked upon by many scholars, and Indic Academy, we are thankful to them for sponsoring this project. And of course, we are interested in bringing out the rest of the Yoga Upanishad, 16 Yoga Upanishad. Totally there are 20. We have already finished the 6 of them. So we are interested in finishing 16 more of them when we get the sponsorship. And we are also more interested in bringing out some of the Tamil texts, for example, Jnana Kural of Avayar, which is in couplet form, like Tirukural. It has 310 verses divided into 3 sections. It is Shiva Yoga, but Avayar, a very ancient Sangam literature, saint poetess, she talks about different technological terms like Ajapa and then oozing of the nectar from the moon, all such things. And Raja Yoga, Mantra Yoga, Hatha Yoga, Laya Yoga, all these things have been compressed in this text, and we are interested in bringing out the Tamil text with Roman transliteration, English translation, if possible, Sanskrit translation also. And so far, we have not got any sponsor for it. Now, I move on to the another important thing is seminars and conferences. The academic staff and the research scholars of the KSRI have been participating in national and international conferences in various parts of India and foreign countries, in Italy, Switzerland, France, Germany, Denmark, Thailand, and so on. And they have presented their papers. And I move on to the conducting of classes. Many foreign scholars and Indian scholars have been benefited by having classes on various texts on yoga at the KSRI. Dr. Janaki, former director of the Kupuswami Sastri Institute, taught quite a few scholars from Switzerland, Malek Dauk, Yoga Yajnavalkya and Kundalini. She taught Armela Chaukad of France, Natya Shastra and Yoga, and then USA, and she also taught Tara Mikhail, who worked on the Natha Yoga. So there were different aspects of yoga which were studied by these scholars, and I am personally teaching. I have been teaching yogic texts, different yogic texts to scholars, not only local, but also from outside India for the past 35 years. Thus, one can see that in the past 4 decades, the KSRI has contributed immensely for the study of yoga. As yoga has been gaining popularity around the world, more scholars may take up yoga as their special subject of study. The Kupuswami Sastri Research Institute would certainly welcome them, and also other academic institutions and corporates to have tie-up with us and also to sponsor yogic studies in the future. And I again reiterate that Indic Academy is doing a lot of encouragement to us by sponsoring some of the projects, and I hope they would continue to nurture us in the interest of yoga. Dr. Patori is an excellent scholar, but also a very broad-minded person. I'm not flattering you, sir. It is not my nature to flatter anybody, but I'm telling the truth from the core of my heart. Thank you, and thanks to Hari Vadlamani ji for your support. We will be able to bring out more publications to help the scholars in future to come and work on this. And one important aspect I would like to, with which I would like to conclude, is the excellent teamwork at the Kupuswami Sastri Research Institute. Though we are having shortage of resources in the form of financial crunch, we have been existing as a family. Dr. Kameshwari, I should mention that she is the spirit, or she is the person who encourages all these things. She is behind all our projects and research work. And Dr. T.V. Vasudeva, who is an expert in deciphering manuscript. He is a very good Vedic scholar as well as in Advaita and Dharma Shastra. Unfortunately, he did not receive a reply from for this seminar. He had prepared a paper on an unpublished manuscript called by Amarananda. It is Swatma Yoga Pradipa, which contains 6 Vimsikas, 120 verses with author's own commentary belonging to the 13th century. And he wanted to bring out one Vimsika with the commentary of the author based on yoga Vimsika.
Thank you,
Anyway,
Dr. Balasubramanian.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I am just concluding, sir. And also I thank Dr. Yamuna and our research scholars for all their help. Dr. Anuradha, Vidyuta, and all the young scholars who have been of immense source of help to us. We hope to continue this work in future also. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Sir, a quick question. Sorry, sir, Nagaraj Garu. I just have one question. You have not mentioned about the ongoing project on Encyclopedia of Yoga. Could you please share some thoughts on where you are on that?
Sir, we have collected data. We have collected the relevant data from more than 70 or 80 texts and more than 1,500 technical terms have been collected, and also many texts which are not unknown have also been collected, and I mean from the manuscripts. So we have to bring out, but unfortunately because of resources as well as because of the scholars, only myself and Dr. Muthulakshmi are working on it now. So it may take some time and we are restructuring it. There are some unique aspects of this encyclopedia. I didn't want to take much time on it, therefore I rushed through it. Because we want to explain each and every term starting from A. What does A mean in yoga? Like that, you know, in Sanskrit alphabetical order, we have collected so much of information from many texts. Siddha Siddhanta Paddhati poses a lot of problems also because it contains a lot of technical terms. But our venture does not end with text, but commentaries also. For example, Upanishad Brahmendra Yogi gives some extra information. When we go to the minor Upanishad, there are commentators like Narayana and others, and there are many commentaries on Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. So we are working on it. For example, Paryankasana, that's one simple thing. Different interpretations have been given. When we talked about Paryankasana in yoga, one of the Panchamahakavyas, we searched. Tirumular in Tirumandiram gives altogether a different interpretation. So we have to bring out all these things to come to some sort of understanding. What is Virasana? Different interpretations are given. So we are stuck presently, and we are now in the process of completing Atasangeda Chandrika because it is in the 3rd year, and because of the pandemic, we were not able to work as we would have expected to. Now also we are close, and we will take up Yogic Encyclopedia shortly. We will try to finish as early as possible, sir. Thank you for your interest, sir.
Madam.
Thank you. Now we move on to Dr. Jairaman Mahadevan. Jairaman Mahadevan holds a PhD in Sanskrit from University of Madras, gold medal and first rank both in undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. He underwent traditional Gurukula education in Vedas and Shastras in Veda Vijnana Gurukulam, Bangalore, under Pracharya Kotemane Ramachandra Bhatt. Since 2010, he has been working in research department of Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram. His work in the field of textual aspects of yoga involves editing, translating, and disseminating inputs from traditional Sanskrit literature on yoga. Thus far, he has published 14 books and 13 peer-reviewed journal articles on yoga and Sanskrit literature. He is also involved in developing immersive learning methods of yoga texts. Yogasya Bhasha, a 4-part self-learning material on Sanskrit and yoga. Yoga Vaisharadi, a searchable web repository on classical texts of yoga, are a few of his noteworthy contributions in recent times. His workshops on Tantra Yukti, ancient Indian thesis text construction methodology, are well received. His love also lies in composing Sanskrit poetry on contemporary themes. His expertise in the field of yoga has been recognized and utilized by various academic and research organizations by nominating him to various academic boards and councils, including the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library of CSIR, Government of India, where he is a task force member. welcome Dr. Jayaraman Mahadevan. He is one of the organizers of the conference also. Now he will present his talk.
Thank you very much, Nagaraj-ji. I know, as you mentioned, as an organizer, I know the time has already, there is a time crunch, but I hope I'll have the time to present my talk. So I'll right away move into my topic. Hope my screen is visible. So this is more, this is more of a paper which is connected intensely both to the practice and also textual tradition. So can my screen be seen?
Yes.
Yeah. So the question, the title of my paper is in the form of a question. Why should yoga practitioners consult Hatha Yoga commentary lore? And to answer the question, I have more questions. So when we ask more questions, maybe this might lead to the answer to the primary question. These are the subsidiary questions which may lead to the primary question, answer to the primary questions. These questions are not mine. Most of the yoga practitioners, yoga teachers, yoga professionals who would have undergone the yoga teachers training program or degree or diploma, whatever training programs they would have undergone, they would have certainly studied fundamental yoga text, basically Hatha Yoga Pradipika. The text would have been presented, the translation would be there, they would have undergone the study and would be closely connected with their practice, and they would have tried to connect the text with the practice. Now, when the text is studied only with the basic translation of it, then as I understand or as I have experienced, we will have more questions. For example, I am presenting a few questions from asana, pranayama, kriyas, mudras and bandhas, which covers all aspects of yoga, basically Hatha Yoga. So for example, I'm just presenting a few questions, specific questions. For example, in asana, when we look at Hatha Yoga Pradipika, there is the description of Dhanurasana, which is actually Akarna Dhanurasana. Are the instructions for Akarna Dhanurasana not confusing? Then can the inputs on Paschimottanasana be more precise? Means when I just mentioned, when we just look at the basic Hatha Yoga Pradipika text and its English translation. Then on pranayama, for example, in Hatha Yoga Pradipika, we see Sitkari practice is there. Are we missing something there? Just looking at the original text alone, source text alone, and actually then there is a verse in Hatha Yoga Pradipika Pranayama chapter which says Yuktam Yuktam Tejed Vayam Yuktam Yuktam Cha Purayet. Yuktam is translated as gradual. So gradual inhalation, gradual exhalation, gradual retention. What does that mean? And then with regard to kriyas, coming to the kriyas. So what is the meaning of slowly? Shanaihi Vastram Graset. That's how it is mentioned in Hatha Yoga Pradipika. So what is the slowly swallowing of it? And then when we come to mudras, what is the meaning of the term mudra itself? Because we see translations of the term mudra as a seal. So a direct text and the translation, that's what we will get, seal. And is it really seal or something else? Then bandhas are also part of mudras, as we see in Hatha Yoga Pradipika. Then for example, if on Mula Bandha, the description of the technique is given, but am I doing the Mula Bandha correctly? If that question arises, so how do I know? So these are the questions that a teacher trainee will be undergoing. So when he just looks at the text and the translation and immediately goes to a practice session. So then where will be the answer to these questions? Of course, the teachers, the tradition will help. They will give the right kind of answers. But as this is as a textual seminar, so basically focusing on text, of course, and also tradition. So the texts themselves have answers to these practical questions, means practice-oriented questions. Here comes the role of the commentary literature. So when I speak of commentary literature of Hatha Yoga Pradipika, all the Hatha Yoga texts, so many Hatha Yoga texts. Yesterday we spoke about Yoga Taravali having a very detailed commentary called Raja Yoga Tarala. though the text itself is small, the commentary is very elaborate. And similarly, one such beautiful commentary to Hatha Yoga Pradipika is Jyotsna commentary by Brahmananda, dated to somewhere around 19th century. To all these practical questions that arise merely by looking at the text and the translation, we can find answers. I'm just presenting answers to these questions, these subsidiary questions, which will in turn answer the primary question, the utility of looking at the commentaries by the practitioners of Hatha Yoga. Now, taking up the first question, asanas are the instructions for Akarna Dhanurasana, not confusing the verse on Hatha Yoga Pradipika, merely looking at the text. What does it say? Padangushtautu panibhyam grihitva shravanavadhi dhanurakarshanam kuryat dhanurasanam uchyate. We just translate this. What does it have? Taking hold of the toes with the hands and draw up to the ears as if drawing a bow. Now, what does this teach us? Or there is a lot of incomplete information in this text itself. The padangushtau panibhyam grihitva, hold both of the toes with the hands. Then shravanavadi dhanurakarshanam kuryat, till the ears draw as if drawing a bow. Now, drawing what? One foot or both the foot. So this information as such is not available in the text and the translation alone. So the Hatha Yoga Pradipika gives only this much. So whereas when we go into the commentary, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika Jyotsna commentary, we see the details given therein. Grihitangushtham ekam panim prasaritam kritva grihitangushtham itaram panim karnaparyantam akunchitam kuryad ityarthaha. Stretch one hand that is holding the toe and draw the other hand that is holding the other toe till the ear. So while the text itself, source text, is not complete in describing, probably the Swatmarama who composed, who just wanted to give the hint about the verse as it was already in practice, but the commentary literature gives the details so that the practitioner himself gets all the practical details about this Akarna Dhanurasana. Then again, so thus the answer to one subsidiary question is seen from the commentary literature itself. Then, now let's come to the Paschimottanasana. Can the inputs be more precise? Now, what is the source text about Paschimottanasana in Hatha Yoga Pradipika? What do we have? Prasar yapadau bhuvidanda rupau Dorbhyam padagrat vitajanggrihitva Janu parinyastalata deshaha Vasedidam Paschimottanamahuhu. Again, the translation, what does it say? Extend the feet, both the feet on the ground, straight like a stick, and by arms catch hold of the tip of the feet, place the forehead on the knee and stay. This is Paschimottana. Here again, lots of questions are there. Now stretch the both the feet on the ground like the straight like a stick. Now should the feet, both the feet which are outstretched, should they be together or should they be apart? The source text does not have an answer. And then by arms catch hold of the tip of the feet. So then by arms means fingers. So what fingers? How to hold by the fingers the tip? That is also not mentioned in the source text itself. And then what is the meaning of the tip of the padagra dvitayam? What is the meaning of the tip of the feet? So that information is also not given. So for this again, when we go to the commentary, we see all the answers given. So the first question was, should the feet be together or should the feet be together or should the feet be apart? To that, the commentator says, Dandakaro Shlishta Gulphau Prasarya, means the ankles of the stretched leg should be joined. So at the ankle, both the feet should be joined, so that the feet should be together. Is that information comes from the commentary. And then we had the question, how to hold the feet. Then it says, Dorbhyam Akunchita Tarjanibhyam. So having the index fingers crooked or like a hook shape, one has to hold. And then what is the tip of the feet which is mentioned here? So Agrabhagau Angushta Pradesha Yugmam. So the big toe is what is intended as the tip of the feet. So that also comes from the Hatha Yoga Pradipika Jyotsna. And also the commentator goes the extra mile and also explains that Yatha janvadho bhagasya bhumehe utthanam nasyat tatha grihitva. He also further says, when the practitioner bends forward to place his forehead on the knee, the practitioner should ensure that the lower part of the knee should not raise above from the ground. So to such extent, the practical details or precision in details for a practitioner, which is very useful, comes from the commentary lore. And these are examples, couple of examples related to asana. Now moving to pranayama, let's look at the example of Sitkari. Now what is the verse on Sitkari? Sitkam kuryat tatha vaktre grane naiva vijrambhikam. This is what the source text says. Make a sound seet in the mouth and exhale through the nostril. Now, so the inhale component is mentioned, and then the exhale component, the how of inhale is mentioned and the how of exhale is mentioned. But the Sitkari is part of a Ashtakumbhakas. So is there a hold component or not? This will be, should the breath be retained within after inhalation? That question will come. And so one, but the source text in itself does not clarify whether there is a hold component or retain component in that. So that is clarified by Hatha Yoga Pradipika, where he says, Kumbhakatvad, Kumbhakastu Anuktaha api Sitkaryaha Kumbhakatvad eva avagantavyaha. Though the retention of breath after inhalation is not stated, but being classified as a Kumbhaka, retention component is also to be understood in Sitkari. So this apparent confusion, whether or not classically practicing Sitkari has a retention component, that is preempted by the commentator and clarified, which is very useful for the practitioner. So this is one example on pranayama, and the next and more important example on pranayama, which is very critical and which is very important as to why practitioners should go to the commentary level of a text. It's not enough if they stay with the text and its translation. We see this very important verse on pranayama. We know that in pranayama, three basic components are very important: inhalation and exhalation and retention of the breath. So there, as a guideline, Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Pradipika says, Yuktam yuktam tyajed vayum, yuktam yuktam cha purayet, yuktam yuktam cha badhniyat, evam siddhim avapnuyat. So the word in red is very important here. So what is the translation? One should gradually exhale, gradually exhale the breath and gradually inhale it, and one should also restrain it gradually. Thus is siddhi obtained. What do we understand by gradual inhalation, gradual exhalation and gradual retention? The text and translation serve no purpose, but just hinting that it has to be done gradually. So only when we go to the commentary, we just unearth. This is a treasure of information and very critical information on vital inputs on inhalation, exhalation and holding of breath. Because yuktam in the context, as we see the commentary of Jyotsna, yuktam in the context of inhalation means different, something different. Yuktam in the context of exhalation means something different, and yuktam in the context of retaining the breath, something different, as we see from the commentary. Vayum pranam yuktam tyajet rechana kale shanaireva rechayet na vegataha ityarthaha. So in exhalation, what is yuktam? Shanaihi eva. Slow, the pace of it, what is conveyed through the word yuktam. One has to exhale only very slowly. That is the meaning of yuktam in the context of exhalation. Now, yuktam yuktancha na alpam nadhikam cha purayet. Now, in the context of puraka, inhalation, what is the meaning of yuktam? Na alpam, na adhikam. Optimal quantity. So, not too much of stuffing oneself with air or not too little. So you can see previously yuktam in the context of exhalation was the pace of breath, and here is the quantity in the context of inhalation. And then yuktam yuktancha badhniyat in the context of holding the breath within. What is yuktam? Jalandhara bandhadi yuktam badhniyat means holding the breath with the Jalandhara, Mula Bandha and Udyana Bandha is what is the meaning of the word yuktam in the context of holding the breath. So that these are very critical in the practice of pranayama, and all these. So mere gradual does not do any justice. The practitioner does not get any, virtually no input the practitioner gets by reading merely the text and translation. These very important inputs come only by consulting the commentaries. So we saw asana, we saw pranayama. Now we move into the kriyas, which are also again an important component of Hatha Yoga, because we are in the discussing this conference is about Hatha Yoga. So kriyas are very unique to Hatha Yoga. So here we come to one of the kriyas. I'm just taking samples. I'm not presenting all the examples. There are so many innumerable examples towards the utility of studying the commentary. I'm just presenting one in each of the category of practices that come under the Hatha, especially focusing on the Hatha Yoga Pradipika and its commentary. So here we see in dhauti. Dhauti is a practice where a cloth is swallowed and then it is drawn out. Chaturangula vistaram hastapanchadashayatam gurupadishta margena siktam vastram shanaihi graset unah pratyahare chaitad uditam dhauti karma tat. So here the translation you can see, slowly swallow a wet piece of cloth, 4 fingers broad and 15 spans long, according to the instructions of Guru, dry it out again. This process is called as dhauti. Now, slowly swallow. What is the slowly swallowing? Yes, one should not rush in swallowing it. Does the word shanaihi mean only that? Do we have any other dimension or important precaution that we need to understand, which can be understood by exploring deeper into the term shanaihi? To this, we see again the commentator chipping in with a lot of practical insights. He says, shanaihi mandam mandam kinchit kinchit graset tritiya dine advitiya dine hastadvayam tritiya dine hastatrayam evam dinavridhya hastamatram adhikam graset. So the idea is slowly, of course, means the pace of it. One should not gobble up all the cloth, and at the same time slowly also means a lesser quantity. On the first day, on the first day, 1 span of length of cloth has to be swallowed, and then on the second day 2 spans, on the third day 3 spans. So one should not rush to swallow all the 15 spans of cloth for this dhauti practice on the first day itself. So the very word shanaihi, as it indicates the pace, it also indicates the quantity also, as it is beautifully brought out. And one more additional input is, you can see in the text that you swallow graset punaha pratyahare. You swallow and then draw it out. Is there anything in between swallowing the cloth and drawing it out? The commentator says, Nauli karmana udarastham samyak chalayitva, means after swallowing the cloth, not immediately one should draw out, one should practice the nauli, and only by that the very activity of swallowing the cloth will attain its purpose of collecting the impurities and bringing out, or else mere swallowing and bringing out does not complete the process of dhauti. And that critical input to make the dhauti practice more useful, or the right way of doing dhauti, comes only from the Jyotsna commentary to the verse. Then we move to the mudras. Only a couple of examples are there. I will wrap it up. So now to the mudras. After that, an example from bandhas, and then I will wrap up. Now mudra. What is the very meaning of the word mudra? We see in the, if you just Google, there was a discussion on the term Mahamudra. We saw that in the internet also we see Maha Mudra is translated as great seal or great walrus. We do not know, but does the word mudra really mean a seal when we consult the commentary? Because the translations should not be simplistic. So there should be certain value, or there will be value to the words that are used in Sanskrita. So does the word mudra merely means a seal? Then we see in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika Jyotsna commentary, Maha Kleshan Maranadimscha Doshan Mudrayati Shamayati iti Mahamudra. So what is mudra? Mudra means that which shamayati, that which pacifies. So great seal will not be the right translation. Great pacifier will be the appropriate translation, which indicates the function and outcome of the very practice. So this sometimes the trivialization of terminologies of yoga can also be overcome by consulting the commentaries and the function, how it or the how of it or where this particular practice works. So that is also brought out only when we consult the commentary, where the commentary says mudrayati shamayati iti mudra, that which pacifies great afflictions like death, etc., and ragadvesha, etc. That is mudra. So that depth of understanding for the practitioners, which is important to develop the satkara, shraddha in the practice. So that comes only by consulting the commentary. And then the final example, now from the Mula Bandha. So for Mula Bandha, we see the verse in Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Adhastat Kunchaneshu Kantha Sankochane Krite Madhye Paschimatanena Syat Prano Brahmanadigaha. So this, though there are other verses also which describe the Mula Bandha, the drawing up of the lower region, the Muladhara region, especially the anus. So drawing it up, so that is Mula Bandha. The text as such limits the description only to that. Whether or not I am doing this practice correctly or not, so how do we know? Of course, the teacher is there to guide, but at the same time, the text itself, means especially the commentary literature, which I consider is a record of a practitioner. Especially this Jyotsna commentary, we see the commentator goes an extra mile and gives the right instruction to the last bit he gives and helps the practitioner to ascertain whether he is practicing the Mahamudra rightly or not. So the commentary says, Yadi, and see, if Mula Bandha is not practiced properly, Nana Rogotpadakaha, lots of illnesses will manifest. The commentator additionally says, all this is not in the source text. It is the extra information that we gain from the Jyotsna commentary. So he says, what are the kinds of rogas that will manifest? Dhatukshayaha, Vishtambhaha, Agnimandyam, Nadamandyam, Gutika Samuhakaram, Ajasyeva Purisham Syat, Mula Bandhaha, Samyak Najñataha, Iti Bodhyam. Now I am practicing Mula Bandha. I learned from a teacher, I looked at the text and practice, but how do I ascertain I am doing Mula Bandha rightly or not? So the commentator says, if there is deterioration of dhatus, if there is constipation, less appetite, dullness in nada, feces or like the small ball of the excreta of a goat. So if it resembles that, then one should understand that my practice of Mula Bandha is not right. Then how do I ascertain that my practice of Mula Bandha is right? I have learnt it from the teacher properly and I am doing it properly. Here also the commentator says, Dhatu Pushtihi, Samyak Malashuddhihi, Agni Diptihi, Samyak Nadabhivyaktihi Yadisyat, Mula Bandhaha Samyak Jnataha. If there is nourishment of dhatus, rasa, rakta, mamsa, medas, if all these get nourished by the practice of Mula Bandha, good bowel movement, good appetite, nada manifests, then this indicates that my Mula Bandha, my practice of Mula Bandha is correct. So thus we see, I'm just summarizing what I have presented, that based on the examples that I drew from asana, pranayama, kriya, mudra, and bandha, we see for the practical utility for the practitioner of yoga, professional of yoga, teacher of yoga, in consulting the commentary lore on Hatha Yoga, like this Jyotsna commentary, it avoids a lack of clarity, precision in inputs, as we saw in Paschimottanha, avoiding superficiality and bringing in depth of practical wisdom, be it the translation of the word yuktam as gradual or mudra as seal, that superficiality or simplistic translation, all those are avoided. And then bringing out unnoticed dimension and addition of essential component. For example, in Sitkari, the existing but not explicitly stated kumbhaka component was brought out, and then the quantity of cloth, so which was again not mentioned, was brought out, and then going an extra mile and presenting experiential wisdom. See, whatever was stated in the context of Mula Bandha is not textual or mere theoretical. One cannot simply wish away the commentary literature as mere theoretical. It is experiential wisdom which is recorded. So more can be added. I've just given a few examples. So commentary literature is a mine of information for practitioners. As I mentioned, I just presented one commentary on one text about the utility of their commentary in various practices. Similarly, more commentaries on the same text like Hatha Yoga Pradipika and other commentaries on other Hatha Yoga texts also hold a mine or treasure house of information, practical information. And so by this, when we heed to the commentaries, then what happens? Injuries are avoided, adverse impact are avoided in the practice of yoga. Yoga injuries can be overcome. Trial and error can be avoided by practitioners. With surety, confidence, and certainty, they can go to the practice. And if the basics are clear by studying the text and the commentary, then what happens? As one practices, based on that, more deeper insights on practice, more practical wisdom can be added by the practitioner if the existing knowledge is absorbed in its fullness. And then as traditional offers practical wisdom, so the important point is, of course, this is a Hatha Yoga conference on text and tradition. Texts are generally taken as theoretical inputs, and tradition is taken as the living example for the practice of the text. But the idea that I highlighted through this paper is texts are also manifestation of tradition only. Means the texts themselves hold many live information. Only the thing is, it has to be drawn out, and one has to have the patience to go to the text to unravel those very live information as is available in the living tradition. Now, I'm just concluding with the last two slides. So how do, as a yoga practitioner, as a yoga professional, as a yoga teacher, how do I go about accessing the commentaries? Only a few commentaries are translated as presented by previously by Dr. Jason Birch, or Professor Balasubramaniam also presented the work that is being done in Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute. Lot is being done and lot remains to be done. So many commentaries in Sanskrita are to be published. So as the researchers, textual people are working on this, yoga practitioners also can move towards the commentaries. Of course, it is the work of the job of the researchers to bring the text and commentary closer to the practitioner, but the onus is also on the practitioner to move towards the commentary. So we know yoga is a multi-directional, multi-dimensional discipline. Yogis do not have any reluctance in their practice, in their profession, to acquaint themselves with anatomy, physiology, Ayurvedic principles, psychology, etc. In the same way, there should be no shying away in equipping oneself with the wisdom of Samskrita also. When one learns the Samskrita language, it should be placed on par with equipping oneself with anatomy, physiology, Ayurveda, etc. Only then one can be privy to all this knowledge, which is there for us, left by our own forefathers to be discovered. Yogasya bhasha, which is one effort that in Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram we collaborated with Samskrita Promotion Foundation, where we did a set of 4 self-paced books where yoga and Samskrita can be learned together, aimed at the lay yoga practitioner and the yoga professional, and also those who are into the field of Samskrita to get an authentic immersion into yoga. So both ways it works. So one can start going about it, equipping in Samskrita by consulting this Yogasya Bhasha, which is there available in this link, and also to organizations and to institutions which are running courses on yoga. So textual immersions can be organized for the practitioners of yoga, which can be add-on courses to existing teachers training program. We at Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, at the textual research department, we created I worked on creating a textual immersion, especially on Hatha Yoga Pradipika, on asana, pranayama, mudra and bandhas, focused on taking the practitioner, or not limiting only to text and translation, leading the practitioner to the practical wisdom that is available from the commentary also. I'm very happy to share that we did one such textual immersion with Indica Yoga in the year 2019 on Hatha Yoga Pradipika on asanas, and based on that experience and experiment on teaching in a yoga with the commentaries in an immersive way, I also wrote a paper based on the experience imparting yoga texts in Samskrita, a teaching experiment and its outcome. So this is there to be referred. I presented in the 17th World Sanskrit Conference. And so this can be replicated in various organizations so that it facilitates the movement of the practitioners towards till the commentary literature, not to merely remain at the level of mere text and translation. Because this is very important, because Vyasa in Yoga Sutra commentary, he says, yoga, of course, it's a practice, but Swadhyaya is a very integral component of yoga. He says, Swadhyayad yoga masita, yogat swadhyaya mamane, swadhyaya yoga sanyuktya paramatma prakashate. One has to nourish one's study with yoga and nourish yoga with study. Means practice with learning, and learning should become more insightful with the experiential knowledge. So Swadhyaya and yoga should go together. Only then the ultimate goal of Paramatma, realizing the Paramatman, which is the goal of yoga in general, be it Hatha Yoga or Raja Yoga, that will be attained in that process. Consulting, studying the commentary literature of Hatha Yoga especially plays a very critical role. I end my paper here. I thank the organizers for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Jayaramanji. You have always been such an immense trendsetter, contributor, pathbreaker for yoga studies and yoga research. This is again another eye-opening aspect about commentaries, how commentaries are important. You have been doing this from a long time. How commentaries contribute to yoga studies has not been focused enough in other projects also, other projects in other countries also. They have not done enough focus on the importance of commentaries as independent texts. They are also texts in themselves. Always commentaries have been looked at as helpful in studying a text only. But how commentaries help in understanding the practice of yoga, and how commentaries themselves are contributions from the commentators to the science of yoga, to the tradition of yoga. This you have brought out very well, Dr. Jayaramanji. And one question from me would be, do these commentators also provide information about themselves, bio of themselves, so that we know the time of their commentary writing, and so that we from the commentaries also know the sequence of the development of ideas from the original text to the commentary?
Of course, means that's a challenge for people working in the field of manuscriptology, because certain commentators in certain manuscripts, we find the colophon information at the end. The Pushpika gives the information. Unfortunately, in certain occasions, we don't get it. But with regard to this Brahmananda commentary, on this Jyotsna commentary, from which most of my references came, certain biographical information are available, and he is one student of a Meru Shastri, and scholars are able to, based on those inputs, they are able to trace him to somewhere in the 19th century. So it all depends upon the manuscripts. So what information they hold. So yeah, that's how we get into it, sir.
I think Professor Nagaraj Paturuji might have missed the connection. So we were referring to the Yoga Bhasha Sanskrita. We are very keen to have a properly well-developed program based on that. So we'll be shortly working with you on that project, and we look forward to taking that to as many people as possible, because that's a very important component, equipping Sanskrit yoga teachers with Sanskrit, and that needs to be done in a way it can be scalable. So we look forward to that work with your collaboration.
Thank you very much. I will be very happy to collaborate and work together on this project.
Vinay Chandraji, maybe we should curtail the total lunch time to half an hour.
We also have some elbow space at the end. So maybe by 15 minutes instead of 2:30, we can reconvene at 2:45.
Okay.
And that we can make up at the end.
Yeah. Okay.
Hariji, you wanted to come in for your quick comments?
No, nothing specific right now. I just wanted to ask Jayaramanji about, I remember it's almost 2 years since he has come up with this book on yoga, Sanskritam for yoga. What has been the progress on that count? How has the response been? I know that Sanskritam through Bhagavad Gita, Sanskritam through Vedanta have also been attempted by Samskrita Bharati, I think. How has the response to this initiative been?
The book, though Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram and Samskrita Promotion Foundation work together on this project, the book and other material it's held by the Samskrita Promotion Foundation. What happened was we proposed to start a course at Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, but that was the time when Corona set in. Unfortunately, we could not. I just wanted to do a course in person to participants at KYM, but could not do because of this Corona since last year. But as I hear from Samskrita Promotion Foundation, the first edition has been sold out. The first lot of books that was published has been sold out, and we contributed a few corrections, and the second edition of that set is now out in the second. So this indicates that there is quite a lot of interest, enthusiasm among practitioners to learn Samskrita, to acquaint themselves with Samskrita in the field of yoga.
How much time? What is the duration of this course? And
the plan or the approach with which we did the course is for 2 years. There are 3 parts. The first part is for 6 months, basics of language, getting the feel of the language, and also with examples from Samskrita. So that is for 6 months, and then the next 6 months is a little more deeper grammar aspects, including Sandhi, Samasa, etc., with again examples drawn from the yoga lore. So that is for another 6 months. So 1 year of pure language with inputs from yoga law, with examples, with the diagrams, etc., with a workbook kind of activity. So 1 year language with yoga inputs, and then the next year is fully an immersion into Yoga Sutra, analyzing threadbare grammatical commentorial analysis. That is also given in the second part, which comes in 2 parts. The first 2 padas are 1 part, and the second 2 padas of Yoga Sutra is 1 part. So totally there will be 4 books, but aimed at 3 stages: beginner grammar, intermediate grammar, and 1 textual immersion with the Yoga Sutra.
Okay. So you are incorporating the sutras also.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, my interaction with Sanskrit Promotion Foundation makes me understand that the idea is not so much of teaching Sanskrit through a discipline. It is teaching the Sanskrit of the discipline to the people specializing in that field. That is a very important area, because in every language, what we call in linguistics, registers exist. Each discipline has its own register. Once people don't understand the register of that discipline, there is always a scope of misunderstanding the register in terms of a normal day-to-day language of that particular discipline. So, what Sanskrit Promotion Foundation claims is that it is promoting registers within Sanskrit of each discipline. And that is working very well, because not only the books are sold out, there are good registrations for the courses also, of these courses.
We bring this session to the conclusion. I thank Dr. Jairamanji and Professor Nagaraj Paturiji for leading the sessions and moderating the sessions in the morning. So we'll now take a lunch break for about 45 minutes, and we reconvene at 2:45 IST and continue with the other presentations. We'll conclude with Om followed by 3 Shantis. Sit comfortably. Take a deep inhalation. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
45 PM. ஓ 2:45க்கு தான் ஆரம்பமா? 2:30க்கு ஆரம்பம்னு நினைச்சேன். 2:45க்கு ஆரம்பமா?
Namaste. So we will commence the post-lunch session, the final session of this international conference on philosophy and practice of yoga with focus on Hatha Yoga, Unravelling Texts and Tradition. Can this screen be removed? So the first speaker for the post-lunch session is Dr. Yamuna Devi. Dr. Yamuna Devi, she here. Has Dr. Yamuna Devi joined already?
Dr. Yamuna Devi, you have joined as an attendee. We want you to join as a panelist using the panelist link. Or I can request Srinivas ji to promote Yamuna Devi ji as a panelist from the backhand. Jairamanji, she is joining, okay. So maybe you can start introducing her, and then when she comes, she can take over.
Fine. Yes, Dr. Yamuna Devi ji is a very good friend, good colleague in Chennai. She is the associate professor at the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute in Chennai, and she is a gold medalist in her postgraduate degree in Samskrita, Sahitya, and also a second rank holder from Bangalore University in MA. She holds her MPhil and PhD degrees from the University of Madras, and her area of research expertise is Vyakarana. She has presented many papers in national and international conferences, contributed research articles to international journals. I had the opportunity to read a couple of books of her on the Amarakosha commentary also. Now, Dr. Yamuna will now address or present her paper on the topic, Some Yogic Practices for the Cure of Diseases as Gleaned from Hatha Yoga Texts. Yamuna ji.
There seems to be some technical issue.
Jairamanji, she's facing some net down difficulty.
Okay.
She may take some time. She messaged us.
So, can we move to the next paper? Dr. Vidyuta is here?
Yes, Dr. Vidyuta is here.
Okay. So then, so we'll take up, now we'll take up Dr. Vidyuta's paper. Her paper is on the description of nadis in Hatha Yoga texts. Dr. Vidyuta is also from the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai. She's a research associate there, and she holds her PhD in Samskrita on Kashyapa Shilpa Shastra from the University of Madras. Again, she also is active in the academic arena. She has participated and presented papers in research papers in various national and international seminars and conferences in different parts of India and abroad, including the 16th World Sanskrit Conference held at Bangkok in 2015. Her specialization includes Sanskrit literature, yoga, ancient Indian mathematics, and temple architecture. Now, Dr. Vidyuta, kindly present your paper on description of nadis in Hatha Yoga. Over to you, madam.
Good afternoon to all. I'll just share my screen first. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, madam.
Can do it in the presentation.
Yes, sir. Namaste. I'm going to talk on the topic description of nadis in Hatha Yoga texts. Yoga has gained universal acceptance for its efficiency in prevention and cure of many physiological and psychological disorders. And there are many branches of yoga, as you have been seeing for the past 2 days. They are Hatha, Laya, Mantra, and Raja Yoga. Hatha Yoga is the most popular branch of yoga and is spread all over the world. And it deals with various techniques to preserve the body in good health for a long time. It is preliminary to other schools of yoga in general, since it removes the ailments of the body and regulates the bodily functions. According to the text on yoga, the nadis carry the vital air throughout the body. Therefore, they play an important role in one's physical well-being. As you have seen in the morning session, the word Hatha has been explained by Srimati Preeti to be in the union of sun and moon nadis, namely the Pingala and the Ida nadis. She has given a reference from the Yogashika Upanishad. Going on. The word nadi generally refers to the tubular vessel which carries the blood and the vital air to all parts of the body. It can be derived from the root nala, gandena, bandena cha. It is interpreted as nalayati iti nadi. According to Lingaisuri in his commentary on Amarakosha, he derives this word in the sense of movement, that is gatyartha. Since it is spread throughout the body, it is called as nadi. The word nadi seems to have an etymological relationship with the term nada, as seen from the Rigveda and Atharva Vedic slokas. There are many synonyms, as mentioned by Dr. Balasubramaniam today morning, Rolab Subramaniam sir today morning, like they are Damani, Shira, Dhara, Snayu, and so on. The role of nadis in one's body. Nadis, as explained in the Ayurvedic text, are chondroids or tubular vessels which carry the vital energy throughout the body. Apart from blood, tissues, and air, they also transmit the knowledge and energy throughout the body. In the yogic and tantric texts, the role of nadis is described as vital, for they help one physiologically and psychologically also. Since the nadis carry the prana or the life force, they are termed as pranavahinya by the Goraksha Samhita. And the same is also found in the Varaha Upanishad, which says, Nadi namashrayaha pindaha nadyaha pranasya cha ashrayaha. Since they are the pranavahinya, any obstruction in the nadis leads to the improper flow of the vital air in them, which in turn disturbs the steadiness of the mind. The Hatha Yoga Pratipika, which is one of the most popular texts on the Hatha Yoga, says, Malakulasu nadishu marute naiva madhyakaha katam syat unmani vavaha kuryat karya siddhihi katam bhavet. Here, the word unmani refers to the steadiness of the mind by the following verse, Marute madhya sanchare manas stairyam prajayate yo manaha stutiri bhavaha saivavastha manonmani. All the texts on Hatha Yoga insist on the process of nadi shuddhi before, that is the purification of nadis, before taking up on the various practices of pranayama. In spite of the importance given to the nadi shuddhi in yogic texts, there have been many differences of opinions among the popular texts with regard to the origin, the position of the nadis in the human body, the total number of the nadis, and the number of principal nadis in the human body. There are two different opinions among the Hatha Yogic texts that play about the location in the physical body from where all these nadis originate. So there's one such opinion that the Advaya Taraka Upanishad, Mandala Brahmana Upanishad, and Yoga Shivka Upanishad are of the opinion that all the nadis rise from the Mooladhara. The other Upanishads, like some other Upanishads like Shurika, Darshana, Dhyana Bindu, Yoga Chudamani, and Varaha Upanishad, and Chandalya Upanishad say that they originate from the Kanda. According to the Yoga Yajnavalkya, Kanda is located 9 angulas from the center of the body. It is in the shape of an egg, having height and width of 4 angulas. Nabhi lies in it, and also Jiva and Kundalini reside here. Regarding the number of nadis, there are many different views. Dr. Balasubramanian sir mentioned some of the views of the major Upanishads today morning. According to Shiva Samhita says that there are 350,000 nadis in our body. Sardha Laksham Trayam Nadyah Santihi Dehantare Nridam. Yoga Yajnavalkya, Hatha Yoga Pratipika, Goraksha Samhita, and Hatha Ratnavali are of the opinion that there are 72,000 nadis in the body. V Saptati Sahasreshu Nadi Margeshu Sancharet. The Goraksha Samhita further mentions that among the many nadis, only 10 are the main. Pradhanaha Pranavahinyaha Bhuyat Tasu Dashasmritaha. The other texts like Yoga Yajnavalkya, Hatha Ratnavali, Shiva Samhita, Hatha Sanketa Sandhika mention 14 nadis, the names of which have been talked about for the past 2 days, and there are the different ones that have not been mentioned are Varuni, Yashashwini, and Payashwini. These are not mentioned in the Goraksha Samhita. Amongst these 14 nadis, the first 3, namely Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, are the important, and even among them, Sushumna is the most important. Sushumna is said to be the path for liberation, according to the Yoga Yajnavalkya, which says, Mukti Marketi Sa Rokta Sushumna Vishwadharini. Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna are usually compared to the rivers Ganga, Yamuna, and Saraswati respectively. Hatha Yoga Pratipika records this saying, Ida Bhagavati Ganga, Pingala Yamuna Nadi. Hatha Ratnavali repeats the same and adds that Saraswati Sushumnokta. And Yoga Yajnavalkya also mentions that Ida is that the presiding deity for Ida is moon, and it's Tamasika in nature. And for Pingala, it's sun, and it's Rajasika in nature. Regarding the position of nadis, about the other nadis, there is only a small number of opinions. But regarding Sushumna, they say that Goraksha Samhita and Yoga Yajnavalkya, and then some Yoga Upanishads like Shurika, Trishika Brahmana, Darshana, etc. say that the location of the Sushumna is at the center of the Kanda. Kandasya Madhyame Gargi. Sushumna Supratishtata. The Yoga Shika Upanishad and Dhyana Bindu Upanishad say that the Sushumna is located at the Mooladhara. Mooladharat Sushumna cha Vistantu Niba Shubha. Other than this, the yogic texts are unanimous in their view that Ida and Pingala are on the left and right side of Sushumna, but there are some minor differences among few texts regarding the position of the other nadis. The following chart, this chart represents the location of the nadis according to the Yoga Yajnavalkya. The Yoga Yajnavalkya does not give the position or the location of Yashashwini, but Hatha Sanketa Sandhika mentions it to be lying between Pusha and Saraswati Nadi. So you can see the difference between the texts, the different opinion between the two texts. Moving on. About the functions of nadis. The nadis in general function as conduits of life force throughout the body. The functioning of each nadi is not much discussed in majority of the Hatha Yoga texts. However, Sundaradeva describes this phenomenon in his Hatha Tattva Kaumudi. According to him, Sushumna is the pathway to liberation and the procurer of siddhis in the 14 worlds. Ida and Pingala help in the practice of pranayama. Gandhari and Hastijigva help in proper vision. Usha and Alambusha help receive sound clearly. Saraswati Nadi is responsible for producing speech. Vishwadhara helps in assimilating 4 types of food like solid, liquid, and so on. The Payashwini Nadi causes hunger and thirst. Raka, Sinivali, and Kuhu Nadi are responsible for the release of semen in urine. Shankini takes the essence of the digested food to the cavity of the palate and also helps to collect the nectar there. Regarding Nadi Shuddhi or the purification of the Nadis plays an important role in the practice of yoga. Hatha Yoga Pradipika says only when the Nadis are purified, the air, the prana, can move freely within the body. The verse we have already seen before. If the Nadis are not purified, the inhaled air which is circulated through these vessels becomes impure and cause some diseases in the body. Therefore, Nadi Shuddhi should be practiced before pranayama. According to Hatha Shanketa Samdrika and Yoga Yajnavalkya. The benefits, Yoga Yajnavalkya says that as a result of purification of the nadis, the body becomes light, that is the Sharira Laguta, the gastric fire in the stomach gets stimulated, Deepta Vannihi, Jatara Vartinaha, and the inner sound is manifested, that is Nadabhi Vyaktihi. According to the edition of Yoga Yajnavalkya by Mohanji, he has translated Nada Abhivakti as improvement of voice. But here we have translated as so inner sound is manifested with accordance with Brahmananda's view. And then Hatha Tattva Kaumudi adds that as a result of purification of the nadis, the senses are purified, leading to tranquility. Moreover, when the chitta is purified, wisdom dawns and one gets attached to the self. Thus, then one enters the state of God. To conclude, it's mandatory to learn the different methods of practice of Nadi Shuddhi from the competent teachers who are adepts in yoga. The therapeutic value of the nadis as per Hatha Yoga text is highlighted by Nadi Shuddhi. For this process is important for the physiological and psychological wellness of a person. Further, the benefits of the 3 important nadis, namely Ida, Pingala, and Shushumna, as the carrier of the vital air or prana or swara, is discussed at length in the other branch of yoga, namely the Swara Yoga, wherein the 5 elements or the Panchatattwas are also mentioned in connection with these 3 main nadis and their combined effects on human health. I am on the process of doing a project which has been sanctioned, a fellowship project which has been given to me by Indic Academy, which is at its final stages, which I'll be completing soon. I thank the authorities for it. Moving on, but the Ayurvedic texts deal more in detail about the therapeutic purpose of the nadis. It is to be noted here that the nadis discussed in the Ayurvedic text pertain to the gross body or the Sthula Sharira. The nadis described in the text of Hatha Yoga pertain to those of the subtle body or the Sukshma Sharira. Hence, it can be seen that from the above discussion that the text on Hatha Yoga contain many interesting details about the nadis, like their origin, number, position, functions, and their role in one's body. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. So can you end the screen, say share screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation. Very lucid, comprehensive, covers all the aspects of Nadi. I just have one question. As you are doing a project on Nadi, of course, we know in Ayurveda that there is a Nadi Parikshana. The Vata, Pitta, Kapha, Nadi Parikshana is there. So is there any kind of Nadi Parikshana related discussion in yoga text, especially Hatha Yoga text?
No, sir. As far as Hatha Yoga text is concerned, as far as I know, there's no Nadi Parikshana thing there, but they talk more about the Nadi Shuddhi.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
The next paper Actually, this was the first paper. Dr. Yamuna could not, as per schedule, could not join earlier. I hope Dr. Yamuna is here now. Just check once. Dr. Yamuna Devi is here. So she will be presenting a paper on some yogic practices for the cure of diseases as gleaned from Hatha Yoga texts. As I introduced earlier, Dr. Yamuna Devi is an academic colleague from Chennai. She works in the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute as associate professor. She is a gold medalist in her MA with Sahitya Shastra. In Sahitya Shastra, also a second rank holder. Her specialization is in the field of Vyakarana. She is a very active person in the academic arena, having published many books and research articles both in Indian and international journals. Now, Dr. Yamuna Devi.
Thank you, sir. Ya adinatho bhagavan nija bhakta no kampaya mahakala jayam shastram kritavantam namamyaham. So yoga in the contemporary world is practiced for the well-being of the body and mind. Every health conscious person is seen today getting involved in various yogic practices. In the modern world, philosophy is less practiced and studied, whereas the physical well-being alone has gained priority. In ancient India, yoga was a philosophic school, and the various postures and practices of yoga help the yogi maintain good health, which is the medium to attain supreme knowledge. Diseases are said to be one of the causes of distraction of mind and an obstacle to yoga. Patanjali in his Yoga Sutra says, Vyadhistyana samshaya pramada alasya virati bhranti darshana alabdha bhumikatva anavasthitattvani chitta vikshepaha te antarayaha. And to remove these obstacles, it is said performing these asanas and other techniques help the yogi get a control of the mind and realize the supreme. So the practice of asanas have many benefits, and it is difficult or impossible to explain clearly and realize the truth that underlie the various asanas till the human system is understood in all its intricacy and detail. Yet the various postures activate various nerve centers which help in regulating the body and mind. Many diseases brought about by the imbalance of the three doshas, kapha, vata, pitta, are said to be removed by the practice of asanas. I'm sorry, the screen is not, I'm not able to move the screen. Yeah. That's why Hatha Yoga Pradipika says, Puriyat tadasanam sthiryam arogyam cha angaladhavam. I have taken 3 texts of Hatha Yoga here. One is the Hatha Yoga Pradipika of Smatma Rama, which combines the advantages of both Raja Yoga and Hatha Yoga. Hatha Ratnavali of Srinivasa Bhatta, describing the Ashtakarmas dealing with health and cure of diseases arising from Kapha, Meda and Mala, and also which prescribes modes for cleansing the body parts with air, water and some liquids and other techniques. The Satkarma Sangraha of Chidganananda is a short treatise on yoga and Ayurveda. The work begins with definition of diseases, those caused by the wrong yogic postures. The yogic techniques like Chakri, Trataka, Kasha, Kasana, Neti, Bastis are all explained in this text. The diseases which are cured by such practices are also elaborated in this treatise. The yogic techniques are more or less comparable to the Panchakarma therapy in Ayurveda for prevention and cure of diseases and maintenance of harmony of the three doshas. In the present paper, an attempt is made to bring to light the common yogic practices employed to cure the diseases, or it's rather a preventive measure, and the texts giving these benefits of yoga are brought to light. The Matsyendrasana, it is said in the Hatha Yoga Pradipika, to increase appetite by fanning the gastric juice, and it helps in destroying all the diseases of the body. Matsyendra Pitam Jatara Pradiptim Prachanda Rub Mandala Khandana Astram Abhyasata Kundalini Prabodham Chandra Sthiratvam Cha Dadati Pumsam. The next is the Paschima. I am not giving the details of how to perform. Already Dr. Jairaman ji has described about all these asanas, a few of these. Paschimottanasana, the practice of Paschimottanasana, it is said, makes the breath flow through the Sushumna and stimulates the gastric juice, makes the loins lean and removes all diseases. Udaya Jataranalasiya Kuryat Udare Karshyam Arogyatam Cha Pumsam. So again, this is for the general well-being. The next is the Mayurasana. The Mayurasana is said to cure all diseases like the gulma, the enlargement of the glands, udara dropsy and other stomach diseases, and it helps in overcoming the imbalance caused by kapha, vata and pitta. It is said that it also aids in digestion, and it can even digest the terrible poison, says the verse. Harati sakala rogan ashu gulma udaradina abhibhavati cha doshan asanam shri mayuram bahu kad ashana bhuktam basma kuryada shesham janayati jataragnim jarayet kalaputam. So even the kalaputa visha, it is said that can be cured by practicing this Mayurasana. Then comes the Siddhasana. It is highly held in the by the yogis that Siddhasana helps the regular practice of Siddhasana for 12 years. It is said to result in the fulfillment of the practitioner. He would be able to attain the Siddhis. And the Padmasana, it is said, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika mentions that by performing the Padmasana regularly and by practicing Mula Bandha, all diseases are destroyed. While the practice of Jalandhara Bandha, a man attains unequaled knowledge. Next is the Simhasana. It is said that regular practice of Simhasana helps in facilitating the three bandhas. The Bhadrasana is said to the regular practice of Bhadrasana is said to destroy all diseases. Bhadrasanam bhavedetat sarva vyadhi vinashanam. So now explaining the importance of asanas which help in alleviating or preventing the diseases in general. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika also mentions the order in which the kriyas have to be performed. Asanam, kumbhakam, chitram, bhadrakyam, karanam tatha. Atha nadanusandanam, abhyasanukrame hate. And this is the procedure in Hatha Yoga to be followed. Now, certain diseases caused by kapha, to remove the kapha diseases, some of the methods given here are dhauti. The practice of dhauti is said to alleviate all bronchial diseases, asthma, diseases of spleen, leprosy, and other phlegm diseases. The Hatha Yoga Pradipika says, Asa Shwasa Kliha Pushtam Kaparogascha Vimshatihi Dhauti Karma Prabhavena Prayantyeva Nasamshayaha. It is Hatha Ratnavali also follows Hatha Yoga Pradipika in giving the benefits, and the Satkarma Sangraha adds that even the deafness of ear can be cured by practicing dhauti. Karna badhiryam uchaihi duri kuryat, says Satkarma Sangraha. Next is the Vasti. So it is said in Hatha Yoga Pradipika that the practice of Vasti, diseases like enlargement of glands and spleen, dropsy and other diseases of stomach can be cured. So, and all the diseases caused by excess of wind, bile and phlegm are cured. Gulma, plihodaram chapi, vata pitta kapudbhavaha, vasti karma prabhavena, kshiyante sakalamayaha. Coming to the Neti, he says, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika again says, that all diseases of the body above the shoulder are cured by practicing Niti. It purifies the region of the skull and bestows sharp vision. And Hatha Ratnavali also says the same benefits. It mentions the same benefits. And it also says improving eyesight and cure of eye diseases are the benefits of practicing Niti. The Trataka is a method where all eye diseases can be cured by practicing Trataka. And the Satkarma Sangraha adds that drowsiness is also removed. Netra rogas tatha tandra nashyantiha dhurjati. And Nauli is a practice by which is said that all diseases, imbalance of the three doshas are removed by the practice of Nauli. It also increases the gastric fire, digestion is improved. And Hatha Ratnavali also gives the similar benefits, and it says it also maintains the overall well-being. Ashesha dosha amaya shoshi, says Hatha Ratnavali. The Surya Bhedana Kumbhaka, by practicing this, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika says it helps in purifying the brain, destroy the diseases arising from excess of wind and the maladies caused by bacteria. So this can be practiced more to avoid, I think, the neti and these kriyas of bronchial, those prescribed to benefit bronchial diseases can be practiced at this time of COVID. And Ujjayi, performing Ujjayi, it is said, helps in removing the disorders in the throat caused by kapha and stimulates the digestive fire. So this also can be practiced more by us in these days so that we can avoid getting succumbed to the COVID disease. And next comes the Shitali Kumbhaka. The practice of Shitali Kumbhaka is said to cure diseases of abdomen and the spleen. It also destroys fever, biliousness, hunger, thirst, and poisons. Gulma pliharikan rogan jwaram pittam kshudham trisham vishani shitali nama kumbhakeyam nihantihi. So these are some of the benefits which I have taken here, just to show us to how the cure for, and even the preventive measures for each of the asana or the kriyas prescribed by the texts have been recorded in our ancient texts as early as 11th to 14th century. These have been recorded. And one more point I would like to bring to notice is that the Satkarma Sangraha, which has both yoga and Ayurvedic prescriptions, it deals with massage, oil massage therapies, the gargling of with oil and other things to clear the mouth ulcers and other mouth and tooth related diseases are all dealt with in Satkarma Sangraha. It is a text having both yoga and Ayurvedic prescriptions. And another thing in the Satkarma Sangraha text, which is printed in by the Lonawala, has a translation of R.G. Harshay. But one thing is, there are many verses which are left untranslated. This has to be looked into by the scholars, and I thank Indic Academy for having given me this opportunity to talk on some concepts of yoga. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yamuna ji. So, in Hatha Yoga, you detailed about asana, pranayama, of course, and kriya dimension benefits. I hope you would have also noticed about the mudra portions also. In mudra also, it mentions about the benefits. Would you want to add anything on that? A note on that?
The Satkarma Sangraha and Hatha Ratnavali do give certain mudras along with the practice of asanas. I have not dealt fully in this paper, sir. We can go through that also.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yamuna ji. Now we move on to the third paper of this session. The paper is by Srimati Lavanya Ishwar. She is also a research associate in the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai. Her topic, the topic of her paper is Vasishtha Samhita on Vayus and Marmasthanas. Words of introduction about Srimati Lavanya. She is a research scholar pursuing her PhD in the field of Advaita Vedanta. She has also done her MA and MPhil in Samskrita from the University of Madras. She is also well versed in Carnatic music. So I welcome Srimati Lavanya Ishwar to kindly present her paper. Lavanya ji, are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, yeah. Sir. Yeah. One second, sir.
No problem. Take it.
Yeah. Is the screen clear, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Yeah. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Good afternoon to one and all present here. My paper is on the Vasishtha Samhita on Vayus and Marmasthanas. Indian classical thoughts hold salvation, Kaivalya, as the highest of the ideals of human endeavor. It also holds that yoga is the only way of attaining the same, as is seen in many scriptural passages like Ayam tu paramo dharmo, yad yogyena atmadarshanam, and so on. On considering such passages, it can be definitely said that a traditional system of yoga existed from times of yore and was accepted by the Vedic sages. The Vasishtha Samhita, especially the Yoga Kanda, is one such small and unique text on yoga in 6 chapters. The Vasishtha Samhita describes yoga with the 8 limbs, but the method of treatment of this differs from that of the other yoga texts. First, I will give a short account of the unique features of the text and then go on with the Vayus and Marmasthanas. Works on yoga, including the Yoga Sutra and the Hatha Pradipika, are generally silent on the question whether the injunctions laid down by the Shruti and the Smriti are to be followed. But the Vasishtha Samhita is not silent in this matter. It gives the aspirant a definite injunction that the duties prescribed by the Vedas are to be followed. Jnanino ajnanino vapi yavad dehasya sadhanam tavad varnashrama proktam kartavyam karma muktaye. The famous works on yoga do not prescribe the performance of daily and other duties. The Vasishtha Samhita, on the other hand, lays down 2 ways for the performance of the rituals. At first, it divides karma into 2 as pravartaka and nivartaka. The 2 ways of performing them, namely pravartaka marga and nivartaka marga, depend on the positive actions as indicated in the verse. Jatasya dvidau jneyau panthano vedachoditau karmatmaka ubhavetau pravartaka nivartakau. Varnashramanam karmaiva kama sankalpa purvakam pravartakam bhavedetat samsarevai pravartanat. As both ways of positive action, it becomes evident that Vasishtha does not approve of karma sannyasa or renunciation of all actions. When karma is performed with a special motive in mind, it gives rise to samsara and hence is known as pravartaka. But karma, if it is performed because it is one's duty and without hankering for its fruit, it becomes nivartaka. Combination of jnana and karma. In the opinion of Vasishtha, jnana or karma alone would not lead to salvation. It is only a combination of both that is the correct path of leading, correct path leading to the goal. Karma along with jnana not only purifies the mind but also leads one to moksha. This is the Jnana Karma Samuchayavada, which was in vogue in ancient times and referred to in scriptures. Vasishta leans heavily on this view, as can be seen from the verse, Yataha karmaiva kurvanti jnaninopi mumukshavaha tatas twamapi viprendra jnanenachara karma tat. Jnana equated with yoga. Of the two, namely jnana and karma, jnana has been explained by Vasishta prominently. Jnana means knowledge. But all types of knowledge do not form the means to salvation according to Vasishta. Only that knowledge of oneself acquired through yoga forms the means to salvation, which is stated below. Jnanam yogatmakam vidhi yogas chatmani tishtati sa yogo ashtanga samyuktaha sarvadharma sa uchyati. Thus yoga with the 8 limbs is jnana. One should have a good knowledge of the physical body and also the subtle and astral bodies in order to lead a life in harmony with nature and to live a balanced life. If one has defect in the physical body or the mind, then it is difficult for him to achieve human perfection through the yogic practice. Hence, great yogis and saints of ancient India emphasize the need for a comprehensive knowledge of the physical and mental activities of a person. Yoga Yajnavalkya contains description on the physical and subtle bodies, nadis, vayus and their functions, which are found in many popular texts like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Hatha Ratnavali, Goraksha Samhita, Shiva Samhita and Geranda Samhita. It may be pointed out that Hatha Sanketa Chandrika is the only text which describes all aspects of physical and subtle bodies, and sometimes it quotes Yoga Yajnavalkya and also Vasishta Samhita, Atma Purana and Manasollaso of Sureshwaracharya on this topic. The Vasishta Samhita contains insightful information on human anatomy in terms of nadi, vayu, marmasthana, unique practice of pratyahara in terms of vital points, enlightening instructions on dharana and dhyana from yogic point of view, which facilitates the attainment of yogic goal. The 8 limbs of yoga described in the Yoga Sutra are dealt by Vasishta also, but he adds to this the topic on the purification of the nadis. The position of the various nadis and their working are described at first, followed by the description of the mode of purification. To have a correct knowledge of the purification of nadis, knowledge of the various parts of the body and of the passage of the vayus in the nadis is essential. According to the many texts on yoga, there are 10 different vayus inside the body. They are located at different places and perform different functions to maintain the body without diseases. The 10 vayus are prana, apana, samanascha, udano, vyana evacha, nagaha, kurmaha, krikarako, devadatto, dhananjayaha. The first 5 are known as panchaprana and the later 5 are upapranas. Even in the early Vedic Samhitas and Upanishads, references on the 5 main pranas are available. Vasishta Samhita also describes the 10 vayus moving through the nadis. Ete nadishu sarvasu charanti dashavayavaha, eteshu vayavaha pancha mukhyaha pranadayaha smritaha. Their respective regions in the body and the functions they perform with respect to Yoga Yajnavalkya and Vasishta Samhita, I have presented this in a tabular form. Yoga Yajnavalkya and Vasishta Samhita, if you see, are almost similar in bringing out the locations of the vayus as well as the functions. Now, this table shows the location of the vayu. Teshu mukhyatamaha pranaha kandasyadaha pratishtitaha Charatyasye nasikayor hridaye nabhimandale padangushtepi saprana eteshvapi cha tishtati. Now, in the second chapter of Yoga Vasishta Samhita, verses 42 to 50 deal with the location of the vayus, and from verse 51 to 54, it deals with the 42 to 50 deals with the location, and 51 to 54 deals with the functions of the 10 vayus. Now, this table shows the functions of the vayus with respect to Yoga Yajnavalkya and Vasishta Samhita. Now, of the first 5 vayus that were mentioned, samana, it pervades the whole of the body. So, samanaha sarvada dehe sarvam vyapya vyavastitaha bhuktam sarvarasam gatre vyapayet vakhninasaha visaptati sahasreshu nadi margeshu sancharan samanavayu revaiko deham vyapya vyavastitaha ज्ञात्वेवं नाडी संस्थानं वायुस्थानं प्रयत्नतः नाडी संशोधनं कुर्यात् यथाविधि पुरस्सरम्. Now, from the tables below, shown, it can be seen that both Yoga Yajnavalkya and Vasishtha Samhita almost similar in dealing with the location and movement of the vayus. Starting from Naga, that the last 5, the location of the 5 individual vayus, they have not been given separately. It is only mentioned as Nagadi Vayavaha Pancha Tvagastyadishu Samstitaha. That is, it only says that these 5 are present in the skin and the bones, as the common location has been given as skin and bones. Now we go on to the vital points, Marmasthanas. The chapter 3 of Vasishtha Samhita gives the description of the vital points in the body, beginning with while describing the pratyahara, the vital points are mentioned. So pratyaharam prashamsanti samyuta yoginah sada ashtadashasu yad vayor marmasthaneshu dharanam sthanat samakrishya pratyaharah sacha uttamaha. Then beginning with the 18 vital points are given. Padangushtocha gulpaucha janga madhyo tathaivacha chityormulecha janucha madhye chorudvayasyacha Payumulam tataf paschat madhyadeham cha medrakam nabhim cha hridayam vatsa kantakupas tataivacha talumulam cha nasayaha mulam chakshnoshcha madhyamam bruvor madhyam lalatam cha murdha cha munisattama marmasthanani cha etani manam tesham pratakshunu. So from verse 62 to 75 deals with the list of the 18 vital points and also as well as the measurement given. That is, Vasishtha Samhita mentions the 18 vital points, giving the vertical distance of 1 point from the preceding one. That is with respect to the body measurement of 96 angulas for all human beings by their own fingers. Sthaneshveteshu manasa vayum aropya dharayet sthanat samakrishya pratyaharottamo mataha. By mentally imposing vayu on these spots, one should concentrate the air on these spots and should withdraw it from each and every place. This is supposed to be the best pratyahara. Ya evam kurte vidwan yogamiti yatavidhi sayati brahma sadanam punarnavartate tataha. The wise and learned person, by doing as prescribed, attains the celestial abode, never to return from there again. So this is the table. I have shown the vital points with the finger distance. This was with regard to the vayus and marmasthanas given in Vasishtha Samhita. I also thought to just bring out a small note on the philosophical thoughts of Vasishtha. Vasishtha holds the identification of Jivatma with Paramatma to be Advaita, as is clear from the characteristics of Samadhi described by him. It also becomes clear that Vasishtha attributes to Brahman all supernatural qualities and also omnipresence. He holds that Brahman with attributes is the cause of the universe. Then coming to Jiva, Jivas are the reflections of Brahman like the reflections of the moon in the waters. To this limited Jiva is attributed transmigration. Jiva is called as Kshetrajna when in the state of waking and is called Bhokta when he experiences good and evil. The 4 states described are Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti and Turiya. The 5-fold universe is stated to be Bhokta, Bhogya, Bhukti, Bhogayatana and Indriya. The Vasishtha Samhita does not contain any detailed description regarding the creation of the universe. It only states that the universe was at first unmanifest and was in a subtle form. It became manifest in the present form through Pranava. Though the duties largely differ according to the respective Varna and Ashrama, Vasishtha does not mention any particular Varna as exclusively competent for practicing yoga. On the other hand, he recommends yoga to all. Jnanam yogatmakam vidhi yogaschatmani tishtati sa yogo ashtanga samyuktaha sarvadharmaha sa uchyate. Similarly, though Vasishtha describes varying degree of ahimsa and mitahara in order to suit different stages of life, nowhere does he recommend any change in the upasana and yogic practices with regard to the caste. This shows that Vasishtha recommends the path of yoga to the whole of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. It was a wonderful note with which you concluded that yoga is sarvadharma, means is applicable to manava matra, means for the entire humanity. I don't recollect the exact quote, but in Brahma Purana also, once I presented a paper on Purana in Ashtanga Yoga in Purana, there also we see that yoga is mentioned as sarvadharma. It's for all without any division of varna, ashrama, etc. It's a wonderful point, madam. But just have one query, that is,
yes, sir.
In Hatha Yoga Pradipika, in the beginning, there is a verse. Before commencing the description on asana, Swatmarama says, Vasishthadyescha munibhihi, Matsyendradyescha yogibhihi, Angikritani asanani, Kathyante kanichinmaya. That's how he commences the description on asana, where he says that Vasishtha and others are munis, Matsyendra and others are yogis. What is the difference between munis and yogis? Manana and Hathabhyasa. Both of them practice Manana and Hathabhyasa. Manana is important for Vasishtha and others. They also do Hathabhyasa, whereas for yogis, the Hathabhyasa component is important. They also do Manana. So that's this much of an information about Vasishtha we find from the Hatha Yoga Pradipika and Jyotsna commentary. Now, based on your study on Vasishtha Samhita, can you throw some light on the author himself or Vasishtha himself as a yogin? Are there any references, descriptions, more inputs on Vasishtha as a yogi, or when this period, when this text has emerged? Because Vasishtha is a Vedic sage in our tradition, known in Ramayana also.
Yes, sir. One second, sir. Regarding the
Dr. Jayaraman, sorry to interrupt. Vasishtha instructs so many things in Yoga Vasishtha also. There are so many points on pranayama and other techniques described in Yoga Vasishtha. So Vasishtha was, if we believe the same Vasishtha was there, as we say the same Yajnavalkya was there in Yoga Yajnavalkya, we have to believe that these things were there.
And I just wanted to know any more inputs about the Vasishtha who is associated with Vasishtha Samhita. Very true, sir, what you say.
Yeah, but sir, the text that I am following, there is a chronology with regard to the date of, the chronological information with regard to the text. But the edition that I have seen, nothing they have mentioned in particular about the author Vasishtha. The discussion is there on the regarding the date of the text. Somewhere earlier to, somewhere after the 12th century AD is the chronology of the text, of the origin of the text. Particular as with regard to the author, sorry sir, I couldn't get any information.
Now, in Yajnavalkya Samhita, we see that as a conversation between Yajnavalkya and Gargi.
Yes.
So is this also in the form of a conversation?
Yes, sir. The conversation dialogue between Vasishtha and his son Shakti.
Okay.
It's the form of a dialogue.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we are here for the final presentation.
Professor first.
Someone else has, all other participants to kindly mute. Some noise. All other participants to kindly mute. Thank you. The last paper. So the final paper here is by professor, respected professor. I'll just sort this out. Yes, I think it's better now. The title of the paper is.
Let me continue. Now the paper will be presented by Professor R. Parthasarathy, Emeritus Professor of Kuppuswamy Shastri Sanskrit Research Institute. He is a polymath scholar, a very senior scholar. He recently presented a paper in our Puranas conference also. Today he is going to present a paper on Hatha Yoga in Tamil Yoga tradition of Avayar that Professor Balasubramanian was mentioning in the morning. We have talked about Hatha Yoga tradition in many Sanskrit texts, but this presentation is going to be about Tamil text by a very, very ancient work by Avayar, Professor R. Parthasarathy.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, you are, sir. You are audible, sir.
Why I am not able to share my PPT? I am not able to.
Not a problem, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. 1 minute. Avaya, she is a saint poetess of Tamil Nadu. She also counseled the kings. Her period is assigned from 1st century BCE to 6th century CE by great scholars. At an young age, she prayed to Vinayaka, this is according to tradition, and received the old form. Her works on moral teachings, Attitudi, Kondrai Vendan, Mudurai, are still texts in the schools. Avvai Gnanakuran, 310 couplets, is essentially follow the Ashtanga Yoga of Patanjali. Vinaya Raghaval is her another yoga text. There is another yoga text by the same name, Vinaya Raghaval, written by the great Sangam poet Nakirana, which is 3 times larger than this. But Avvayar's Vinaya Raghaval is immensely popular, recited by millions daily, and get their mundane wishes fulfilled. Yoga systems of Tamil Nadu. Shaivism and Vaishnavism are the 2 prominent religious sects of Tamil Nadu. Shakta, Kaumara and Ganapatya are integrated into Shaivism. Vedic and Upanishadic elements are intermingled from very earlier periods. Valai worship or Valai Yoga is special to Tamil Nadu. Valai is a teenage deity who has the powers of Kundalini Shakti and Bala Tripura Sundari of Shakta cult. However, we have only sketchy reference to her yoga. Perhaps in remote mountain parts, some Siddhas may be practicing it now. Now there is no decent, complete text available on Vala Yoga. Hatha Yoga practices are extensively used in Tamil Yoga systems, but exclusive Hatha Yoga school is considered as undesirable. ஐந்தும் அடக்கு அடக்கு என்பர் அறிவிலார், ஐந்தும் அடக்கும் அமரரும் அங்கிலை, ஐந்தும் அடக்கின் அச்சேதனமாம் என்றிட்டு ஐந்தும் அடக்கா அறிவறிந்தோமே. The Hatha Yogis are propagating complete control of senses. They are fools. So ஐந்தும் அடக்கு அடக்கென்பர் அறிவிலார். You have to control, you have to regulate, not totally control. So in this way, Hatha Yoga practices are welcomed, but pure Hatha Yoga is not accepted in Tamil tradition. Pure Hatha Yogins were called Yogacharyas, Yogachararhal, and shunned. In Tamil Yoga tradition, Yoga must help the sadhaka to attain the feet of God. Then Vaishnava Yoga. From very early times, Vaishnavism had its own yoga system. It is said that there are 8 yoga methods connected to Ashtachara, the 8-syllable mantra, and 16 methods connected to Pranava. The last yoga text was written by Yoga Ragasya by Natha Muni in the 8th century CE. The last person known to have practiced Natha Muni's yoga was his own disciple, Kuruvarattar. Yogi Krishnamacharya of Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, Chennai, is said to have regained Natha Muni's Yoga Rahasya in the same way Natha Muni has received the 4,000 Divya Prabandham verses from Namma 1,200 years ago. Though Ramanujacharya, Vedanta Desika and many others had yogic powers, they have not left any specific yoga practices to their disciples, as they concentrated more on bhakti and prapatti, devotion and surrender. Still, some traces of Vaishnava yoga methods are found among disciples of some Shaivacharyas, the 72 teachers ordained by Ramanujacharya to propagate Vaishnavism. Shaiva Yoga. There are many Shaiva texts and yoga texts, but very few yoga texts are studied by people. Now only mantras are initiated, no yoga practices are carried. There is Stula Panchaka, Namah Shivaya, Gayakam is the common method, and Sukshma Panchachara, Sivaya Namaha, Sivaya Nama, or Sivaya Nama. It is by Upamsu or murmuring. Then Karana Panchachara, Sivaya or Sivaya. Then Manasam is the best method. Then Adisukshma Panchaksharam, that is she, the single letter, is contemplating on the meaning is recommended. Pure Shaiva Yoga practice is absent among Tamil Nadu Shaivites today. Panchakshara Yoga with Prasada Yoga, a type of Pranava Yoga, is very common among Dikshadars of Chidambaram. With others, visiting temples on Pradosha days, festival days are very common. Most of the people don't know even 100 verses of Tevaram and Tiruvachakam. Whereas in the case of people belonging to Sri Lanka or Malaysia, they know 300 to 400 verses. Temple festivals are great crowd pullers. Then Vinayaka Raghaval text. The book is very small one, only 72 lines, simple words, deep inner meanings. Yoga text dedicated to Lord Vinayaka, who is the personification of yoga. Lines 1 to 14 refer to the dhyana and the form of Vinayaka and his manifestation as the son of Shiva and Parvati. The line 15 to 44, she gives different practices to control our mind, buddhi and chitta. Line 66 enumerate 20 major spiritual experiences the sadhakas pass through in their spiritual journey. Line 67 to 72, the sadhaka prepares himself to surrender unto the feet of his upasana murti. In 26 lines, Vinayaka initiates the sadhaka into 4 mantras. First, a mantra is given, then it is followed by some practices. He attains a level of knowledge, and then another subtler mantra is given, then more practices. Like that, mantra practice, understanding, mantra practice. Like that, 4 mantras are given to the sadhaka. Now the first mantra is Panchakshara mantra. திருந்திய முதலைந்தெழுத்தும் தெளிவாய் பொருந்தவே வந்தன் உளந்தனில் புகுந்து. The perfect 5 letters firmly established in the mind. What are the 5 letters or perfect 5 letters? There is in Tantra worship, there is a concept called Anda and Pinda. So Anda is the universe, macrocosm, Pinda is the body. You know the story of mango fruit given, and there was a competition between Vinayaka and Subramanya, and Narada comes and gives this fruit, and he says, whoever goes around the world first and comes back, he will be given. So Subramanya, Vageva Subramanya Asit. So Subramanya, the world is made up of the mantras, because the Maheshwara Sutras created the world. So Subramanya, who is the Lord of the words, Bhageva Subramanya, he went round, he tried to know the world by entering into every concept. And Anda, that is, and Pinda, Vinayaka says, I will do it here. I will do the inner worship. So he could complete his circumambulation first and get the Rasanubhuti. The mango fruit is, according to Tamil traditions, known as Rasanubhuti he gets. So the 5 perfect letters in macrocosm in Anda is A, E, U, A, O, the sharp vowels. The 5 perfect letters in Pinda is Na, Ma, Si, Va, Ya, Namah Shivaya. When chanting, it will be a little small change will be there. A, E, U, A, O, like that. It will become lengthy letters. Why? Because we have got a cell phone. The cell phone, we have got electricity in our house. That is 220 volt. But our cell phone cannot take that much current, power. So what we use a charger. This charger is a step down transmitter, reduces. Like that, we add 1 akara. The first akara, the hraswa refers to Brahman. The second akara refers to the body that houses the Brahman. Second akara. So A is actually body. So that is why. So when it is chanted A, E, U, A, O, like that, they become dirgha. Then when we propitiate Shiva with Namah Shivaya, the 5 letters are Namah Shivaya only. But if it has to give us the benefit, we have to pronounce it as Namah Shivaya. So with Vakaram means Vashatkaram, you have to add 1 A. So that is in the Pinda. Then third set of 5 perfect letters is Om. A, E, U, and Nadam and Bindu are the 5 letters. A refers to the creator, U is Uma and Lakshmi or Prakriti, the mother deity which joins Jiva with Shiva, Ma is Jiva, and Nadam is a subtle sound or resonance, and Bindu the effect of the fruit of the Upasana Murti. Then the 5-letter Upasana is multifold in Tamil tradition. This A, E, U, A, O are also represent the Panchabhuta. So if you want to make Vashikarana, or what you call, yesterday also there was a mention of Panchamritam, that is, you make your body cannot be destroyed by any change in the 5 bhutas. And also, even after our days are over, we distribute our body. The Siddha distributes his body in any of the 5 elements and they live for long. So that is Panchabhuta. The next is 5 arrows of goddess Lalitambika, Bhaneshwari. Then 5 places of attraction in the body according to Kamashastra. And then 5 arrows of Manvada. This Arabindam Ashokancha, Sutancha Navamallika, Nilotmanancha Pushpancha, Panchamano Pisayakaha. Nirekim Arabindam, Nilpasalai Mambu, Anaitunarulikum Masobu, Pullai Kadagatum, Unilam Pullu. So there are umpteen number of practices we can do. But so in Pinda, in Panchabhuta Tattva, etc. So that is Tirindiya Mudalithum. That is the perfect 5 letters. Then a sadhaka should, after knowing the mantra, a sadhaka should resolve the conflict between Taijasan and Prajnan in the body. For example, Tirumura says, Meri Irandum Ilangamal Merkolla, Meri Irandum Mikara Vihariya, Meri Irandum U, E, O. Many random I am not going to explain this sentence, but only the meaning. If Taijasa is in charge of body mechanism, Taijasa, yes, then the Prajna is in charge of Buddhi and the Manas. So if there is a conflict between these two, Vyadi will have. Yoga Sutra refers to about 8 types of ailments, Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So if you want to avoid, there should not be any conflict between Taijasan and Prajnan. That is what Tamil yoga work says. Now in what way you can avoid that? By giving knowledge of Pranta Pragya Bhumi, the 7 levels of consciousness, Jigyasa, Jigasa, Prepsi, Chikilsha, Bhranti, Shoka, Bhaya, Vikalpa. We know about the Yoga Sutra also says. So if you want to enjoy something, you have to give up something and take it, enjoy it. In the process of enjoyment, after some time, always you won't have pleasure. Some pain also will come. So all these 7 levels. Suppose you want to enjoy something, you are not able to get it. So Krishna says, what? Dhyayate Vishayan Punsan, Sangaste Shupajayate, Sanga Sajjayate Kamaha, like that. So Buddhi Nasat Pranasyati. That will also come. So have this Viveka Chitta. So you should have Viveka Chitta, and knowing the 7 levels of consciousness and their actions on the worldly actions, you prepare yourself, make yourself in an even mind, and then you may be able to perform the mantra better. Then by turning the Pranta Pragya Bhumi inside, you can enjoy instead of going outside. You turn all the Pranta Pragya Bhumi, make desires inside, you turn towards spiritual, and then you can avoid that clash. Then understand the work of Panchabhutas in our action. That is, the Prithvi gives firmness, and Agni gives anger. The Jala Tattva, when operates, gives a cool mind, and Vaya Tattva gives wavering mind, and the Akasa Tattva gives what is called listlessness. So what we have to be, when we are operating in the world, somebody is saying something and we get very angry. So instead we immediately, we must say, why am I angry? After all, I can ignore him. So my Agni Tattva is working here. So let me make it, subdue the Agni Tattva. Like that, you apply your mind and then get away from that. So this is one Panchabhuta Tattva Dhyanam. This is one method. Then, Anga Pratyanga Sabija Salambana Yoga. You devote your attention towards a deity which has got a name, which has beautiful form, and then worship that. In that way, also this Taijasa Pragya, and then confidence you can overcome, and Viveka Chitta can be attained. And then there is another interesting thing. There is Vaishnava text, Acharya Hridayam. In this Acharya Hridayam, they have given what you call bridal mysticism. There is now 4th thing, Charya Kriya Jnanam Yogam. The 4th one, Jnanam, is also accepted with the Nayaka Nayika Bhava. So we have that Nayaka Nayika Bhava, which is also practiced by many Alvars and Nayanmars. So there are 7 stages of women in their life. Pedai, Pedbai, Mangai, Madandai, Arivai, Terivai, Perilampat. So the women folk, or jivas are always referred to as women folk. So what the 7 levels of consciousness towards the bridal mission, towards the devotion towards God also can be of 7 levels, the same 7 levels. For example, Pede is a small 1-year child or less than 1-year child. Abhilasha, first time you are able to see, and then the moment they say a child sees something, it is attracted. Like that, first time you go to a temple festival, you get attracted. Abhilasha. Then again, frequently you are doing Chintana. Then Anusmriti, even in the absence you think about that. Then Ichha, even in the absence, because you enjoy something about the divinity in a temple or some bhajan or something, you want to go there. So Ichha, then Ruchi, having taken the interest in that, again and again you want to have it, the same experience. Then Parabhakti, you don't want to, you throw everything else and then have bhakti. Parabhakti and Paramabhakti. Paramabhakti means if you are go away from that, you will die. So to that extent, in the Acharya Hridayam, the author is equating the general experience of a human being with a bride who is a woman who is so much attracted towards men. So in this way, we can, with Panchakshara Upasana and then the Viveka Chitta, we can control and proceed further in yoga. Then third one, by propitiating the Shodasakala Purusha. In Chandogya Upanishad, you know that this particular story of Satyakama Japari. So he was advised, he was given Brahmajnana, Paktatam Brahmajnana by bull, Agni and Hamsa and the Nattu. So this is also in Ramayana. Valmiki asked this question. Brahma, what is the Lakshanam of Brahma? Kundasmin Saparam Roge, Gunavan Kasyavan, Dharmagyasya Katagyasya, Satyavaka. So 16 questions. So Shodasa Kala, that is from full moon day to new moon day, 16 kalas, 16 phases. So the 16th day, moon is there, but moon is not visible. It's like that. Brahman has 16 parts, and 16th part is Brahman mere existent. It is not visible, it is not exhibited. So this particular Shodasakala Purusha Vidya, you do Upasana. In that case, every ailment will go and the concentration will come. Okay. Or it is very difficult because Shodasakala Purusha Upanishad religion is very difficult. Then what to do? Then you chant the name of, or you know the Arthara Santa, or you try to meditate upon the 16 Namavalis of Vinayaka, Subhakaya Namaha, Ekadantaya Namaha. These are the 16, the real inner meaning of the 16 Namavalis of this Vinayaka is equal to the Shodasakala Purusha Dhyana, which is actually Sahaja. It is without difficult, unless the Satyakama Japali Vidya, this will be very easy. So in this way, we can make our senses to come to one spiritual side. Next is, now after this, Pranava mantra is given. Panchakshara was given to regulate the senses and turn them inwards.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you summarize, sir?
Yes, sir. 2 minutes. Okay. Actually, this Vinayaka Raghavalli is only 4 mantras. But number of practices are given, just I will finish in 2 minutes. So now Pranava mantra is given to control senses completely, for which the Hatha Yoga must be suited. Here, Prasupta, Sankalpa, yesterday also one gentleman talked about Sankalpa. Sankalpa is, I think Dr. Kannan made a mention about it. So Sankalpa, Prasupta Tanu Vichinna Udaharanam. It is the Sankalpa which is responsible behind any action. So you make the Sankalpa as the root cause. It is actually Sankalpa is the seed. So you correct the Sankalpa. That is why in Tamil, Abhaya says, Aram Sayya Virumbu. Always our mind should be connected to or rooted to Dharma. So Aram Sayya Virumbu. So in this way, make the Sankalpa as the best thing or the right Sankalpa always. So that's why this is possible only with the help of Pranava. So I The third one is the Ajaba, the third one is the two Idai Pingalayim Elutarivithi. When you do further yoga practices, Ida and Pingala Nadi should also be controlled. You have got one monoblock pump set and you have got jet pump set. In the case of monoblock pump set, what happens? The pump set sucks the water, but if there is some easy air loss, then the water will not come up. But in the case of jet pump set, what happens? In one side, through one pipe, air comes, so it gives pressure so that easily it goes. On the other side, the air, water comes up. In this way, you got Ida and Pingala. Actually, Ida, Pingala, Sushumna, three nadis through which all the actions are taking place. But in the Kundalini Shakti must pass through the Sushumna nadi. So, the Ida and Pingala you control by two mantras, that is Shreem and Hreem. And there are pranic methods are there. I don't have time to explain. And then by controlling this, or controlling means by propitiating the deities, they become congenial to you. So that there is no interruption to the Sushumna movement in the Kundalini movement in Sushumna. That is the third thing, it is given to them. Fourth one, Moondu Mandalatin Mutti, Nanduripami Navinunati. Now the same this time, to pierce through all the granthis and further movement to Kapala. So the Kundalini to the Kapala. So here Ajapa mantra is given. So after crossing the mandalas, the Jiva becomes Natha and Brahman becomes Bindu, and through Lambika practice, because of this Atmalinga is formed in the body. Vinayaka initiated the Bijaksharas to control the Ida and Pingala nadis so that the yogic Kundalini power without any hindrance or diversion flow through the Sushumna nadi only and reach the Pushkara Kshetra, the Sahasrara Kavalam, through the ladder of Brahmadanda or backbone of the humans. At this stage, the sadhaka stops talking and become a Mauni, and then through Ajapa mantra, he gets the Jatavedas rising. So, in this way, 4 mantras are given. Having seen the 4 mantras and done many practices, the sadhaka starts enjoying many spiritual experiences which increase his understanding of the universe and Brahman more and more. There are about 20 practices, she says, 20 experiences. 20 such experiences the sadhaka enjoys. Later he attains the Atma Sakshatkara, Tattvamasi and Aham Tattvamasi status he attains, and then patiently waits in the company of holy men till the date his body falls, praying the lotus feet of his Upasana Murti. Thank you very much. I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, sir. I thank the Indic Academy for giving me the opportunity. Hello.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Parthasarathy ji. As we await for some questions, I'm tempted to post this slightly silly question. I recall a conversation that Jairaman ji had shared with us a couple of years ago when he had attended 17th World Conference in Vancouver, Canada, where a scholar had asked him, "Are North Indians imposing yoga on you people, South Indians?" This was the question a scholar had asked him. So, keeping the political contours of the discussion aside, if you have to speak from an academician's perspective or a sadhaka perspective, how different are these traditions or how close are these traditions? Because from what you presented, with the terminologies, the concepts, everything, they seem to be a shared set. So, why is there even such an impression even among scholars? I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Sir, it's only unfortunate because all old traditional works in Tamil, most of the words are Sanskrit words only. If you see 100 years back, any Tamil text, I can give you this is Advaita text. Advaita, this book this is actually there are many minuscule schools in Tamil Nadu. Okay, Jnananubhuti Vedabodham. This is an Advaita text, a Tamil text. Okay, so they talk about the 7 avasthas. Okay, what are the avasthas? Ajnanam, Avaranam, Vikshepam, Paroksha Jnanam, Aparoksha Jnanam, Dukkha Nivritti, Ananta Prapti. So the words, concepts are all same. For the past thousands of years, they have been the same. And there are special practices and also there in Tamil Nadu. For this reason, they have developed what is called Valai and other thing. And many times, for example, even in the case of Valai worship, and Sreem, Hreem, Kli, these 3 Bijaksharas are very important. Idekadar has taken this mantra. But this is the word of these 3 mantra, the Bijaksharas, and the mantra of Bala Tripura Sundari. But later they have changed it as Aim Klim sound. Many of the books of Tediyur Subramanya Sastri and Ramakrishna Madam Anna, they have written clearly. Previously we had only Lakshmi Tantram, she gives, this is my mantra, she said. So there were most of the people followed only this, and there was a Siddha tradition was there. So only recently they have been changing like this. For example, believe it or not, I should not say in an organization or in an open forum like that. Now there is a group of so-called scholars who say that Rigveda and Sama are not our Vedas. Dharmartha Kama Moksham, Aram Inbam, they have collected the verses connected to Dharma in Tamil, and then Artha, Kama, Moksha. These made into 4 books, and they claim they are the real 4 Vedas of the Tamil from time immemorial Sangam period. So except for this conflict, if you go to any Adinam or scholars, absolutely there is no conflict at all. Only there is a commonness system. I have studied this Vinayakar under the Guru for 1 year, and he gave me a lot of practices in Tamil and other thing. And I find no conflict at all here, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Patturiji, you want to add anything or ask?
Actually, this was topic-wise a very good complementing topic that we had almost all the other papers about Sanskrit texts. So this is about Tamil tradition. But what we need to identify that apart from Tamil, whether it is in Telugu, Kannada, or Malayalam, or any other Indian language also for that matter, these yoga traditions, Hatha Yoga practice traditions have been articulated in different languages from a very long time, for many centuries. And
yes,
there are Bengali songs of very ancient past, and that has gone into Baul tradition now. Baul tradition has imbibed a lot of Hatha Yoga ideas into Baul tradition in Bengal, and we have in Telugu. Actually, I want to propose to Indica Yoga and to my own organization, Indica Academy, that we have to actually popularize another word, yoga movement, apart from bhakti movement. Now, in academics in India, a word bhakti movement is a very popular word. But there has been a very long parallel movement called yoga movement. And there were mystics in India who belong to this yoga movement. And we talk about the Natha tradition, Gorakshanatha, and all these people. You have to go into the villages and talk to people, then you know. For example, in the Telugu speaking working areas, they call these Natha people as Gosais. And there is a whole lot of medical tradition. They are called Gosai Chitkalu. Gosai Chitkalu is a huge medical practice, and there are lots of chapbooks sold on footpaths for villagers. They buy these books and they have all these Gosai medical practices, and they include yoga practices also, Hatha Yoga practices also. There are works on Nathas called Navanatha Charitramu from 15th century. A Telugu poet composed in classical literature in Vipada meter. A book called Navanatha Charitramu. Throughout the book, you have Hatha Yoga, native medical practices, everything included in the book. And what happened at a later stage is these two movements, Bhakti movement and Yoga movement, for some time appear to be contradicting each other, because in the Bhakti movement you have Vigraha Radhana, in the Yoga movement there is an opposition to it. In the Yoga movement mystic songs, you find an opposition to idol worship, and you find opposition to Saguna Upasana and all that. But gradually there emerged a hybrid movement of Bhakti come Yoga. These yogis employed Bhakti jargon also in them, and the Bhakti mystics, they employed yoga kind of literature also. That way you have a huge amount of regional literature in all this. And if you go to manuscripts in regional languages, one big word they use is Taraka Raja Brahma Yogamu. In Telugu they use this. And this Taraka Raja Brahma Yogamu has all Hatha Yoga practices described inside, but it has got all kinds of borrowings from Upanishadic practices and other yogic practices also. And this is what is prevalent in the caves and interior huts and interior village yoga practicing centers and all that. And they all know that language. They, for example, what the people call Panchikaranam in Advaita Vedanta Panchikarana, that is a day-to-day language for them, household language for all these Taraka Raja Brahma Yoga practitioners. They keep repeatedly talking about Panchikarana, Panchikarana. I'm teaching Panchikarana to this person and all that. So that side of our both textual and non-textual material, written textual material and oral textual material on a totally different coverage of yoga practice, which is not Sanskrit textual tradition and all that. That has to be given prominence, that has to be given importance. Actually, I was proposing a conference on folk spirituality, and this is all folk songs. These are all part of folk songs. And in Haryana, there are Haryanvi folk songs with all yoga, Hatha Yoga material in it. You have Machendranatha songs, you have Gorakhnath songs, you have all kinds of folk songs all over. In Himachal Pradesh, for example, there are that kind of yogic, Hatha Yogic songs that are actually, they are combined with mystic other temple practices also there. For example, Naga worship practices. The Naga worship practices of Himalayas in Himachal Pradesh, they have Hatha Yoga symbolic language mixed in there. So such research has to happen, and we have to collect oral material and textual material that is in regional languages, not Sanskrit kind of languages. That will be really very interesting. If Vinay Chandra ji permits, I want to play a YouTube video by Prince Ramavarma. Kerala. It's a Tattvam song, actually belonging to Ramaya Garu's favorite Narayaniya Tataya. It comes from that tradition. He sings it in such a fascinating way. It's a very popular song. It's a Telugu song. Popular song. That Vendamamanu Chuchi Vardama is a Hatha Yoga concept. And there are many such tattvas. The people call them tattvas in Telugu. And all these tattvas are Hatha Yoga songs only. It's a yoga movement songs. They talk about the Chandra Kundali, Chandra experience here at the Sahasrara, and how Kundalini goes up. And there are all kinds of mystic expressions in it. In a very mystic language, they talk about Hatha Yoga. All such material is there. It has to be worked about. So at least as a representative of the entire such material, at least one paper on Tamil has been brought in. But the scope of this area is so huge.
In Tamil also there are a lot of songs, sir. Nandavanathil Urandi, avan naloru kuyavanai vendi kundu vandadal todi kootadi kootadi potodi tandi, like that. The philosophical answer. And Adu Pambi, this Pambadi Sittar, there are many songs.
Virindu in the on the Virindu na idu Palka Amrudanda. Amrudanda Sahasrarathil அது விருந்து விருந்து இந்த குண்டலினி வருமானம் அது ஒரு பால் விருந்து.
I already see your excitement for the next conference. So we definitely need to plan one, an independent one for folk spirituality, as you say.
In Tamil, for example, there is a huge amount of Siddha Yoga tradition. I know the ground level practitioners, and I know the sculptures in temples, on pillars, on walls, where all the Hatha Yoga practices, Hatha Yoga like practices, they cannot be called Hatha Yoga, but Hatha Yoga like practices are sculptured, they are all sculpted on the pillars of Tamil temples. And there are Tamil Siddhas even now practicing that. And I know some of the disciples.
Somewhere in the mountains and other areas. That's the problem.
That I met some of them.
Among common learned people, they don't propagate. But in many mountains and they are there.
I'm a fieldwork person. I was fortunate to meet some of the current practitioners also.
Sure.
Yeah. So in Tamil Nadu, fortunately, because of the conservative attitude of the Tamil society, lots of ancient practices are still preserved. A lot of oral literature is preserved. Lots of proverbs, lots of idioms. They're all prevalent among common public. So we have to collect all this from all over India, not just south, from all the different corners of India. Actually, there is a website where they call Sufis as Rishis and Rishis as Sufis. That is the website title. And that has got a lot of Hatha Yoga discussion about Sufi Hatha Yoga practices. And there is a lot of scope for such discussion. So, okay, but at least there is some excitement created. There is some kind of curiosity created. Apart from the Sanskrit textual tradition, there is so much else.
True. Thank you, Professor Paturiji. There's one last question to Parsarthi ji. Sudarshan ji is asking you, referring to Ida and Pingala, Shreem and Hreem. Which sadhana for which one? Or which one helps in the activating of which of these nadis? Shreem and Hreem, you were referring as sadhana for Ida and Pingala.
Yes, sir. Even that, at least this one, you ask the Sudarshana, go to their guru. you want in correspondence course. see, why I am not, why I am telling you this. It is not only this Bijaksharas important, okay? How you have to do Upasana, okay? So when you go to these three letters, Idai Pingali in Evitari Vitte, at that stage, how you have to do it? You go to a different level, not this chanting, okay? You individually, Omkara, okay? You study the pranic pattern of Omkara in your body. Understand? Okay? See, we say Gayakam Upamsu Manasam. Okay? So, many times you must start with every mantra with Gayakam. a few thousand times until it imbibes, you imbibe the sound in your brain. Few thousand times, 50,000, 20,000 So what you have to do is, are you going to hear this music? Hello?
Patulji, you are sharing it now?
That's what we are doing.
Thank you, Patulji, for that. And yes, Parthasarathy.
So, then when you come to Upamsu level will give the inner mechanism of the body, the same mantra. Then at Manasik level, you do Arthanusandhana. Then you apply it, when you inhale and exhale, how it operates in the Panchabhuta of your body. There are 4 steps I have given you. Okay. After doing this Siddhi, you understand, when you go to Dhyana and have pranayama, Omkara, Japa you do is at that time, you will know the pattern of prana. Om. Then you do like that Shri and Hri. Then after some time, we know that we inhale and exhale. You know the Omkara symbol letter, Hindi letter is it not? See, actually, you start inhaling, it comes down, and from Mooladhara, it goes to Akasha, then comes and goes out. Because it comes out only again through our nose. But because it comes out, in order to show that, we give in an opposite direction, Nada Bindu forms. So that is the real pattern. But you clearly understand or experience that pattern in your body, it will take 1 year. Okay, then Shri, Hri, and then they become genial to you. So after that you practice, your Kundalini Shakti will go uninterrupted. These nadis will not distract you in other actions. So all this with pranayama and study, but so Gayaka, Upamsu, Manasa, Arthanusandhana, Panchabhuta Tattva, you practice that. And after that, see, yoga is common for all. Anyone who does effort, he gets it. That's all. So yoga is not restricted to anybody. He gets a good guru, and Shiksha, you will be a serious Shishya, and you get it.
Thank you, Parthasarathy. I think that's the promising note with which we can conclude the presentation. So yoga is for all, and we are deeply inspired by your passion and the energy that you bring in. And I'm sure many people from this group would be
actually committed
studies further.
Yeah, a lot of secrets people are ready to share, but only thing is people must be prepared to take it and practice it. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some of my ideas.
Thank you.
So I could not get the time to explain other things because it's okay. That's why only one mantra I explained something. Actually, that 21 practices I have to say, I gave you only 7.
There is actually a question on question seeking explanation of those 20 practices. So maybe you want to just type it in on the question box so that we continue with the next.
Okay. Actually, different chakras and Amrutadhara and Kumudaya Saka, there is Chandra, Surya, Nadi, and then the Amrita is coming. All these things, all these different experiences are listed at my heart. And how you experience that? See, the great thing is, ஆராதாரத்தின் அங்குச நிலையும் பேரா நிறுத்தி பேச்சுரை இருத்து. See, in the case of other deities, they give the mantras, and after the mantras they give, it is your effort, you go straight or you be diverted by siddhis. But Vinayaka stays with you and takes you in the right path. So these different things he has given, and how in each area the siddhis you will experience, you will feel. That should be a guidance. They give you a station, you get on the station. There are many stations. How do I know that? I don't know the language. So you give that there will be a tree like that. So this will be an indication. Like that, Abhaya gives. Yeah. That's the beauty of this small work. Thank you, sir. And there's a list is there. That's the same thing in all text. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Partharthiji. With this, we conclude all the presentations of the conference and we move on to the last part, that's the valedictory. Again, it's a very non-formal valedictory event that we have. But before that, we are tempted to ask a couple of attendees who participated throughout the seminar to share their response. First one, I would like to invite Swamiji Japasiddhanandaji, who is the head of the Department of Sanskrit and Philosophy at Ramakrishna Math Vivekananda University in Belur, who is a well-known scholar of Vyakarana and related subjects. And he has been a very sincere student and pursuant of this path and encouraging many youngsters to continue studies in these areas. So I request him to kindly share his observations briefly of the 2-day deliberations of which he has been a part of, a silent part.
Good afternoon to all. Am I audible?
Yes, Swamiji.
You are, Swamiji.
Yes. My namaskars and regards to all the organizers, Professor Nagaraj Paturiji, Dr. Vinay Chandraji, and Dr. Jayaramanji, and to all the panelists, the resource persons, and the participants. Indic Academy has been serving the society in a laudable way. The activities conducted by the Academy are excellent in standard, and in content it is so rich. This yoga conference which has been organized, it was a great learning experience as we have seen these 2 days. They have chosen this wonderful theme for the conference, the praxis of yoga. Swami Vivekananda once said, religion is realization, not talk, nor doctrine, nor theories, however beautiful they may be. It is being and becoming, not hearing or acknowledging. It is the whole soul becoming changed into what it believes. That is religion. And we know yoga is the most efficient means in realizing this. And for me personally, as I have been reading some books which were written by authors not strictly in the Indian tradition sometimes, So there has been a confusion whether Raja Yoga is Patanjali Yoga or not. And after attending this conference, the speakers, the learned scholars presented so many wonderful papers, starting from Sri Sridharan, who gave the keynote address, followed by Professor K.S. Kannan, and then all the other panelists. So now it's clear that Raja Yoga is the Ashtanga Yoga. And today we also heard that the first 4 limbs may be taken as the part of Hatha, and the second 4 limbs of the Ashtanga Yoga may be taken as the Raja Yoga. This just as an example, I quoted this one. Apart from this, all the papers gave so much of insight, which is hard to get by one's own study. Here we could reap the result of enormous efforts put in by those scholars within such a short time. For this, we should be immensely thankful to Indic Academy and the founder, the noble-hearted Sri Hari Kiran Vadlamani. He deserves the respect of the society for this wonderful service that he is offering. And Professor Nagaraj Paturiji, who is serving as the director of this academy, he is something like the Purvakala Kulapati. Purvakala Kulapati, why I mention, because in those Gurukula days, Kulapati was a very, very esteemed position, or rather not esteemed, was a very respectable position. Apart from being thoroughly knowledgeable, Kulapati has to manage so many things in taking forward the entire community, the student community and the faculty. And we have such an able person in Nagaraj Paturiji. Jairaman has pointed out, he forms a very rare combination of both the Western and the Indian tradition. Here once again, I feel inclined to quote Swami Vivekananda. Swamiji had said, what we want are Western science coupled with Vedanta, Brahmacharya as the guiding motto, and also Shraddha and faith in one's own self. I usually regularly read the mails that come from Indic Academy. They have several wings. They work on several fronts, say Advaita Academy, Indic knowledge courses, Indic Today, Indic book club, so many things. When we observe all these activities, I feel that Swamiji's these words, the coupling of the Western science with the Vedanta, the Indian tradition, is happening in Indic Academy. We are so glad to notice this. And in yesterday's and today's this conference, it has covered so many topics, the wide sweep, the coverage. It was a very blissful experience to all of us. I wholeheartedly thank Indic Academy and the dedicated team there. And the compeer whom we saw, Dr. Vinay Chandra, he himself is such a learned scholar and he is so humble and he managed the event so well. He kept the time, also all the interesting aspects of the event. And equally, Dr. Jairaman, who is also a wonderful traditional scholar in several fields. Though yesterday he spoke on Hatha Yoga, etc., Vedanta, and in several other disciplines in Sanskrit learning, he is a very good scholar. Such a good team working at this, it is simply awesome. So we all thank the organizers for this wonderful event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Swami Japasiddhanandaji, for your kind and encouraging words. Thank you very much. May I now request Professor K.S. Kannanji. He has been here for last 2 days. Of course, he spoke in the beginning, but as a Brahma in any yajna, there is a Brahma who is sitting and observing the entire proceedings. So Professor Kannan has occupied that position and I cannot leave him without asking for his comments and observations at this point. Professor Kannan, please.
Namaskar. So very kind of you, Dr. Vinay Chandra, to use such high words for me. I hardly deserve the same. It is sheer pleasure for me to sit through the 2-day Jnana Satra on yoga, where many excellent scholars deliberated. Usually in conferences, it so happens that 20% of the papers will be very good, but I should say that here more than 80% were very good papers, and the topics were very well presented. I must also, first and foremost of all, acknowledge that every word spoken by His Highness Swami Jabasiddhanandaji, I endorse the same, and in fact, there is nothing left for me to speak when he has spoken. He has brought out all the excellent points and key issues to be touched upon while giving his remarks. I must heartily admire two persons who are primarily responsible for even just conceiving the idea of a conference like this, namely the ever versatile Professor Nagaraj Paturi and the man of grand vision, Shriman Harikiran Vadlamani. And the way they are encouraging young scholars by way of workshops and trainings, by numerous incentives in the form of scholarships and subventions, and the various publications, and conducting so many seminars and conferences is indeed very, very commendable. I once again fully endorse the opinion of Swami Jabasiddhanandaji that Dr. Pottery is very much like a Kulapati. The traditional definition of a Kulapati goes something like this: Muninam Dashasahasram Yo Annadanadi Poshanat. So some 10,000 students will be staying in the vast complex of a Gurukula, where the Kulapati, like Kanva Maharshi, would be presiding over and conducting. So similarly grand is the vision of Professor Pottery. And in his final remarks, in fact, all his comments were very pertinent, and especially the final remarks that he made regarding the Bhakti movement and Yoga movement. So the comparative study of the two, of folk spirituality, all these things are excellent. Much of these issues from his own field survey. So he is a widely traveled man, and he knows. So whether it is in some corner of the Himalayas or in Bengal or Rajasthan, so he is able to know the kinds of movements that are even in the interior villages in many of the parts of our country. I would also add that one could have a conference on, or include in one of the conferences, Stotra Sahitya and Yoga. For example, if you look into the Stotra Sahitya of Shankara Bhagavad-pada, you find very many yogic concepts. So take, for example, his Gauri Deshaka, so Mooladhara, Duddhita Vithya, Vidhirandram, and so on. So there are a number of them, so I don't have to go into them. So even this can be indeed included. Coming to this conference in particular, Professor Pottery and Vadlamani were ably assisted by two gems of scholars, bright and spirited, Dr. Vinay Chandra and Dr. Jairam. The two share certain common features. Both are very young. Both have a good command over Sanskrit and English. Both are widely traveled. Both are excellently trained in a traditional Gurukula, namely Vedic Gurukula at Bangalore. And both are very spirited, and as Swamiji pointed out, both are down to earth, very humble and simple and direct, and they have a good grounding in tradition and modern approaches, and thus they have provided an excellent lead to this conference. Dr. Vinay Chandra in particular has a very pleasant countenance and an excellent time sense, and his words are full of auchitya. At each stage, he provided an excellent atmosphere and ambience for this conference. Dr. Jairaman gave a clarion call for yoga practitioners and teachers to take up a study of Sanskrit, which is a very key point that was made out. In fact, one of the best and most important points from this conference for practitioners of yoga in particular, and even yoga teachers in our country. So most of the yoga teachers in our country just know what they have learned from their guru and have no direct contact with the original texts. And Dr. Jairaman pointed out the importance of the commentaries also, how many subtle points are raised in the commentaries. Actually, the original texts are all meant primarily for the gurus. So it is for them to just get just remember the ideas, and they fill many of the missing points there and explain. And some of the commentaries also do a very good job in this. Now, this truly international conference had participants from all corners of our country and participants from UK, US, and Belgium, and so on. And the variety of topics that were taken up also really interesting. So architecture and iconography, textual studies, manuscript studies, and then the various linguistic traditions of like Tamil, and then comparative fields like Agamas, Tantras, Samhitas, and Puranas, etc. And we also get the good news and great hope of so many texts being studied, yoga texts being studied, and so many taken up for publication and for critical edition and so on. So this indeed gives us very good hope. And I must in particular praise KSRI, Kuppaswamy Shastri Research Institute, so from which a good majority of members have come, and they have all given excellent papers, and they played a leading role. And so far, the situation was that almost all branches of Indology have been dominated and are even being controlled by the West. So today we see immense hope for an Indian brand of Indology raising its head and establishing itself. So with the leading personages like Professor Pottery, a man of grand vision, and ably supported by persons like Vinay Chandra and Jairaman. I should say that the government of India should take serious note of the extraordinary efforts of Indic Academy and give all help and support and strength to this organization. I am extremely happy to have been invited here and to have taken part. I learned much from this conference, and I end my words with this note of great hope and confidence.
Thank you, Professor Kannan, for your generous remarks, which has really given us a lot of strength to pursue whatever we have been doing. I'll now request Hari Kiranji to provide his concluding remarks. But before that, I thought I'll just give a quick overview in terms of numbers as what we looked into in last 2 days. So we had about 22 presentations. Out of 22, we had about 7 invited talks and 15 paper presentations from research scholars. And just within these 22, we have a whole world that is actually emerging. Even I'm surprised if I look into it. In terms of the texts that we looked into, we have 8 texts that we were detailedly introduced to, starting from Yoga Taravali, Amrita Siddhi, Yoga Karnika, Yoga Rahasya, Yoga Sangraha, Yoga Bija, Yoga Chintamani, and Goraksha Shataka. So these were the 8 texts that we were detailedly introduced to. And then we had about at least 4 papers which were exploring various connections of Hatha Yoga with other traditions, with Tantra, with Vedanta, with Shaivagama and Tamil traditions. So these were the 4 papers with respect to connections. And we had about 6 papers which were looking into specific themes and concepts within the Hatha Yoga tradition, whether it was curing of diseases, nadis, vayus and marmasthana, shatkarmas, chakra and kundalini, and also temple architecture and iconography. So these were specific thematic papers. And we also had a very good overview of the kind of research that is happening in the field of Hatha Yoga from 2 different sources. One is the Indian institution, that is KSRI, and the other one is this multi-nation, multi-billion project, Hatha Yoga project, which was spanning from 2015 to 2020. And also, we were also given a guidance as to how this research work has to be taken up, especially with the incorporation and integration of Sanskrit into the studies of Hatha Yoga. So this is a brief overview of the kind of papers that we have had. And also I am happy to share, out of the 15 scholars who presented, 9 were women who presented in this conference. So this is what the conference is in a nutshell, and we are happy that we were able to bring it along with the collaboration of Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, a very renowned yoga institute in India. With this, I now request Harikiran Vadlamani ji. Harikiran Vadlamani ji is the founder of Indic Academy, the main force, the main source, the main brain behind all these multifarious activities that are taking place under the broad banner of Indica. You might be familiar with Indic Academy and Indica Yoga, but these are not just the two platforms. There is Indic Book Club, there is Indica Pictures, there is NICE, that is a network of Indian cultural enterprises. There is a platform which works on soft diplomacy, that is soft power. Like this, you take any field, there is a platform of Indica that is working towards the renaissance of India and Indian thought. And there's one person who is making all this possible, that is Harikiran ji, and we are fortunate to have him here to provide us the concluding remarks. Over to you, Hari ji.
Thank you. Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. I was only asking Vinay not to dilute the standards that he himself has set last year. Last year, the conference was in Bangalore, a physical conference in February, much before COVID. And I could see that there was a sort of a unsure and tentativeness on as to what kind of response he will get. But all the mails that he was sending me, I only had one single response mail. Please don't dilute. Please don't dilute. And today I can very, very happy and proudly say that Vinay, you have excelled again. You have given us a phenomenal conference once again, and you're setting the benchmark with the able under the able tutelage of Nagaraj Garu, who is doing so many things for our academy. So really, this has been a very, very enlightening conference in that sense. We just completed we close our accounts. Our year is 31st of March. And I had an opportunity to be on a panel with Mohandas Pai. Is a good friend of mine. So Mohan was the CFO for Infosys. And he used to set a benchmark every year of giving the annual accounts within 15 days, then he made it 10 days, then he made it 8 days. So he was always setting global benchmarks on how fast he can give the annual accounts after the year end. So I was telling him that I'm very much impressed with you because I was introducing him in a panel. And at Indic Academy, we have 20 verticals. And I'm very happy to tell you that yesterday, the 24th of April, we have been able to give the annual reports of all the 20 verticals. And this is possible entirely because of the leadership of each of these verticals. Vinay heads Indica Yoga. Like that, for every vertical, we have exemplary leaders who are passionate about that particular thing that they're doing. The reason that we are so successful, the reason that Indic Academy is able to make an impact is primarily because we are able to tap into the passion of the respective vertical head. And over the last year, we have grown exponentially. Our growth in terms of the amount dispersed, amount the activities, the sheer number of activities is extraordinary. I would urge all of you to please visit our website and look at all the verticals and look at the graph that we have made of the organization chart in terms of the thought centers we have. We have 6 thought centers. In terms of the functional areas, in terms of the ecosystem that we are trying to build, and in terms of the various platforms. And each of them you visit and look at the annual report, and you will understand the sheer scale at which all the operations are happening. And this is all thanks to the exemplary, passionate leaders for each of these verticals. To all of them, express my deep gratitude. KSRI is an organization that we have been very deeply engaged with. We already have VP Santanam chair. One of the scholars is doing work for us for a particular fellowship. And our strategy now is to become a hub, not just an inter-university hub, but to be a hub between inter-gurukula, inter-institutions, and inter-universities. So a hub of all the people who are working for our preservation, protection, and promotion of our Indic knowledge systems. So we are currently in the process of a center at Chennai Vishwavidyapeeth. We already have established a center at Rashtram, Rishihood University. And I was just, we've had this annual report on the alliances that we have. We have alliances with all the Sanskrit universities, and we were just looking at what kind of, so we're making the report in terms of what's the level of engagement that we have with these universities, just in terms of a framework, in terms of a high, medium, and low. And then I saw that there were some universities that we have a very low engagement. After our MOU, we could not. But there were some universities and some institutions we had a very, very deep and very high engagement. MIT is one, Chennai is one, Rishihood is one, KSRI is one. So I reached out to Kameshwari ji and Balsuman ji the other day, and we were having a discussion. And I told them that, look, it's time to deepen our engagement. And I'm very happy to inform you. So they gave a proposal of several texts, yoga text and Advaita text. There are about 8 texts for which critical editions, translations, encyclopedia. Each text, there's a different, certain things are publishing. So from that engagement, the idea has developed that we, and I'm very happy to use this opportunity to announce the establishment of a Atmanirbhar classical library, Indica classical library. I'm very, very happy to announce the establishment of this. We will be doing this with KSRI, at KSRI, and at other universities. And our endeavor would be
to take the work that people, institutions like KSRI are doing and publish in the same world-class fashion, in the same standards, we will have a Indic lens, a lens which is grown from within. And this would be the classical library that we would be establishing, one at KSRI, supporting all the work in yoga. There are several texts we have heard about that. Several texts I can read out right now. The proposal is to look at Siva Swarodhaya, Goraksha Samhita, Yoga Sangraha, Yoga Upanishads. There are 20 of them. 16 needs to be published. Gnana Kuran, Yoga Bija, Vinayaka, and Encyclopedia of Dictionary of Yoga. All the works will be supported through this classical library that we are proposing to establish. I'm making an appeal through this forum for a leader to head this, because one thing I've noticed is that all the verticals grow because of leadership. So if any of you are looking to create an institution called Indica Classical Library and lead this initiative, please do reach out to me. This is, I'm very, very happy that this institution, the first outfit, the first extension would be at KSRI. And it gives me immense joy that I'm able to make this announcement on this auspicious occasion of the second conference that we are organizing. There are three values that we hold dear, and especially in yoga. Authentic, immersive, and transformative. These are the three words that drive everything that we try to do, not just at Indic Academy, but more particularly with yoga, because we have noticed that this is what is lacking. So we have established a center for consciousness studies and inner transformation, in which there are 4 verticals. One for yoga, one for Vedanta, one for executive coaching, and one for conscious entrepreneurship. And within yoga, our idea is to establish a Yogacharya alliance. We all know about all the other alliances around the world. But when we want to be driven by these 3 qualities of authenticity, immersiveness, and transformativeness, it would mean that we have to be the 36th chamber of Shavalum, the Yogacharya. That is what we need to be. So therefore, that not-for-profit, that alliance, Yogacharya alliance, will be is being established by us as a separate, independent, not-for-profit. We will be launching it on the International Yoga Day. And our objective is to establish 3 kinds of membership. You will have a primary membership, and the primary membership is for people who have qualified as a 200-hour teacher training elsewhere and are members of any other alliance wherever in the world. They are eligible. However, that eligibility is not simply you do a teacher training program and you come and join. There is an element of, there's a pledge that they would have to take, what we call it as a seeker's pledge. I want to read out from the seeker's pledge. I seek inner transformation through the pursuit of authentic and immersive methodologies and practices. I will acknowledge and express gratitude to the cause of this creation, sages for their wisdom, ancestors for my being, fellow humans and other living beings for their contribution and support in my journey. So you need to finish your 200-hour teacher training program anywhere else, plus sign the Seeker's Pledge. Then you are eligible to become a primary member of this alliance. So it's very clear that we are focusing on authenticity, immersion, and transformativeness, and gratitude. If you see the pledge in the second para, we brought in Panchamahayana. We modified it. And therefore, that element of Shraddha, the element of ab initio surrender to that transcendence, that we are trying to bring in. And then we will have honorary members, members whom we believe do not need any certification. And they're conferred. They're conferred as yogacharyas. They may be 50, they might be 100 paramparas. We have several paramparas. And then the actual qualified. So even we are also going to offer a Yogacharya program, but we cannot certify. This Yogacharya Alliance will certify. These Yogacharyas that we are going to confer, they will conduct a test in the traditional ways, and then they will confer. So that is the standard that we are trying to aspire to. This is a very big task that we have undertaken. We need the blessings of all of you. And we are also again looking for a leader to drive this alliance. So if any of you are keen, please do reach out to me, because this is a much needed move, to bring back authenticity into yoga. The Yoga Day, we are planning to launch this particular initiative. Apart from that, we have announced we had two workshops on what should be a Yogacharya program. Now, what should be the syllabus? Because we don't know what kind of a syllabus to be. From Sanskritam to Sutras, we have heard Jayaraman, right? So, and what should be the term? How long should it be? So at this point in time, we are thinking that we will be having a full-time residential program, 12 months. And in that 12 months, there would be a discipline and a curriculum which is being evolved. We have two consultative discussions, and we are working on that. So as and when post-COVID, we are ready to launch the program. And this would, we hope to set a new benchmark on, this is the masters of masters. Like I said, the best example is the 36 Samara Traveler. So this is the kind of standard that we want to engage. So whether it is chanting, recently we have started working with Shantalaji, and we have given 11 scholarships for chanting. So each of these verticals, we are again reaching out to the best of these speakers, best of the teachers, and reaching out so that we can bring in as guest faculty to this program. So this is the larger plan that we have for yoga within Indic Academy, both at the Center for Consciousness Studies, Inner Transformation, and at Indica Yoga. We are we were hoping to do a physical festival. Last year we did a festival for 40 days, which was first time that the world has seen that kind of a festival. But this time around, we are again, because of COVID, we will not be able to do that. But eventually, through Indica Yoga, we are going to provide a lot of experiential programs. We are working on how to bring about, see, a lot of 200 programs are done in studios. So you basically learn asanas, you go to a studio in a city. But we believe, again, only the residential programs enable you to have that inner transformation. So we are working on a 300-hour foundation course for the Yogacharya. So unless you do this, supposing you did a 200-hour teacher training program in living in a city, going to a studio, and you got your certificate, you are not eligible to join the Yogacharya program. You have to do a foundation course of 300 hours. And this foundation course will be a 6-week residential program. And so eventually you will be completing 500 hours, 200 hours plus 300 hours. And if you are done 500 hours in a studio and not through a residential program, again, you would have had to do this before you are eligible for the Yogacharya program. So we are working on how do we scale this to get teachers. So if in the audience we have teachers who would want to be the teachers for these foundation programs, do reach out to Vinay. We are looking at how we can map through an app all the potential, like an Airbnb model where you have a lot of retreats, where you can book 15 rooms, 20 rooms, and then you have the yoga teachers. So you can actually select the yoga teacher or select the retreat and do the 6-week foundation course anywhere in the world. So we're trying to create that kind of a model for foundation course. So we would be launching hopefully sometime soon, whenever, because eventually all this would be post-COVID, because we are very strongly believing in that transformative effect, which can only come through a residential program. Within Center for Consciousness Studies and Inner Transformation, we have 3 more verticals, as I mentioned to you. One is on the executive coaching. Again, here we are trying to develop a program. We have Prasad Kaipaji, Sai Sambat, and Raghu Anantanaran is director for that. And we are trying to develop a master's in executive coaching program, which is rooted in Indic wisdom. We are also have this long-term Vedanta programs. We are establishing an ashram in Coimbatore with Swami Atma Prakashananda. So we will be doing a 3-year course in Vedanta there. And the last one is on conscious entrepreneurship, I was mentioning. This is for 2 kinds of entrepreneurs. One is an entrepreneur who in the beginning, who is in the early stages, who wants to use his passion for yoga or Ayurveda or in the wellness space. And he wants to be an entrepreneur in that space. So we were looking at how to train him, mentor him, coach him, and that well-being entrepreneurs or yoga entrepreneurs. The other is entrepreneurs who are serial entrepreneurs who've been there, done that, and now would like to contribute and give back to our society, our culture, our dharma, and how we can help him or her integrate his time, thought, and treasury, and look at lokasangraha, look at how we can work towards the well-being of the world. So this is conscious entrepreneurship. One is for the upcoming entrepreneurs and one is for serial entrepreneurs who've been there and done that. So that's something we're working on. I'm personally working on that. So these are the larger plans that we have for the coming year. And look forward to your support and look forward to your participation. It has been a very interesting journey, very exhilarating at times, sometimes disappointing, because I find that the response from the scholars also can be a little more energetic. So we have an entrepreneurial thinking and entrepreneurial push, but the response is not immediate. So therefore, that mismatch always creates a sense of disappointment. For example, I was wanting a review of Stuart Ray Parker's book, which I mentioned some time back. And I'm yet to get a response from any scholar wanting to review that book. So we have seen a lot of, so there is no appropriation will always happen, and distortion will always happen. There's no point in getting agitated about it. There's no point in letting our blood boil about it. There's no point. We just have to go and do our work. But we need to do the work, which means when opportunities like this arise, we need to raise to the occasion and respond. So I would urge these scholars to please respond to our calls for research. So with these few words, I thank you very much for all of you who have participated in this conference, our collaborators, and all the kind words that Swamiji has spoken, Kannanji has spoken. Kannanji has been a very good, what shall I say, he's been a guru to my guru. Nagaraj Garu is a friend and mentor. So it's very nice. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind words. Thank you.
Thank you, Hariji. We could hear birds chirping from your behind. I was not sure which one is sweeter, whether your words or the birds behind, but definitely each one was adding to the grace of the other, and both were musical. Thank you very much for the kind of mentorship, leadership, and a very positive nudging that you provide to each one of us to be the best that we can be. So thank you very much. Going to the last part, I would be failing in my duty if I don't express my gratitude to a long list of people who really made this a great success. First of all, to all the guest speakers who came here on this occasion, who shared their knowledge in a very generous manner, starting from Sri Sridharanji of Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram, who provided us a grand overview, providing a large canvas of Hatha Yoga right from its origins to the present day situation. So Sridharanji was there. Then it was followed by Professor Kannan, who gave us an overview of the text called Yoga Taravali. And then we had Professor Madhusudan Penna exploring the connections with Vedanta. Then we had Sthaneshwarji, who took it back to the Tantras. And then we had Dr. Jason Birch, who gave us an overview of the Hatha Yoga project. And then Professor Dr. K.S. Balsubramanianji, who really enlightened us about the work that is happening at KSRI. And then Dr. Jairamanji, who gave us the impetus to study Sanskrit, or the importance of Sanskrit for any yoga teacher or any yoga enthusiast. So these were all the guest speakers whom we had on this occasion. And then we had excellent papers for research scholars who really brought out a very important aspect of their text or the theme which they were presenting. So we are grateful to all these scholars, out of which we had nearly about 8 scholars from KSRI itself. So grateful to KSRI too for the kind of work that they have been doing and for the kind of collaboration and partnership they're offering with Indica Academy and Indica Yoga. Then we are really grateful to Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram as an organization. Whenever we reach out to them with any proposal, they are always equally, if not more, enthusiastic to support it. I mean, genuinely interested and looking forward to such partnership every time. We have been running courses along with them. We have conducted workshops with them. We have organized this conference, and Sridharanji has already offered us an open invitation to continue with these series of conferences with them. So we are very grateful to Krishnamacharya Yoga Mandiram for being a collaborator in this conference, in organizing this event. Then, of course, in-house we have Professor Paturiji, who's been a very senior colleague and a mentor, and who guides us without speaking much, but just guides us on to be on the right track and to have the right kind of perspective and approach, especially when it comes to the scholastic world. So we are grateful to Professor Nagaraj Paturiji. And definitely I need to express my gratitude to Dr. Jairamanji, though he's a co-curator of this event, right from the Gurukulam days, where we had the opportunity to spend 6 years 24/7. So right from those days to now, the partnership has been wonderful. And when we started thinking about this conference, in fact, I had thoughts on Raja Yoga, but it was Jairamanji who really said, this is an area that really needs an attention and we need to look into it. And really that gave that required fillip. And then we started working on it, and we could see there's so much that needs to be done in this area, whereas in Raja Yoga or many other aspects, a lot of work has been done, but somewhere it appears today the bulk of the work containing related to Hatha Yoga is being done outside India. Not that it is problematic. The part that is problematic is that even it needs to be done here. So keeping that in mind, we started working on this, and definitely now in retrospect, we feel that was the best decision that we took. So I'm grateful to Dr. Jairamanji for all the support and participation. And then definitely I would like to thank our team members within Indica Yoga and Indic Academy. Datta Prasad is my colleague at Indica Yoga. And then we have Srinivas ji and Koti Ram Prasad ji, who have been there. We have a saying in Kannada which says, Yele Mariya Kaigadu. So the fruits behind the leaves, okay, they're covered, they're there. If the technical the technicality is working, it's they who are making it happen actually. So grateful to both of them. And I also have my other colleague who heads the Indica online courses, that is Dimple Kaul, who was responsible to really reach out to as many people as possible during the marketing, or rather during the outreach of this conference event. So I'm thankful to all these friends, colleagues and well-wishers within Indica Yoga, Indic Academy and the larger world of who are all passionate and committed towards the renaissance of the Indian thought. So with this, I once again thank you all, and we bring this conference to a grand conclusion. Thank you. We'll conclude with the Om followed by 3 Shantis. Sit comfortably. Connect with your breath. Inhale deeply. Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Many of you have been asking about whether the videos can be accessible. Yes, all the sessions have been recorded and they will be put up on Indica Yoga YouTube channel as well as Indica Yoga website. So please stay tuned with our social media channels and our website to follow up with our activities and also connect with these videos. You might have listened to these talks, but definitely these talks demand a second and third listening to for the kind of insights that were presented here. So I really urge you all to make use of the huge repository that is made available on Indica Yoga YouTube channel. Thank you.